He believes his biggest mistake was failing to forcefully defend the company and his legacy to the Journal and his public statements. Bobby literally called somebody and threatened to have them killed. Look it up. Bobby also was on Epstein's black book list.
World of streamers. Welcome to my channel. Free Kaibob
Let's
Ed.
see, what else?
Welcome to my channel. Isebe.
Oh.
Welcome to my channel.
And then
Gamers Lounge.
This woman,
welcome to my channel.
Townsend or something like
Streamers
that,
Social Space.
to
welcome to my channel.
Under her
Community
name
K members.
She was a woman
welcome to my channel.
Worked under the George
follow
W.
Mo.
Bush administration
welcome to my channel.
During the Iraq War.
Chat.
And then had her put out
welcome to my channel.
That he wrote
Paul Argui.
and put them out in her
welcome
name.
to my channel.
These are all things that we all
Streamper.
know happened.
Welcome to my
Maybe
channel.
the harassment
Ella.
isn't
welcome
as
to
bad
my
as the
channel.
media made it out to be.
Chat for gamers. Welcome
But
to
there
my
were some
channel.
other Bobby
Stream
Ellis,
Elements. Welcome to my channel.
I mean,
Alien
I don't know.
Gathering.
How can you be in,
welcome
like,
to my
I feel
channel.
Like these were some other pretty
Kata.
bad L's.
Welcome to my
these are
channel.
Just the ones that we know about.
Knifed.
I can think of right off the top
welcome
of
to
my
my
head.
channel.
He's as bad as
World
the
of
Clintons?
Chatters.
I don't know. Like, I have
welcome
no
to my
idea.
channel. Einfei
I would never state
welcome
that,
to
but
my
I think
channel.
It is extremely suspicious
Restream
and
bit.
very weird that a lot
welcome
of people
to my
were in
channel.
Jeffrey Epstein's black book, and there was never an investigation. People were never named, and nothing ever happened. I find that to be very interesting. Bobby wanted people to stop using the photos of him with horns because what kept happening is he'd go on dates with girls, and then the girls would come home and look him up on the internet, and they would see the photos of him with horns on, and then they wouldn't want to date him anymore. Which, I mean, like, I get that sucks, right? I mean, it does, but damn. Bill Gates was in on Epstein? Oh, yeah, absolutely Bill Gates. Bill Gates was extremely involved. Yeah, I heard, like, then Jeffrey Epstein, extorted him because Bill Gates was hooking up with this other girl. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was kind of... Like, if that's all Jeffrey Epstein ever did, it would be kind of funny. But the problem was the other really bad stuff. Clinton flew to Epstein's Island 26 times? No. Bill Clinton flew to Epstein's Island at least 26 times. So, yeah. It was an aggressive labor movement that was created in order to make him look bad. And as I was right, not a week without some Blizzard drama. Oh, yeah. It's about time they rewrite history. Investigated after they were settled, never happened, blown out of proportion, all made up. Oh, yeah, exactly. He said not a systematic problem, so what he means is it's not his fault and he doesn't take responsibility for anything. I mean, I could even say it's probably not a system. Well, I would say, actually, with how much problems that people had with HR, HR is the system. So, like, if HR isn't solving the problems and they're perpetuating them, I would say it's pretty much a systematic problem. Let's be honest. But yeah, keep in mind, guys, that no matter what you do, Bobby is still the CEO. Despite all of this. And does anybody think that this will even slightly move the needle towards him not being the CEO? No, it will not. Because we're living in Bobby's world. That's all there is to it. All that matters is money he brings to shareholders, and the truth is Bobby makes a lot of money. Yep. It's Bobby's world, and we're just living in it. Oh, man. It's his fucking company. Nobody can do fucking shit against him. It's his fucking company, and nobody can do fucking shit against him. Will this get him a raise? Yeah, probably. Because a lot of people that read this, like, they'll read, like, some newspaper article or some shit like that. They won't even know. They'll just think this guy got made out to look like an asshole, you know? They don't even have any idea. Blizzard can make a movie about him. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Bobby...
S.W.Frost is now live streaming the Rising Tide No Art offers please Tide of Shadow new Hunt Showdown event. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Fucking character in WoW. He says, I wrote lampooning jokes, generic corporate greed, for a venture company loot goblin, very in character, but then leadership walked face first into the joke after Stringlock while my focus was getting the patch done. Because of their embarrassment, I'm no longer at Blizzard. This dude got fucking fired. 9 years up in smoke without question because someone looked at an innocuous joke and saw a reflection. They made sure to hustle and get me out before the end of the month in full knowledge that benefits would expire the next day. Funny how it was good enough for marketing and promoting the game before, during, and after I was separated. They took it down after I pointed out the hypocrisy. No consideration or trust extended, just let me ask you what my intentions were for the character. No polite request for me to handle it and hotfix some lines because of circumstances. I did, it was live for almost a week. And then they got hotfixed. Off my termination process began behind my back. After someone very high at the company was playing the content and saw the lines. You know what? This actually makes me think he might be lying. Because it means that somebody that was very high up in the executive management was actually playing World of Warcraft and paying attention to it. Yeah, I don't know if I believe this anymore. What were some of the statements? Finders, keepers. Heh, first try. I saw it first. I thought it was free. It was free for all. I've come in below estimates. If only I was a master looter. Knock it off, bub. Later, sucker. Let's call this a cost of living adjustment. Looks like another yacht for me. No profit sharing. Time to go back to the office. Oh, man. And the guy's name in the game was called Venture Company Loot Goblin. And they fucking fired him. Oh my god. That's not even bad though for a goblin? Yeah, but imagine if you're Bobby. You think you're gonna let this slide? A bit on the nose, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna let this slide? Oh, no way. I think Bobby'd be okay with that. It's a bit unprofessional, still funny though. Yeah, I could get why they would want him to remove it, like, and yeah, sure. But like, it is funny. It is very fucking funny. Bad things will happen whenever, yeah, that's the thing, right? Bad things will happen whenever you talk shit to the main character. This guy thought that he could step to the main character in the game. Not sure about the US law. You get away with firing a person.
Welcome to my channel.
Day before benefits kick in. I don't know. That's his problem. I have no idea. Looks like another yacht for me. Man. They used it for marketing. Very common Blizzard L these days. We actually had 2 Blizzard dramas in one day. That's impressive. Usually we only get 1 a week. The lines are generic and in the character for lore, so if someone higher up felt it was a little too on the nose, it sounds like a personal issue requiring some self-reflection. I think that the guy, I mean, what do you think the odds are that, like, he wasn't thinking of Bobby whenever he did this, right? I think he kind of was. I don't know, maybe, maybe not. Of course he was. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I can't say for sure. But, you know, I mean, especially with the going back to the office stuff, it's a lot like Blizzard. I mean, who knows? Either way, I think this shit's funny. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know how it's that big of a deal. Only people will know. Yeah, you can't know at all. You mentioned a yacht and going back to the office, asking to get fired. Yep. They have to have a reason to fire him. He could sue for illegitimate termination. I don't know. I've got no idea. The yacht line seemed a little risky. Ooh. You're a certain kind of wealthy, you don't need to be able to laugh about yourself anymore. It's Bobby's world and we're just living in it. Ooh. Ooh, that is true. I think it's sad that this guy got fired. It is, because like not only does the dude lose his job, but like I think it's funny. Like, I don't know why Bobby wouldn't just think this shit was funny. Because again, like, does it really matter if somebody makes a joke about you in the game? You're still the CEO. You're still a multi-fucking billionaire. It's still your world. You know, too much ego? Yeah, maybe he had to make an example out of somebody. We're so inclined to believe a different person made a quick assumption. That's a good chance that a different person who had nothing to do with this, nothing to do with it like Bobby or whatever, just saw it and, you know, maybe they thought they got rid of him. Do you have confirmation that he actually works at Blizzard and someone's not hoaxing? I mean, I don't know. Like, do you think this guy made like a fucking Twitter profile for years just to fake Bobby being an asshole? Like, why would he do that? You don't straight up get fired that fast unless it's from the top dog, trust me. Was it the top dog that took him out? Oh, man. Oh, fucking man. It's hard to say. That sucks, man. That really fucking sucks. Especially, like, I mean, the thing is, like, you can joke about this stuff and all you want, but, like, I mean, at the end of the day, this dude lost his job. He worked there for 9 years. Just because he made a joke. Like, and it's not, like, harmful. Like, it doesn't really... Like, who gives a fuck, right? I mean, it's just fun. So, yeah. Work is not a place for jokes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, bro. Like, it's funny. We joke around it. Like, I joke around all the time with people. Yeah, it's a fucking video game, man. Chill out. I worked and reported directly to the CEO of a software company for 5 years. We had one of those firings, and it was only when the CEO got personally pissed. Yep. Saying you have cocktick risers in the chat. Yep. I think this sucks, man. It's sad. It's really sad.
A billion-dollar whale, both figuratively and literally, is being internationally hunted by dozens of authorities, but like a shadow, can never be caught. This crafty and wealthy fugitive has thrown millions of dollars into movies without a sweat. He's dated models men can only dream about, and has enjoyed an extravagant life with an unquenchable, rapacious appetite for wealth. One inconspicuous man who had nothing to lose but everything to gain. Joe Low, the Asian Great Gatsby. In the time span of 20 years, Joe went from college graduate to businessman extraordinaire to celebrity socialite, but happens to stand accused of siphoning upwards of $8 billion. To this day, there are countless unanswered questions and conspiracies surrounding Joe Low, his business dealings, companies, and acquaintances. Was he a government asset, or was it all for personal gain? Maybe he just wanted to prove a point. Did people know of his crimes but turn a blind eye in hopes of some sort of mutual prosperity? If anything's certain, Joe pulled off the greatest heist in mankind's history, beginning a fake life through predatory means with the intention of never leaving the paradise he stole. Joe was born on November 4th, 1981, as the youngest of 3 children to a moderately wealthy Chinese family living in Malaysia. Joe and his family lived in Georgetown, an old British development located on Penang Island. From all accounts, it's believed the Low family came to Penang in the 1960s, fleeing the onset of the Second World War, Japanese aggression, as well as a civil war that would displace millions throughout China. Joe's grandfather, Lo Meng Tak, had made the arduous journey to Penang in the hopes of giving his family a safe and stable life. Tak was a businessman and philanthropist who held interests in Chinese real estate, liquor distilleries, and iron mining. The new start he provided for his family allowed Joe's grandfather to build a small fortune. Joe Lo's father, Hock Peng Lo, otherwise known as Larry Lo, was also a businessman who increased the family's standings by founding the investment holding company MWE Holdings. Larry Lo owned a minority stake in his garment company, which operated under MWE Holdings, and participated in an acquisition deal of a Canadian technology firm. The deal was overvalued, and Larry took the excess money and funneled it to offshore bank accounts to greatly increase the Lo family's wealth. The very techniques he used would later inspire his sons Joe and Zen to follow in their father's footsteps, effectively using anonymous front companies to control bank accounts that they set up in the British Virgin Islands. It's all in the family, considering Joe Lo's sister, Mei Lin, conveniently became a lawyer who specialized in offshore dealings. All the more reason to suspect the Lo family of knowingly committing international fraud to benefit themselves and hurt millions of people. By this point, the Los were millionaires and stood apart from the majority of islanders who lived on $1,000 or less per month. As a child, Joe attended Chungling High School and performed well in all of his subjects. According to the Sun Daily, one of Joe's old classmates corroborated the fact about Joe's intellect, but also added he kept a low profile. Quote, "He was not a popular kid. Maybe because of his appearance. He did not attempt to make himself famous. However, all of his pupils were aware he came from a well-off family. In the 1990s, the family's small fortune allowed Joe to continue his studies at the International School of Penang, one of the oldest and most prestigious schools in Malaysia. However, Joe's education was not over. He would later go on to attend Harrow in 1998. A strict all-boys boarding school in London, known for their distinguished alumni such as Winston Churchill and Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India. Allegedly, while studying at Harrow, Joe began his first real schemes. After all, his peers counted their wealth in the billions, not just millions, which was a problem. Harrow is known to be a feeder school for Oxford and Cambridge, and wealthy families across the globe consider sending their children here as an investment that pays off in the social circles alone. Joe seized any opportunity he could to mingle with students from affluent or royal families, especially those of Asian.
Klepio sam se po prstu, neka ploča mi znječila palac. Znači sve zvijezde sam prebrao. Sad je sam, aha, izvoli. No sve pet. Kako si ti danas?
Ja, bolje. Uzelo jedem šampicu malo. Da me digne.
Jasmo!
Dobro večer.
To je...
Dobro jutro.
Oho, dobro jutro, a?
Da.
Welcome.
Daleko je ovo, dobro jutro, verujem. Isko je sparkao napolje, ja ne mogu dišem, ne znam kako vi, ali...
Katastrofa, meni uvrati kuću hladnije nego napolje.
Meni u stanu užas je. 28, 29. Šta ima? Šta ima?
Šta bi moglo da imam?
Yeah, so the Hunt Dev just released a video about the economy changes in the next update, and everything in this video is pretty, well and good, but there were some little things they decided to tease in here about the next event. So at 101, there is the next battle pass. Here it is, the first 10 tiers or first 9 tiers, and there's some crazy shit in here. Look at this knife. Oh, that's cool and stuff. But what are these? What are these right here? Boom, boom, boom. Deployable toolbox and deployable medkit. What? What is that? And then we have I think it's a shot bolt or dragon's breath for the hand crossbow. Like what, dude? That's insane. And then I think it's a new legendary hunter up here. Like it's so crazy. And then look at it, it's I guess a new gun buddy. What are they called in game? The little keychains, little, you know what I'm talking about. Like that's there. And then new bomb lance ammo. What is that? It could probably be maybe like penny shot for the bomb lance. I don't know, but like, because it looks like little coins or like little, I don't know what they are, but it's new bomb lance ammo too. It's crazy. And then also, right here we had boom. Like when you buy the battle pass, and it says on the dark tides come prizes cloaked in shadow. New legendary hunters vie for the cursed cargo of the Delphine in the hide of the Rotjaw. Dude, the Rotjaw gotta be the new alligator, gotta be, right? And then there's a boat, right? See, I think the Delphine is like a boat. So if you go back, is that a boat right there? It looks like some kind of steamboat, got like the stacks and stuff. Like, is that not crazy? Okay, so then later on, it was pretty standard stuff here. They were kind of teases a little bit here for a second, and then right here when they talk about reroll ships, right? See how? What is that? New Army Swift. New Army Swift. I'm telling you. Somewhere in here also, if you look, where was it at? Right here. So we have like these Scotfield Swifts, right? The little flips. What are they called? Little things you press the bullets into, right? See, this one doesn't have it. Go through. Where is it? So here's a dual wielder with the what are they called? Moon clips, I think, for the Swift. I forget if they're actually called the speed loaders. They're called speed loaders. And where is it in? It's by itself. Right here, right here. So here's it's by itself.
Dobro, neki ljudi imaju taj neki trip.
Ona je ubeđena kako je ona nešto savršeno najuspešnija.
Meni se sviđa kako je novinar sabotira, kaže koju vrstu voća volite.
Šta kaže, budala? Rekla bananu, verovatno.
Otkud si znao?
Pa deluje mi nekako da je u banana fazonu.
Šta se radi? Evo ga Milan šalje ove njegove Ferrari. Samo lud.
Bugatti, Ferrari,
Moj Milan, a?
Buba.
Gdje je Raftin ubica? Gdje? A gdje si Raftin ubica?
Poslušaj i pogledaj.
Kad sam odgledao par tih klipova za 812-icu, onda sam shvatio zašto je Ferrari Ferrari, a sve ostalo nije Ferrari. Formula, brate, nerealno.
And it's a Army Swift, dude. That's so sick. I'm so excited for that. And then also here, we have the deployable medkits in the tool slot or
A
consumable
što
slot.
mi sad
That's
pričamo o
crazy.
tome?
Like, what does that mean? You can just put them down and have like
Ima li ko od vas Ferrari?
125 per heal with them? You can't.
Gledao sam već.
A, momci. Kad ćete doći da ne provozete vas dvojice? Ferrari. A baš si mislio, Milane, da sad dođeš Ferrari do mene, li? Na kafu. Ajde, upali taj Ferrari, Lamborghini.
Ferrari.
Da, Ferrari upali. Bože ti to.
Posle ovih par klipova što sam odgledao sam shvatio
Da,
da
daleko
je
si
Ferrari,
Ferrari.
Ferrari, a
If we
sve
heal
ostalo
them,
nije Ferrari.
surprisingly, so like, that's crazy. That's so crazy. I wonder if they're gonna change like these at all, like the shots at all. That's, I don't know. But yeah, that's so far. That's all I've been able to find in the video. I'm
Cijena
going
prava
a couple
sitnica,
times, and
Boris.
there's no, I didn't see any new traits or anything. So maybe that they kind of hid that, or there's the event traits were hidden or something. But yeah, that's everything I could find. This is so cool. But yeah, I'm super hyped for the new event. Hope it comes soon. And these are the secrets I found so far. If you find any other secrets, drop them in the comments below. And yeah, that's it. Peace out, gang.
Goodbye for now.
Asian or Middle Eastern descent. He even enjoyed infiltrating nightclubs by forging letters
Ready,
pretending to
Mercs.
be celebrities in order
Welcome to
to
my
make
channel.
friends among models
No work
and
today.
athletes. At one point during college,
HTTPS
Joe rented an
UDBKRDBJFTHA.
entire nightclub in Philadelphia for $40,000, just as a way for his peers to respect
New
him.
Hunt Event
Yes,
teased.
it was Daddy's money. Appearance was literally everything
And I am working.
in Joe Lowe's eyes. Lowe's father
I
and
seen it.
grandfather may have just wanted to secure the future of their family in
RD
Malaysia,
shift.
so that they would never have to stress about money again. Nonetheless, Joe Lowe harbored ambitions to one day become so rich that the world would never look down upon him. These ambitions came to life in the form of lies that were so severe and exaggerated that he once convinced a bunch of school friends to visit him in his, quote, Malaysian royal palace. So he rented a yacht and used his family's
That would
holiday
be from
home
PM to
convince
M.
the billionaire heirs who were visiting him that he really was that guy. As a student, he was always
Not
looking
that bad.
for ways to spin a web of powerful people, which eventually led him to befriend Riza Aziz, the stepson of Najib Razak. Najib will come to play a vital role in this entire fraud because he was next in line to become
Nice, what are you
Malaysia's
doing now?
6th Prime Minister.
I'm playing V-Rising. Thanks for asking. I'm like, relaxing. And by relaxing, I mean I'm not playing Hunt Showdown.
At work.
At home. Jesus Christ.
Ono što ti rekao. Zašto je Ferrari Ferrari, a sve ostalo nije Ferrari? Samo je Ferrari Ferrari.
At work. Noah, what are you doing at work? Making tortillas. La tortillas. Easy job. You like it? Easy job, easy life. No brain. That is how I like it. More free time for my other activities. How is life on your end? Tough at work. That's good to hear. Nothing, just work plus hours. Every day. Sad actually. Every day. Even on Sunday. Oof. Yes. Feels bad. How do you even keep up? Yes, good money. Tired non-stop. Money is not issue. A lot of energy drinks. Unless you got children to feed. Children. Yet I have coffee in him. And I live alone. That is reasonable.
Ne, nije ok. Znate šta je s tobom?
Not living alone.
Rekao sam ti da...
Alone.
O. Moli me Hunt
But you
da
know,
skidam svaki dan.
it's not easy. Modest size family.
Ne da se jako toga nerviram za jem.
I trust you that it isn't. Hence Snake is solo. For better or for worse. Thank you, brother.
Amen.
I mean, no problem.
A što si?
I am here not to play games only. Chat can actually chat logical at.
How do we make bones? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go now? That stuff.
The final countdown.
Tough shit.
Šta ti je?
Bez Mozgović.
Šta si prsneo Mozgović?
Dark from Shadows.
Hello darkness, my old friend. I can't wait with you again. Because the vision's softly creeping.
Over the course of his remaining time at Harrow,
Birajim
Joe
da.
developed a
Solo.
Pa isto tako i kad igram onaj Last Epoch solo, igram Hunt Showdown solo. Društvo uvijek dobrodošlo ako ga ima. Iako je bolje. Nisam ja Milan Belada da... Ajmo, brže, ajde, brže, ajde. Sve na dobavnoj bazi. Ako nabaviš igru, budeš kada je probaš, reci.
Nabaviš?
Ne,
Evo, ozbiljno.
mešaš sad babi ženu, rekao sam, ako je nabaviš. Znam da zvučim ono, znaš, zlikovački, kako to, da se stvar lično izbori. Jedino što sam Nenada bio vabio da uzme onaj Last Epoch, što znam kakva je igra on voli.
Ali V-Rising je bolji.
Pa on ga igrao već, znaš. I sad ono, on smatra da je jedan update, razumeš. Možda ne donosi toliko novih stvari koliko on bi mislio da tako. Sve teaser za novi onaj Hunt Showdown.
Nisu.
Mislim, ne moraš da igraš igru da bi ono. Mislim, to je smehotek.
Evo ga sam.
Eksplozivni ručni samostran. Penny shot za za bomb lens. Evo, brother.
This will not work.
Ako Vermintide nešto ne znam.
Što dešava se Vermintide? Si igrao te dve nove mape? Te dve nove mape?
Nisu. Mama. Nećeš negdje kupimo Diablo 4.
Ko da kupi? Ti? Ili taj magarac?
Zajeban, pa tebe.
Mene pitaš? Ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Pa čekat ćemo šta će vreme reći. Meni će tamo to ne žuri.
Ovo je naša 50
Igra je 70 evra. Ako hoćeš da igraš, ako hoćeš da igraš 4 dana ranije, 4 dana ranije, onda nije više 70 evra, nego je 110 evra.
Odo da vremne malo, aj ćao.
Ćao. A ako hoćeš ekskluzivnu igru sa kao nekim skeletalnim konjem i nekakva krila jebena, to ti je još 20 evra preko onih 100 evra. I kao dobiješ cool backpack, znaš. Kozmetiku.
It's a final countdown.
Šta ti je 10 evra? Diablo?
I Rising.
Zar nije bio 10? Ne bi. Šta je to, cene rastu?
It's a final countdown. It's a final countdown.
Da uzmemo WoW da igramo.
WoW.
Želim da imam obavezu da igram svaki dan nešto 50 sati. I da igram raidove od 100 ljudi. Mora da se pojavim određeno dovoljno vrijeme, dam otkaz. Kao onaj Asmongold i igram WoW. Nije da čovjek samo to igra, ali mogu da razumijem zašto je radio u poreskoj upravi i da otkaz. Da bi mogu da igra WoW. Svaki dan sebi da pravim obavezu da grindam to, ne pada mi na pamet. A mogu da ugasim sad i da odem da spavam. Kuć. WoW. Sad ti Milan i stari dogovorimo da ćemo da raidamo bossa i sad kao... ne može da budeš pička, znaš da ne dođeš. Znaš što bi to ličilo?
I feel stronger.
Rise of the Skywalker. You're never gonna dance again. Guilty feet I've got no return. No, it's easy to pretend. And no, I'm not a fool.
close relationship with Riza, and routinely networked his way with others to the top of the money chain. Whether it was his choice or his parents', Joe decided to further his education by enrolling at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. UPenn, Wharton specifically, is known for producing the most billionaires of any college. So it seems as if Joe was already priming himself to become the university's next whale. Similar to his previous schooling, Joe cultivated connections with powerful families within Wharton in order to stack the odds in his favor in pulling his scheme off. On campus, Joe became an uncontrollable liar who went out of his way to convince his wealthy peers that his family was of royal descent. In reality, all Chinese families that immigrated to Malaysia or Penang specifically were traders and merchants. Joe may have not had royal blood, but he was definitely a smooth salesman. Before finishing college, Joe was already managing money for his friends and family, except he had no real experience. He just acted like he did. Through his contact list, Joe Lo learned that a ton of money was sitting in the Middle East. At the age of 22, he took a trip to the United Arab Emirates and sat down with Yusuf al-Otaiba and Khaldoon Khalifa al-Mubarak. Joe Lo was utterly consumed by how much money these two men controlled. Over the course of their lunch, Joe Lo was ecstatic to learn about sovereign wealth funds, the very funds that Mubarak controlled. Upon returning home from his meeting as a senior in college, he took out a loan and founded a company called the Winton Group in the British Virgin Islands. According to Joe, Winton stood for Win Tons of Money. While Joe was busy making puns and trying to get his hands on billions of misappropriated dollars, his brother Zen joined Goldman Sachs after college. Joe could have pursued this route as well, but believed an office job could stifle his chances at making real money. In 2005, Joe would graduate from Wharton with all the necessary credentials to place him at the head of the siphon.
Sholexi. Welcome to my channel.
In 2005, Joe Lo moved back to Malaysia and set up offices in their biggest, most
Oh.
It says this one.
Hello? Znači, dvije nove mape ima u Dictate. Refinery Delta i Archium.
Welcome. Goodbye for now.
No. Thank you. I'm streaming for almost non-profit last half a year ago. interested into money making over internet. Thank you. I am grounded person. If you are offering assault rifle cheap, I will take your offer into consideration for rifles. Other than that, I am non-profit. Peace-loving citizen of Earth. Yeah. Trust me, buddy. That gives me confidence.
Opulent buildings, while using debt to buy a stake in the infamous Iskandar project. Joe's scheme was to source Middle Eastern money for investments in Malaysia and incorporate Najib Razak as the deal maker in an effort to get closer to him. He knew that by doing this, it would spark Najib's desire to compete with Singapore, which was a richer country at the time. If this deal went through, it would make Najib look like a competent leader, which would in turn earn Joe the trust and respect he so desperately wanted. The success of Joe Lo's future heists depended on his relationship with Najib, considering he would hold immense power in Malaysia as Prime Minister in the years to come. The Iskandar project would become known as Joe Lo's first big heist. The goal of Iskandar was to get investors to put into Malaysian development projects overseen by Joe Lo and involving the mutual investment from two sovereign wealth funds, Khazanah of Malaysia and Mubadala of Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately for Joe, he never received
ono posle mogu da skinem Hunt, nije čuo, znaš, jer je to htio da čuje. Kapiraš? Babi.
Stvarno hoćeš bre da skinem Hunt i da igram kao retro.
Da malo traje kardaš.
Powerful people to make it appear that it was backed by huge
Boli ga kure sa ti hoćeš.
Joe Lo didn't have any money
Njemu treba neko da ga nosi.
as a way to secure funding for buying out construction companies in order to win the
A ne verujem u to. Moraš to da dokažeš, kapiraš.
He would then
To
continue
sad,
to abuse the lax
ti sad
laws
to
of the
rekao,
British
ali to...
Virgin Isles by setting up two fraudulent shell companies based out of Seychelles, the ADIA Investment Corporation and the KIA Investment Corporation. He essentially just added the words investment corporation to two already established sovereign wealth funds, essentially making them copycat companies that had nothing to do with the actual ones. This wasn't the only financial trick exploited. Joe used a financial tool known as bearish.
Sutra, ja skupit ću igru danas, večeras. Za V-Rise, pa ako hoćeš možemo zajedno.
Može. Ti ćeš da hostaš, pošto sam ja već igrao na 20 sati. Ako budeš nastavio odakle sam ja stao, to će ti biti iz neba pa u rebra i nije baš validno. Mi se ti neko da pimpovan Hunt Showdown account sa 100.000 Hunt dolara i 100 ti prestiži i svi skinu otključani. Ti kao ujebot. Super, nisam moram kucam da mrdam. Poređenje loše, ali...
Pa zoni ga cita, on će meni da skine.
Mene da zon, nemoj me zvat ništa. Rekao sam ti nemoj da brišeš Hunt. Tamo ćeš ga morati instalirati posle. A nema veze, tamo se očisti malo hard disk.
I da stavi na meče i igru.
No, it's easy to pretend I'm not a fool. I should have been doing this and get the fit that no return. It's easy to dance with you. And night music feels alive. Maybe it's better this way. We should have been so good together. Ti.
Šta se?
Ja se izvinjam što pevam.
Dobro.
Ko se moj glas ometao.
A šta se?
Jesi ikad upoznao ljude koji ne znaju za značenje reči ne?
Yes.
A znaš kako se zove ta osoba? Trn. Pa Mila
Milan
Belan.
Belan.
Pa. Ne poznaje značenje reči ne. Ne može, neću, ne mogu.
Nezerland.
Norveška, da.
Ovo je lud, gde se sjeti.
Norveška, da.
A? Ako nije jedan na vrati jedan. Domi. Žutak, petak, subota, evo ćele koji puno pozdravim. Evo, mogu.
Taste of knowledge.
Subota.
To je isto varat.
Ne, stvarno moj ćale. Gotivac. Inulo. Inulo! Ja. A? Ja ću devojkom boli ga kurac. A ne, nego ovako izlazi i nema ga. A?
Što da gubi vreme.
Da, server. Zovi matorog. Moja bazen. Ja. Da, nisam čuo sa njim.
Znaš, ako sam ti ja to dao poređenje, ne znam da li je dobro bilo. Sa zavisnicima od cracka. Kad ideš u crack house, ali tvrdiš da nećeš više da uzimaš crack, znaš. I stalno nalaziš na tog jebenog junkija koji te nudi, razumeš, malo da ono, povučeš. Hmm. 12:56 navodno. How much can you afford? I am offering you a lifetime chance of having me not for your enemy. That's what I'm offering. Take it or leave it. I'm non-profitable organization. Thank you. Very nice.
Shares, which is a type of share that doesn't need to be registered under a specific person or business. By doing this, Joe was able to create one share denoting ownership, represented by a physical ticket, and whoever owned the document, aka Joe Lowe, was the owner of the company. This technique is rife with fraud, and there's a reason it's outlawed in the US and the UK. You'll really only see this in countries that allow financial sheltering. Joe's genius was just an illusion that made it seem like massive funds were backing his every business move. He then used these mummer shell companies to buy minority stake in construction developers associated with Iskandar. In typical Joe Lo fashion, he convinced a clueless and corrupt Malaysian investor named Abdul Taib Mahmud to purchase his overinflated shares of his shell companies, which were now linked to the Iskandar project. Joe Lo made out with approximately $110 million from this deal, making him more cash rich than any of his peers or family members straight out of college. Except this was just a drop in the bucket for what he was about to orchestrate. In 2009, on the onset of Joe's tirade through the business world, his best friend, Riza Aziz's stepfather, Najib Razak, became the Prime Minister of Malaysia. According to Billion Dollar Whale, Najib turned into a corrupt politician after his father died. Najib's father tried to instill values into his son so that he would not abuse his power, but his power trip was seemingly inevitable. One of the most interesting stories surrounding Najib is tied to a murder of one of his aides' model girlfriend. Shari Bugan El Tantuya was allegedly shot and blown up with quarry explosives on October 18, 2006 in Shah Alam, Malaysia. The exact reasons why she was killed are murky at best, but it can be inferred that she knew too much information regarding corruption at the highest of levels. Two men on Najib's personal security detail were convicted and are now waiting on death row. As reported by a Malaysian court filing, Najib had ordered the two men to, quote, arrest and destroy the model because they believed her to be a foreign spy. If you're going to become an insanely powerful dictator with billions of dollars at your disposal, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty. Najib, seeking political leverage, wanted people to believe his goal was to make Malaysia a more developed nation. But instead, Najib met with wealthy investors such as Prince Turki, the seventh son of King Abdullah, in order to secure money from Saudi Arabia. And this money wasn't going to the Malaysian people. Prince Turki was specifically chosen as he was a tactical friend of Joe Lo, and truth be told, had hardly any influence or power in Saudi Arabia. A man with no actual business experience, Turki, by one way or another, was co-founder of an international private oil company named Petro Saudi. Turki was used to woo Najib Razak and get him on board with Joe's goal of a united Saudi Arabia and Malaysia in the form of a joint venture account. Turki wanted to win the rights for oil exploration attached to Saudi Arabia and ended up convincing Najib that projects associated with Petro Saudi would be valued around $2.5 billion.
Da, Milan ne priznaje Peplik.
1MDB, or One Malaysia Development Berhad, was the successor of
Čovjek mu
the
rekao da ne izigra
TIA,
Hunt, ovaj kaže ajde, ajde.
and was not federally controlled until Najib took power. It was formerly used as a development fund for the Malaysian state of Terengganu. 1MDB was spawned as a way to invest any excess capital into other markets as a means to benefit the entire nation, its citizens, and economy. However, as soon as the fund gained a footing, Najib, Joe, and their associates couldn't contain their greed. They were more than happy to rebrand the TIA into their own piggy bank, headed by Najib's personal slogan, One Malaysia, a promise of promoting national unity and efficient governance. By design, Joe Lo was never given a formal position at 1MDB, yet he was allowed unrestricted access to the fund because his high-profile ties in Malaysia, the Middle East, and the United States were all he needed to facilitate multiple billion-dollar transactions. The grand heist that transpired began with Turki, although really Joe Lo, convincing Najib Razak that Petro Saudi was a perfect partner to open a joint venture with. Petro Saudi was then going to use the investments from the Malaysian government, also known as 1MDB, to expand their oil markets and turn a profit for the both of them. That was the idea, anyway. Joe rented the mega yacht, the Alpha Nero, that charters for over $500,000 a week and invited deep-pocketed investors like Prince Turki and prominent politician Najib Razak, along with his wife, to indulge their
Što je,
vices.
šta to je
As the
drma?
yacht drifted down the French Riviera, everyone aboard enjoyed life and let the veneer of wealth whisk them away. After this Mediterranean getaway, Najib was eager to pump 1MD money into the joint account. The plan was to have 1MDB put $1 billion into the joint venture that Petro Saudi would then use to fuel their expansion. Banks such as BSI declined the prospective account because they could smell a disaster waiting to happen with shady figures such as Joe Low loosely attached to the deal. His name on paper glowed in the dark as Joe held no official title at 1MD, but a simple no wasn't going to stop him. All he had to do was just keep asking until he got the answer that he wanted. In order to pull this off, Joe had to convince banks to let the money transfers through, as well as find to get his hands into the flow.
Ne, nego malo pre Milan I Boris pričaju koji auto je brži I bolji, ja ih slušam. Koliko je to daleko otišlo.
What Joe Low did not declare to board members of 1MDB was that 700 million of the 1 billion was to be sent from the joint venture to an unclaimed RBS Coots account titled Good Star Limited, a bearer share shell company set up by Joe Low in Seychelles. Joe Low was somehow able to convince the Dutch Bank of Malaysia that Petro Saudi was actually in control of Good Star. However, there was still one obstacle preventing the heist from coming to fruition. The $700 million sum needed to be verified by US banks because it was in a dollar amount. JP Morgan had no problem letting the money through once again, as the enormous sum of money seemed to camouflage with ordinary money floating around global markets. This left just 300 million in the joint venture. Since Joe Low held the bearer share title to Good Star, it made him the official recipient of $700 million cash. This type of fraud would dwarf any infamous Ponzi scheme before it. Joe Low had no shareholders, zero investors, just co-conspirators that he had to pay off handsomely. This maneuver made Joe Low quite possibly the most cash-rich person on the planet. With this much liquid capital sitting in a Swiss bank account, it was time to blow it on treasures the likes of which the world has never seen before. Ever since he was a child, Joe Low had a fascination with American culture and its veneration of big spenders. As he returned to the United States, flush with cash, he became a god in the nightlife scene. In the span of 8 months, from October 2009 to June 2010, Joe Low reportedly spent over $85 million on partying, gambling, and complete and utter gluttony. He would have breakfast in London and dinner in New York, all because he could. With all this money, you can bet Joe was sleeping on the finest silks and cushions that exist. That's why he used Helix, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes premium mattresses and bedding, customized to fit your needs, conveniently shipped in a box right to your doorstep. You don't even have to leave your house. Everybody's different, and Helix knows that. That's why they designed a sleep quiz that helps match your unique body type with your sleeping preferences, so that you can find the perfect mattress for you. If you sleep with a partner or even a pet, you can take the quiz together and find the best compromise for everyone. Personally, I like to sleep on my side and stomach, and I prefer a medium mattress feel, which is why I was matched with the Midnight Luxe. I've been sleeping on Helix mattresses for well over 2 years now, and ever since I moved, I had to upgrade from a queen to a king. That's how much I love my Helix. The days of going to a mattress store are over. You no longer have to sit through an annoying sales pitch only to be sold an uncomfortable, overpriced mattress. Your new Helix comes rolled in a box directly to you. I actually had fun setting up my new mattress. It took me just under 5 minutes to carry it up the stairs and watch my new bed spring to life. You don't even have to take it from me. If Sebastian's sleeping on it, you know it's the best. If it makes you nervous to buy something that you haven't tried yet in person, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial. This gives you a little bit over 3 months to completely fall in love with your new mattress. Best of all, every Helix comes with a 10-year warranty. They offer flexible payment plans and even have financing options available. So a great night's sleep is never that far away. I love my Helix, and I think you would too. If you're in the need for a new bed, check out Helix. Visit helixsleep.com/Philion to get 25% off your Helix mattress, plus 2 free pillows during their Memorial Day sale running now for a limited time. And thank you to Helix for sponsoring this video. For his birthday parties, every celebrity from Kanye West to Leonardo DiCaprio was celebrating this Malaysian mystery man. The billion-dollar whale states Lowe's guest list included oil magnates from the Middle East, as well as top bankers at Goldman Sachs. In the aftermath of the US financial crisis, these guests were all willing to take a piece of Joe Lowe's cake. But Lowe was too busy to understand his associates' desires, as throwing the most lavish parties consumed him. If someone were to spend $100,000 on a game of roulette in Vegas, Joe would drop $1 million without the blink of an eye. The amount of money he was spending made millionaires noticeably uncomfortable. People close to him at the time remember how shy but polite he was, stating that he was among the nicest, uber-rich people they've ever met. I mean, it would make sense, considering it wasn't even his money in the first place. Rumors would circulate about how he came into his wealth, but no one ever pried too hard, as they mostly just wanted to be around him for his money. The next moves made by Joe Lowe could get quite confusing, as he himself was scrambling to close deals and appease officials, all while trying to pay back stolen money with even more stolen money. The partying did not stop, and his spending did not slow down. He just became more resourceful. His goal was to establish a multimedia entertainment empire in the form of music and film, all while purchasing top-tier real estate to bolster his investments. This would allow him to pay back money he drained from 1MDB and plug any financial holes he created for good. By 2010, Lowe was acting as principal steward of Jinwell Capital, an international private equity firm co-founded by Joe and his older brother, Zen Lowe. Rooted in the past, invested in the future.
How do we define technology? Is it something we can see? Something we can taste? Is quality something we can hear? Is excitement something we can touch? How do you quantify luxury?
Što nisi uzeo tamo kolica zemlje je nasuo u tu rupu, bar malo da ublaži to.
As one of the leaders of Jinwell, Joe fostered partnerships with several large sovereign wealth funds with the backing of Goldman Sachs. These funds included the Mubadala Development Company, the Kuwait Investment Authority, Blackstone Group, and the Sony Corporation. The legitimacy of Jinwell Capital went unquestioned. They worked with big names to score even bigger deals, and for a while, it worked. The buyout of EMI Music Publishing in 2012, an acquisition of New York's Park Lane Hotel in 2013, and Coastal Energy in 2014 are just some of the early deals connected to Jinwell. These insane negotiations for billions of dollars were just fuel to the ever-growing fire of Joe Lowe's scheme. What's even more incredible is that Joe Lowe must think of himself as a success, or as if he did nothing wrong, because all of this is conveniently documented by Joe Lowe himself, masquerading as an elite businessman, refusing to give up the bit. The guy still has a LinkedIn account. Following his LinkedIn, he started at Jinwell Capital in November of 2009. He's now CEO, working remote from the foothills. Then, because his LinkedIn isn't in order, he was or still is a board member of the Viceroy Hotel Group from 2010. 2012 was a big year. In December, he became another board member of the Electrum Group, EMI Music Publishing Chairman and board member from June 2012, and director of Jinwell Charitable Foundation. From 2013 to present, he's been alternate director for Lylestone Limited, member of the Anderson Assembly, and is on the board of visitors for the Anderson Cancer Center. Joe's also part of National Geographic, which he must have poured money into. As he's mentioned on the board of advisors, he is also on the board of directors at Panthera. because apparently Joe Lo loves to save endangered cats. By 2014 or 2015, Joe must have known that his sandcastle wasn't going to last much longer, so he decided to donate tons of money to secure him a spot at the Gabriel Angel Foundation and the Children's National Health System. It's a shame that this picture-perfect LinkedIn means nothing besides highlighting Joe's egregious lies and theft. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves in Joe Lo's timeline, because he still had billions more to steal. It should be obvious by this point that Joe did not act alone. The other three main conspirators were Prime Minister Najib Razak and Goldman Sachs executives Tim Leissner and Roger Ng. The SEC states that Leissner was employed by Goldman Sachs between 1998 and 2016 as a partner, vice chairman of investment banking in Asia, and chairman of Southeast Asia. Roger Ng worked under Leissner as a managing director at Goldman Sachs, who, in tandem with Joe Lo, embezzled funds from 1MDB. As with any scheme, there were probably dozens of other henchmen. This includes the Goldman Sachs reps, as well as fundraiser Elliot Broidy, the American rapper Pras, who are all charged, at least by the United States, in connection with the 1MDB scandal. The scheme itself was divided into 3 stages, according to the US Department of Justice, beginning with 1MDB's first investment, when Najib and Lo met with officials of the private oil business Petro Saudi in Monaco around August of 2009, or the meeting with the first mega yacht. The DOJ names officials present, such as Saudi nationals Turki bin Abdullah Al Saud and Tarek Obaid. This monumental night on the water opened the door to more negotiations, leading to eventually a $2.5 billion joint venture between Petro Saudi and 1MDB on their next visit. Goldman Sachs then raised an extra $1.4 billion in a bond offering, which was subsequently siphoned into a Swiss bank account, and yet another $1.3 billion moved from Goldman into a Singapore bank account. As much of the blame heavily falls on Joe Lo, Roger Ng of Goldman Sachs is credited with coordinating much of the plans, particularly shuffling and laundering the money around from fund to fund, in one big effort to cover their tracks. The SEC details the earliest attempts between Leissner, Ng, and Lo that began with the notion that Lo would provide lucrative deals to benefit Goldman Sachs. Initially, things didn't work out. Members within the Goldman Sachs compliance group and intelligence group refused to allow Joe as their client based on his shady source of wealth. Leissner, Ng, and other employees knew that if they solidified a deal with Lo, they would receive bribes, and that officials from Malaysia and Saudi Arabia would receive bribes from Lo to do business with Goldman Sachs. The most important business transactions were known as the bond deals, 3 large debt financings which Lo played a central part in as intermediary between Goldman, 1MDB, and Malaysian and Saudi officials. Another name for these 3 deals were Project Magnolia, Project Maximus, and Project Catalyze. One of the richest men in the world at the time, named Sheikh Mansour, a billionaire in ownership of IPIC, or International Petroleum Investment Company, had more money than anyone else Joe Lo befriended up until this point. Kadam al-Kubasi, the managing director of IPIC, became Joe Lo's right-hand man and co-conspirator in facilitating deals on behalf of Abu Dhabi. Al-Kubaisi's involvement was key in siphoning money from the Goldman Sachs bond deals. As reported by the SEC, the purpose of the, quote, approximately $6.5 billion raised by the 3 bond transactions was to support 1MDB projects for the benefit of the Malaysian people. Leissner, Lo, and Al-Kubaisi instead executed a scheme to intentionally steal more than $2.7 billion and distribute the money as bribes and kickbacks to government officials, including, but not limited to, Najib Razak, as well as any other participants in the
Skapper.
Mr. Bombast.
Nije ni tu, koliko vidim. Nego će biti na Port Rickarda, sad ćemo vidjeti.
scheme and their families. A good portion of the misappropriated money wound up in shell companies in Saudi Arabia, Europe, Asia, and the British Virgin Islands, which were all controlled by Joe Lowe and Tim Leissner. Leissner's wife, Kimora Lee Simmons, is also to blame, as she is accused of helping her now estranged husband hide over $80 million of the supposed $4.5 billion stolen from 1MDB. These deals acted as evidence that Lowe's schemes worked, and Goldman Sachs was willing to pursue further business with Joe Lowe. After the 3 bond deals, Lowe, Leissner, and Ng stayed together to funnel as much money as they possibly could from any new deal that came their way. Leissner effectively became a lesser version of Lowe, using diverted funds to buy homes for the women in his life, as well as private planes and yachts. Leissner and Roger Ng knew to stay close to Lowe, as his connections with government officials were central to the embezzlement. As long as new deals were being constructed, the trio could get away with taking a portion of the money for themselves without anyone thinking twice. For instance, Project Condor, a subsequent deal, involved Lowe's acquisition of an oil company with a subsidiary of a Middle Eastern fund. The SEC explains that when Project Condor closed in January of 2014, the transaction was structured with Lowe's business entity contributing basically nothing of the necessary capital, while the Middle Eastern subsidiary was responsible for the remainder. But these coordinated deals, hijacked by greedy men across the globe, would only last so long. It was simply a matter of time before someone from Goldman or 1MDB would notice the violation of numerous regulations and exorbitant fraud that was going on. Fresh off their name being connected to the 2009 financial crisis, Goldman Sachs had a reputation to uphold and wasn't going to let a few independently driven bankers ruin everything. Roger Ng exploited a strategy known as layering, sending large sums of money through different bank accounts across country borders, making it near impossible to track. Most recently,
welcome to my channel.
A $3.9 billion settlement with the Malaysian government for its role in the scheme, as well as an additional $3 billion to authorities in multiple countries to end all investigations. I guess if you rob a bank but decide to give the money back years later, you're in the clear. Billions of dollars lifted and carefully dispersed as to never alert authorities to its disappearance. But what exactly was this stolen money spent on? How about a $23 million necklace arranged by Joe Lowe from New York jeweler Lorraine Schwartz, who personally delivered the pink diamond to Prime Minister Najib Razak's wife, Rosma Mansour. Rosma was a character in and of herself, and the best word to describe her is gold digger. She married for wealth and had been scouting other royal families before settling with Najib. She also dressed the part and was obsessed with material goods, taking the time to individually polish all of her items at home, as if she's playing with her toys. However, in public, she tried to hide her expensive jewelry in an effort to not raise too many questions. Besides the necklace, Najib's wife also purchased approximately $1.3 million worth of luxury products from Schwartz in 2014. Figures vary, but it's believed more than $4 billion was taken from the 1MDB fund and spent by culprits on mostly art, real estate, and jewelry. When it comes to Joe Lowe, he stands accused of using 1MDB cash to sustain an ultra-luxury lifestyle in the United States. The DOJ linked over $100 million from 1MDB's first deal with Petro Saudi to the purchase of properties in Hollywood, and $40 million to the purchase of apartments in New York. As the top billionaire party thrower in America, Joe Lowe befriended musicians such as Swizz Beatz, Alicia Keys, and co-conspirator Pras. Without a doubt, one of his favorites to party with was Paris Hilton, and he often used stolen money to buy luxury items for the women he coveted. Model Miranda Kerr received diamond pendants, earrings, and other jewelry worth, in total, around $8 million. Singer Elva Sao also received millions in jewelry, as well as a one-off $1 million date in Dubai with her new romantic partner, Joe Lowe. However, Joe didn't just come to the United States with a ton of wealth ready to mingle with the highest class. He was already planning to weave his way to the top through a Hollywood production firm created in 2010 by Reza Aziz and Joey McFarland, named Red Granite Pictures. Red Granite Pictures served as a layer of separation from Lowe and his involvement with 1MDB. Red Granite was started on the basis of legitimizing Joe as a true businessman, as well as giving his friend, Riza Aziz, something to do. On the contrary, Joe and Riza were ready to receive any diverted funds from 1MDB as soon as possible. Their new venture seemed like a perfect way to inject themselves at the top of American media, so that they could garner the respect of people who actually worked for what they have. Perhaps they would also seek to turn a profit, but Joe was more concerned about the irony of financing a movie, which was about pulling off the heist of a lifetime. Lowe worked behind the scenes and held no official title per usual. He let the day-to-day operation fall to Chairman Riza Aziz and Vice Chairman Joey McFarland. McFarland was infamous for being best friends with Paris Hilton, so he knew exactly who he was dealing with. After hearing about the money that was going to be involved with the formation of the film company, McFarland dropped everything to be associated with Lowe's funds. Not that it matters, because his longtime friend Riza Aziz was more than willing to accept Joe's money. After all, he had gotten used to living in and out of the top apartments and mansions in New York City and Los Angeles, which were all paid for by Lowe and his stepfather Razik. So this was just par for the course. Joe was the hidden force behind Red Granite, and used stolen funds in the shell company Goodstar to finance future productions. To these uber-rich posers, film projects probably gave them a sense of purpose, despite how sad their efforts really were. It should be noted that they were able to source Hollywood's cream of the crop from the start, including Scorsese and DiCaprio, with sheer buying power alone. It was an amount of money that erased anyone's suspicions. According to the DOJ, millions of dollars in the fund went towards the development of Dumb and Dumber 2, Daddy's Home, and most importantly, The Wolf of Wall Street. The FBI alleged
on bije zombije, ovaj ga dva puta pogodi sa nagantom, onim nagant od $30 i bijeg. Mela nije ni znađe ovaj.
Penny stocks could sense something was up when going over the production of the movie. In fact, Jordan Belfort and his wife were privately flown out to celebrate the start of production, but he left baffled at the wealth he had seen and immediately jumped to the conclusion that he was dealing with fraudsters. He was so sure that he eventually brought a lawsuit against Red Granite for $300 million regarding the rights to his memoir. It takes one to know one after all. Once monetary malpractice was sniffed out by U.S. officials, both Riza Aziz and Joey McFarland were quick to deny any wrongdoing. However, Red Granite ended up agreeing to pay $60 million to the U.S. government in order to settle the legal complaint claiming that Red Granite's movies were sponsored in part by money taken from 1MDB, which is confusing because if you aren't guilty and there was no wrongdoing, why would you pay $60 million? But I guess they're running with it, because Red Granite Pictures still produces movies to this day. The millions and billions thrown around really gets confusing when you start to factor in the gifts Joe gave to celebrities he admired. The star of The Wolf of Wall Street, Red Granite's own darling, Leonardo DiCaprio, fiercely loved Joe Lowe. Lowe had supported DiCaprio's charitable foundation, even funded one of his movies, in which DiCaprio was nominated for an Oscar, and even gave him million-dollar paintings from Picasso to assure their friendship. In addition to the lavish gifts for his friend DiCaprio, Joe showered Leonardo with Marlon Brando's 1954 Oscar and a trip to South Africa for the 2010 World Cup. Lowe and Leonardo were such good friends that they became neighbors, with Lowe spending roughly $40 million stolen from 1MDB, which goes without saying at this point, on a massive Hollywood mansion down the block. It's recorded that by this time, Joe Lowe himself had siphoned upwards of $1 billion directly from 1MDB. $530 million of that money was then transferred from his shell company Goodstar into Joe's personal account at BSI Bank in Singapore, which is exactly why Singapore is sometimes called the Switzerland of the East. From living in and out of private jets and his home in the Hollywood Hills, Joe Lowe knew of only one way on how to spend the embezzled billions of dollars he had hoarded in his personal war chest: partying. Lowe had become a true Hollywood socialite, living an unimaginable life with the biggest names in the world. He had so much money that he owned a firm specifically in place to arrange parties for him, known as the Strategic Group. The chief financial advisor of Lowe's party firm, Alex Cohen, testified that he helped organize dozens of events for Lowe and A-list celebrities, such as Sean Combs or P. Diddy. Throughout all of this, Lowe exploited another small detail that the public is unaware of: the fact that celebrities often have guest appearance fees and can be bought to show face. Joe knew that in order to make the best use of his stolen money, he could just pay for clout. For instance, Kim Kardashian received a modest $50,000 tribute. Paris Hilton, on the other hand, received $100,000, and Megan Fox received $250,000 just to walk in the door. It's even believed Lowe was invited to Kim Kardashian's 2011 wedding to Chris Humphries, and as a result offered her a horse carriage as a gift. Kim K decided to try her luck and asked for a white Ferrari instead, and he gladly obliged. Another famous actress and model, Emily Ratajkowski, detailed her brief run-in with Joe Lowe in her memoir titled My Body. According to her account, she was paid $25,000 to simply attend a Super Bowl party with Joe Lowe. She was booked by her agent and was told that she would be, quote, on the clock. She didn't know when she was leaving, how long she had to stay for, or what her purpose of being there was, although it's clear to an outsider. For someone like Joe Lowe, all he wants is the appearance of being surrounded by beautiful women. Or maybe he really thought he could get lucky. These women would also attract other men that he could network with. Women, in these instances, oftentimes just serve as souvenirs for these rich and powerful men. According to models at the time, he was intimidated by women and would act shy and distracted during parties. This behavior is heavily contrasted by his actions of spending millions on alcohol and drugs just to please others. As per social media, the debauchery only got worse from here on out, as Joe Lowe, or Panda by those close to him, intended on entertaining his myriad of friends and co-conspirators. Easily, the most insane story of his revelry was known as the Double Countdown in 2013. 2 jumbo jets were rented so that Joe and company could enjoy 2 countdowns for the 2013 New Year's.
Where did you spend New Year's Eve? Well, you know what? Oh, yeah, you were talking about like this past New Year's? This is the benefits of being a superstar. Yeah, I got a friend, you know, he got some money, and he flew me, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jonah Hill, and some other cats, and we flew to Australia, right? And we did the countdown in Australia. You get like Mike Hell or you Mike Jamie, get that Mike? So we did the countdown in Australia, then jumped back on the plane, and then did the countdown in Vegas. That's crazy. So he had... That's how he had 2 New Year's Eve. Yeah, that's crazy.
When you're so rich that you can afford 2 New Year's Eve parties, one in Sydney and one in Las Vegas, does anything really matter anymore? This type of spending reached a level to which Joe accrued a nihilistic approach towards wealth. He was spending so much on so little, his temporary happiness gained from his money began to fade quicker and quicker, and Joe's lust for dopamine was diminishing whether he liked it or not. Instead of subsidizing hundreds of thousands of Malaysian families and following the promise of one Malaysia, Instagram photos serve as relics of the past, depict millions of dollars just gambled away. At the time, Joe would shift around different inner circles such as political groups, financial groups, celebrity groups, but he did have a few confidants he could wholly trust, for the sole reason that he was bribing them with millions. When you have so much money floating between powerful people, sometimes a few bucks go missing, and debts begin to rise. According to the Malaysian newspaper, The Edge, 1MDB was considered to be $10 billion in debt in 2014.
Možda nađeš pušku ili pištolj ili da nađeš to ti je kao toolbox, ali možeš naći par.
The massive cracks of the 1MDB Foundation were beginning to shine through. 1MDB frantically tried to save face by clawing for any money that they could find. As they begged Malaysia's third richest man, billionaire Ananda Krishnan, to save them, hundreds of thousands of documents related to fraud were leaked to the Wall Street Journal blogger Claire Rucastle Brown. These documents were released by a Swiss national named Xavier Husto, who worked as an international employee of Petro Saudi. The Malaysian Central Bank decided to launch an inquiry into 1MDB to find if they were in violation of any rules. As the investigation was underway, the Wall Street Journal released their hit piece alleging $700 million was funneled into Najib Razak's personal bank accounts. A special task force was formed to analyze Najib's accounts, while a joint police force raided the 1MDB office and seized important documents. For a moment, it looked as if the House of Cards was about to collapse. As the criticism and conspiracies mounted, Najib did what every corrupt leader does: silence the critics and bring in the sycophants. In the summer of 2015, following the missed January loan payment and monumental leaks, Najib reshuffled his cabinet, firing Deputy Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, Rural and Regional Development Minister Shafi Abdal, and the Malaysian Attorney General Abdul Patel. They were replaced by Ahmed Hamidi, Ismail Yaqub, and Muhammad Ali, who were basically glorified pawns for Najib's proposals. After Najib's purge, the task force responsible for investigating 1MDB revealed the money that went to Najib wasn't stolen. It was actually a donation from Saudi royalty with no connection to 1MDB whatsoever. As for the Petro Saudi whistleblower, he was unjustly sentenced to a 3-year prison sentence for stealing classified information, and an arrest warrant was issued for the blogger Rucastle Brown. In response to the rampant corruption and mismanagement of the country, Malaysians took to the streets in protest of Najib's leadership, calling for a renewed, transparent government. These riots were known as the Bursa 4 Rally, with the main objectives being free and fair elections, a clean government, the right to dissent, strengthening of the parliamentary democracy, saving the Malaysian economy, and lastly, the resignation of the Prime Minister, Najib Razak. During these rallies, countries such as Australia, Singapore, and Switzerland began their own investigations into firms and banks Najib was aligned with. The Swiss investigations ended up concluding that around $4 billion was lifted from Malaysian state-owned businesses. According to Billion Dollar Whale, beginning in 2016, major criminal cases in the United States and Malaysia were brought against the major players of the 1MDB scandal. This doesn't take away from the multitude of other smaller cases and regulatory actions brought up in countries like Switzerland and Singapore. The allegations, rallies, and growing dissent haunted Najib and 1MDB, but the Billion Dollar Whale could have been the straw to break the camel's back. In 2018, Najib was voted out of office and finally charged with abuse of power and money laundering. Billion Dollar Whale contributed by giving Malaysians access to the full scope of fraud that occurred, and most importantly, with easy-to-follow descriptions. It was time to see Joe Low for the charlatan he truly was. On July 20th, 2016, at 11:30 a.m., U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch announced a kleptocracy enforcement action to recover $1 billion involving 1MDB, the largest kleptocracy seizure in U.S. history. The Department of Justice claimed 1MDB's public fund was used as a private bank account and alleged from 2009 to 2015 laundered billions of dollars from 1MDB. These billions, funneled through dizzying transactions, were used to hoard hundreds of different assets owned by United States, Asian, and Middle Eastern financiers. The DOJ's indictment names Joe Low, which was the first time he was publicly declared by law enforcement, as well as Roger Ng, Riza Aziz, and other Saudi officials. Tim Leissner is named in the lawsuit and referred to as Goldman Managing Director, while Najib Razak was masked as Malaysian Official 1. Tim was summarily ordered to forfeit $43.7 million as a result of his crimes and pled guilty to charges in 2018 after bankrolls were released to the public. Tim also agreed to testify against his former colleague Roger Ng, blaming much of the fraud on his partner. As of March 9th, 2023, according to Bloomberg News, Roger Ng was the only Goldman banker to face trial in the 1MDB scheme. He received a 10-year prison sentence for his crimes, while Tim Leissner turned into the government's star witness. It's speculated that Leisner will be commended for his cooperation with prosecutors, ensuring Roger and lesser-known collaborators take a majority of the fall. For Joe Low and Najib Razak, it was definitely time to avoid the United States, but that doesn't mean other authorities were not actively pursuing them. A further 2019 indictment by the DOJ alleged Joe's involvement in a worldwide conspiracy to influence political campaigns such as Barack Obama's 2012 campaign. The Sarawak report, Castle Brown's blog, claims 1MDB money was funneled into Senate campaigns as well as Obama's re-election campaign in a blatant effort to influence the US president. Did it work? Maybe their golf swing should tell you. This indictment is what led to rapper Pros's trial for funneling $21.6 million into the 2012 election, as he was responsible for fronting the money. Pros is a character in and of himself, and was allegedly linked with the FBI, working with them to prosecute enemies of the state. It gets even murkier when it's alleged he's a double agent, in league with Chinese elites and Asian governments. But where is Pros now? Pros now stands convicted of federal corruption and faces a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Nevertheless, a federal grand jury levied yet another charge against Joe in June of 2021, claiming he ran a, quote, back-channel campaign against the Trump administration in order to divert an investigation into 1MDB. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the US to take action, as nobody could track Joe Low. It was up to the authorities abroad if Joe and Najib would escape justice. Luckily, the DOJ's lawsuit made it clear these swindlers were not above the law. In 2018, Malaysian authorities charged Joe Low and his father, Larry Low, with laundering 1MDB money totaling $457 million. Additionally, it was reported that Joe Low was responsible for electioneering in Malaysia, where he funded Najib's re-election in 2013. According to Tom Wright of the Wall Street Journal and Million Dollar Whale, Joe organized a free, pro-government concert in his home state of Penang, featuring American musicians Busta Rhymes and Ludacris. When the opposition alleged this was unfair electioneering, it was dubbed a concert for charity. On the other side of the coin, Najib was already facing a litany of charges, and although he thoroughly maintains his innocence, he was found guilty of corruption and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Najib's wife, Rosma, was found guilty of 3 counts of receiving and soliciting bribes, and was sentenced to 10 years in jail. She faces dozens of other charges, but like her husband, pleads not guilty, leaving it up to God. Malaysia also initially accused 3 Goldman Sachs units of misleading investors, but dropped said charges after Goldman paid $2.5 billion in restitution and guaranteed another $1.5 billion in seized assets. The biggest question is, where is Joe Low, and will he ever face prison time for his crimes? Investigators managed to pinpoint Low's location to Macau, the Las Vegas of Asia, and he is now possibly protected by members of the Chinese Communist Party, despite worldwide red alerts for his arrest and the Chinese government denying Low's residence. He was recently spotted enjoying himself at Disneyland Shanghai on Christmas Eve. If you steal a little, they throw you in jail. If you steal a lot, they make you a king. It's easy to write off Joe Low as a money-hungry criminal who happened to pull off the greatest heist in human history. A thief who knew the right moves to make and precisely when to make them. Sure, these types of scheming people exist, but their stories usually have happy endings. What Joe Low did was something that only happens in cartoons. He flew too close to the sun, but unlike the legend of Icarus, he managed to get past the sun and laugh his way to a bank. One man robs an entire country and is seen enjoying life at Disney World. $4 billion, complete and total freedom. Sure, he's an internationally wanted fugitive and is banned from entering a majority of countries, but what does his story tell us about money as a whole? More zeros in a bank account, paper that is given arbitrary value, and people willing to spend the rest of their lives in prison to chase it. Joe Low understood one thing: money is power, and the more he stole, the harder it would be for him to get caught. There's two possible scenarios when it comes to Joe Lo's theft. Number one, he primed himself that he could get caught at any moment, but the amount of money outweighed any consequence. Or number two, he had complete and utter confidence in himself that he was going to get away with it from the start. The second would make this story a bit more believable, as the only way you pull this off is to never entertain a shred of doubt. Let's not forget, Joe Lo was not alone. Whatever pitch he must have given his accomplices must have been worth it. In fact, most white-collar criminals protect their own. The consequences may seem daunting, but they don't mean anything if you have people in high places, which is something Joe Lo knew all too well. He knew the world was unfair, and he knew money was, in some cases, everything, and he wanted to exploit it. He probably even convinced himself that it was his for the taking. This accelerationist, nihilistic view of fraud is not uncommon among the elite. It's their game, and they play to win. When corrupt politicians decide who goes to jail and where money is allocated, all they want in return is a slice of the pie. What's the difference between stealing millions and stealing billions? In Joe Lo's case, walking free. So why not steal as much money as humanly possible and buy your way out of any situation forever? It's almost comical how textbook and in-your-face Joe Lo's scheme was, creating dozens of shell companies with names that progressively sound more ridiculous than the last, launching promotional videos for his empty corporations with lofty word salad, and wire transferring money through Swiss bank accounts into oblivion in order to obfuscate the paper trail. Then, attempting to wash away his sins by supporting charities, funding Hollywood, and sitting on random boards and committees as a vacuous puppet. Joe Lo asking politicians like Barack Obama or Najib Razak if they want money is like asking a pig if he wants to roll around in the mud. Sadly, this story doesn't have a happy ending. Joe Lo will most likely get to live out a serene lifestyle in China, with his past being labeled as all just one big misunderstanding. Perhaps this story is only suited for someone like Joe Lo, a person who had it all from the beginning, yet it still wasn't enough. He embodied everything wrong with how we treat money and spit in the face of ethics, which begs the question, is morality just a game we all pretend to play when it comes to money?
Neka se živ.
Da. Ma gledao sam o nekom prevarantu iz Malezije, neki dokumentarac. O.
Kako skamo je narod.
A da, nije Wolf of Wall Street, već Wolf of Malezija. Čovjek je prebacio gomile para iz šupljeg u prazno. Znaš? Nevjerovatno tip. Nevjerovatno.
Zajebo, prešao igru.
Ne da li.
Welcome.
Brutal Doom is one of, if not the most emblematic mod for Doom ever conceived. Created in 2010, it quickly became very popular within the Doom community and won the first ever CAC award for a Doom mod in 2011. Also, it is the go-to mod for players that still play classic Doom to this day. The impact this mod has had on the Doom community and the overall video game industry cannot and should not be understated. Shortly after it was released, it was spreading like wildfire. Everyone was saying that it's just Doom but more brutal. Even John Romero, one of the co-creators of motherfucking Doom, gave the mod its blessing, stating that if Brutal Doom came out in 1993 instead of Doom, it would have destroyed the video game industry.
What?
Even after 13 years of being released, people are still playing it, talking about it, making videos about it, and it's still being constantly updated. You might think that this mod is the second and third coming of Jesus Christ, and that the mod is loved by everyone. that couldn't be further from reality. Even if Brutal Doom is absolutely fantastic, its development has seen a lot of controversy, and it all boils down to its creator, Marcos Abenante, better known as Sergeant Mark IV. In today's video, we're going to take a look into the infamous Brutal Doom, its dark history, and see why a lot of people hate its creator, Sergeant Mark IV, so much. Real quick, my friends, YouTube doesn't like Brutal Doom at all, so please leave a like. Me and my sanity would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. So grab your super shotgun, give the demons the middle finger, and let's dive straight into hell. This video was brought to you by Gamersubs and its brand new flavor, New Lemonade. If you purchase this flavor, you will get this exclusive shaker cup for free while stock lasts. So if this is your gig, use code MIDNIGHT to get 10% off your order as well. Thank you so much for the support, and I really hope you enjoy. But Midnight, what is Brutal Doom? I hear you asking in the distance. Brutal Doom is a mod for classic Doom that adds numerous improvements to its gameplay and graphical fidelity. This mod has more blood, more gore, more weapons to choose from, new mechanics for the demons, new particle effects that enhances the gore even more, drivable vehicles, headshot multipliers, Mortal Kombat-like fatalities or glory kills, etc. Brutal Doom is a fantastic experience, and I recommend that every fan of Doom should definitely check it out. Just do it. Even though there's some people that think Brutal Doom shouldn't even be considered a Doom game or a Doom mod, they are definitely the minority in my sincere opinion, as the experience Brutal Doom offers is, without a shadow of a doubt, true to the original game, which is all about killing big demons with big fucking guns with a badass soundtrack blasting in the background.
That is correct.
But even if the game is utterly brilliant, its legacy and development has seen its fair share of controversies. Some are tame, others can be somewhat dark, and others are quite frankly very disturbing and fucked up. Before I continue onwards, let me clarify something. I do not condone the harassment of anyone mentioned in this video in any way. If you partake in that kind of activity, please, with all due respect, grow up. It's simply not worth it. With that being said, let's continue. Brutal Doom was created by Marcos Abenante, which goes by the alias of Sergeant Mark IV on social media. Sergeant is nothing but a genius. Brutal Doom is just that good of a mod. The amount of work, thought and passion that has been put into this project should not be understated. Yet, right after the huge success this mod had on mainstream media, Sergeant began to show his ego. Whenever anyone criticized Brutal Doom, whether with good intentions or not, Sergeant would often reproach those criticisms by stating that those people are just jealous of him, which is not something good to do if I had to be honest. Sergeant has also been accused for stealing the work of other modders to put into his mod and outright denied to give proper credit. You may not know, but Brutal Doom was not entirely created by Sergeant, as it is, in fact, a huge compilation of dozens of mods compiled together to form a singular experience. While I was searching for proof that he indeed stole people's work without giving credit, I found evidence that stated otherwise. But because all of this happened in the early 2010s, it's pretty hard to know the truth, so I don't really know. But as time went on, Sergeant's statements became more and more unhinged. In 2012, Sergeant was working on version 16 for Brutal Doom. He wanted to make the mod feel more impactful, so what he did was to add real gore from real dead bodies to the mod. In quotes, today I decided to take the gore of Brutal Doom to a whole new level. Through these 2 years of development, some GIF sprites from Nash gore still remained, so I decided to make whole new sprites to replace them. Where to find the material, you may ask? Making fake wax pieces of gore and taking pics of it myself? No. but searching the internet for real gore and trying to turn pieces of these pictures of real dead people into sprites. He then proceeded to describe exactly what type of body part he was using as reference.
How can you do this? This is outrageous.
The community didn't take this lightly at all, as a lot of people thought that using real gore to create sprites for a video game was just too much and going way too far. I disagree with that. I despise gore. I do not consume it and never will because I hate it. Yet I do love some good old gore on video games because it's fiction, such as this game right here. Dead Space is one of the most violent video games ever created. The gore on that game is sure to make your mom ground you for life. Believe me, there's this video from Ars Technica where they interview Glenn Schofield, the creator of Dead Space. I extremely recommend that you watch this video, as it gives you a good insight as to how games like Dead Space are created. Link down below. Anyhow, in this video, Glenn explains how his art department created the necromorphs in order to give these cosmic horror monsters their vile look, the artists from Visceral Studios dove into very graphic imagery of car accidents. The pictures were so intense and so explicit that some of the employees were unable to sleep at night for the next couple of weeks as this part of the project proceeded and ended. And well, I know that the creators of Dead Space are not the first and only developers that have done that. Real life inspires art, and if you want to create something as graphic as the necromorphs or doom sprites, you have to be able to digest watching and analyzing those kinds of pictures. So I do not really believe Sargent was wrong for doing this. It's just part of the job. However, the same thing cannot be said about this. In February of 2013, a user by the name of 0xDiamond posted this on 4chan. This is 4chan, right? I have no idea. Help me. So hey, Mark, buddy, would you mind telling me what in the name of Christ this is doing at the beginning of the Core 3 lump? Watch how the plasma magic can instantly turn an average white guy into a burger faster than rap. Of course, this was written into the code of the game by Sargent himself, and it doesn't stop there. A few months later, on September of 2013, someone posted something on 4chan that alluded to the idea that he simply didn't want to live in this world anymore, and that he wanted to know how to finally rest in peace. And well, Sargent just went ahead and gave him a link on how to create something to achieve this goal. Thanks to this, as of the recording of this video and almost 10 years later since this happened, Sargent is banned from posting on the C-Doom and Sandron forums indefinitely, which are pretty popular places to be around if you like to indulge yourself in some Doom talk. But wait, there's more. Besides Brutal Doom, there's another mod for Doom that has gained quite a reputation, that being Painkiller's Project Brutality. Now, I really have no idea what was the relationship between Sargent and Painkiller in the beginning, but what I could gather from the internet, it seems that these two mods have had their differences for quite some time. In quotes, I regret to say that I will no longer be in contact with Sargent Mark IV. After examining the decompiled ACS code for his latest public version of Extermination Day, it was found that it contained malicious code intended to crash GC Doom and possibly a user's entire computer if Extermination Day was ran alongside Project Brutality. Fortunately, I was able to remove the hack and will provide a walkthrough for users wanting to play the latest Extermination Day with Project Brutality. I am not looking for any further conflict with Sargent Mark IV, as I wish the best of luck on Brutal Doom, but I am moving from this drama for good. For context, Extermination Day is a mod for Doom that was also created by Sargent Mark IV. In the installation folder of the mod, Sargent specifically stated that this mod only worked with the recent build of Brutal Doom, which was version 21, and being that Brutal Doom and Project Brutality have had their differences in the past, past, Sergeant did write a code that will crash your game if Extermination Day was ran alongside Project Brutality instead of Brutal Doom as instructed. However, Sergeant did state on his Patreon page that it was all meant to be a troll for the people that prefer to run the mod on software not intended for it. Also, it was stated by several people from the Doom forums that Painkiller was outright making all of this up. That yes, running Extermination Day with Project Brutality will crash your game, but it didn't went as far as causing permanent damage to your system. And sometime later, Sergeant did make Extermination Day compatible with Project Brutality, so I think that's a win, I guess. Any posts related to Project Brutality are now prohibited in any sub-channels. Moderators should delete any discussion about it on site. Project Brutality is entirely made of stolen material from Brutal Doom and other mods. The dev keeps fueling hatred against me on their Discord, and I will no longer tolerate his infantile fanbase starting up shit here. Now, it's time for my hot take, so be ready. The name Sergeant Mark IV is very polarizing within the Doom modding community and in the community in general. Some people love the man and some people absolutely despise the man. But if I have noticed anything while researching this subject, is that a lot of people seem to live in the past. Whenever the name Sergeant Mark IV or Brutal Doom appears on any thread, a lot of users are quick to point out why the mod sucks and why Sergeant is a horrible human being for things that happened years and years and years ago. And look, I'm not saying that the things that Sergeant did in 2013 are cool. Of course not. Dropping the big word that YouTube hates a lot like nothing, linking a depressed person away to do what he wants to do, letting his ego go over his head thanks to the success of his mod, those are things no one should be proud of. Yet, thing is that Sergeant has apologized for everything in the past numerous times, and I believe everyone deserves a second chance if they really want to change. I mean, let's be completely honest, guys. Who wasn't an edgy piece of crap when we were young? Puberty, man. Puberty. In puberty, we do stupid stuff because we didn't know any better. It's part of growing up. Also, I noticed that a lot of people blew out a lot of things Sergeant did out of proportion. For example, being called a sociopath and a psychopath for using real gore to create the gifs for his mod, which I think is a huge stretch. By that definition, anyone who has worked on a violent video game or film should also be considered a sociopath and psychopath. For some reason, a lot of people have been pushing this narrative that Sergeant is the leader of a neo-Nazi cult in Brazil. When I first saw that, I tried to search for evidence that supported this claim, and the only thing I could find was the description of his 4chan profile. In quotes, location, United Communist Nazi Republic Dictatorship of Banana Land. If you believe that this description in any way confirms that Sergeant is a neo-Nazi, con todo respeto, amigo, estás equivocado y aparte estás pero bien güey. This is very clearly a troll. It's not that deep, bro. Also, there's this post on Reddit that just makes no sense at all. In quotes, I hate to bring the subject of Columbine because there has always been this weird connection between those two kids and things like video game violence and heavy metal music, which I feel is unjustified and stupid. I agree with you, nice, but it's hard to ignore the similarities between Sergeant Mark IV and Eric Harris. Both of them were big fans of Doom and created modifications for Doom that added more gore to the game. Both of them were known for going on insane rants about graphic violence in extreme detail, with an unsettling amount of excitement about the subject. And both of them were known for being anti-Semites and Nazi sympathizers and misanthropes in general. The only difference being that one shut up a school and the other hasn't. At least not yet. No a mess. Like I said before, what he said and did in the past wasn't cool. Not at all. It was very toxic. But going as far as saying Sergeant is just another version of Eric Harris just sounds very weird to me. It seems that some people like to go out of their way to paint Sergeant as the literal Antichrist, and I also do not find that cool. Not at all. This is just a huge exaggeration, to be fair. Like I said earlier, if someone is trying to better themselves and correct the wrongdoings from their past, I believe that person deserves a second chance. Also, for the people that still cling to the things Sergeant said 10 years ago, I think it's time to let go. Everyone makes mistakes. We are all human after all, and our goal is to better ourselves every single day. That is the whole point of life itself. I've been checking on Sergeant's socials for a while now, and I think he's a cool dude. He's very straightforwardly intense most of the times, and I think that's why some people think he is an asshole. But I think that's just Brazil running in his veins, which I understand. I am Mexican after all. A la verga me vale verga. But anyways, my friends, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you want to see more videos, be sure to check my Doomsturbing series. I recently did an episode on myhouse.wad. If you haven't checked that video, I'll leave a link to it down below in the description. Have a fantastic weekend, my friends. Stay safe. Adios. Bye. Hey guys, it's the beautiful patrons time again. Huge thank you to TP Ryan, Leon Hunter 743, Kyle W, M Dama, Nata Real Nam, Neuraric Bear, Saints Overkill, Andy Gonzalez, Dan the Man, Aaron Warren, Nick Irving, Romney Hasagawa, Frankosaurus, Jordan Willingham, Cody D. Loner, Jaku Fumu, Elijah Riley, Kuru Kenshi, Megaton, George, Unknown User 0, Awesome Bro, and Florian Hablo. Thank you so much for your support. I love you so much.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of something. Rich Evans does not know what this episode is going to be about.
I'm very confused.
Very nervous.
Mike's put a corpse head down here.
And I'm wearing all black. So today we're going to be talking about death metal.
Why?
I was on the internet. And I noticed this last weekend was the Milwaukee Metal Fest at the Rave Eagles Club, a trashy venue that has obnoxious trash bands. And I saw the advertisements for the Milwaukee Metal Fest, and I didn't go to it. I saw an advertisement, and guess what? It was black. With white letters.
You want something that stands out against the black background, Mike.
Well, sure. But, there was probably about 100 metal bands on this roster. It was a 3-day affair. And once I got to reading the names of all the metal bands, I laughed. And so I thought I would share them with you.
Okay. Now I understand. Now I fully comprehend the purpose that I have been brought here today.
Right. Yes. And I did a deeper dive into metal bands. And when I say metal, I'm not talking about your Metallica or AC/DCs or the Presidents of the United States of America or bands like that. I'm talking about hardcore death metal, sometimes referred to as black metal. Now this is the toughest, hardest, fastest metal around. Mostly these bands come from like Nordic countries, like Sweden, Netherlands, Finland, places like that. And, some from the US, but mostly like countries like that. And they wear all black and they go and they do the thing called growl screaming, right?
Like I've seen Metalocalypse.
What's that?
Oh, it's a cartoon show about a death metal band.
Okay, so I don't have to explain all this to you.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they go, their singing is
yes.
You know, and then it's just like it's not my thing. It's not my thing. It's a lot of people's cup of tea, but it's not mine.
Yeah.
They like to go and they like to thrash around, and there's some really like I would say disturbing themes associated with this type of music. I don't want to get into it, but it's not pleasant. It's not the Fab Four. It's a little harder than that. But one thing they all have in common is an utter lack of creativity when creating their band names. And let's just say a dictionary or two were opened up when coming up with some of these names.
Okay. Okay.
Let's first start with the lineup from the Milwaukee Metal Fest. Now, some of the headliners that were in bolder, larger print, you may be familiar with. Lamb of God, Anthrax, Machine Head, Suicidal Tendencies, Fear Factory, The Black Dahlia Murder, Corrosion of Conformity, Midnight, Napalm Death, After the Burial, Obituary. Obituary.
That's simple. That's simple and to the point.
Now, there's a couple in this list that we actually have horror B movies that share the same title.
Oh, that is one of them probably inspired the other.
And a lot of titles are newly created words, compound words that combine some kind of horror-related word with something else, and we'll get to those. Dying Fetus. Who's my mom's favorite band? Shadows Fall. Terror.
Okay, you know, that's pretty standard stuff.
Biohazard. Crowbar. So what do you think of when you think of crowbar?
I
Beating
think of
someone's head in.
Yeah, I think of a mugging.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's definitely a violent act.
Right, not usually car repair.
Yeah,
or a construction.
But however, when I think of Biohazard, I think of that old Comedy Central show, BattleBots.
Goat Whore. One of my favorites. But that is a one-word name, Goat Whore.
There's no hyphen?
No.
Okay.
No. Hyphens don't exist in these names.
Now I'm assuming, based on the fact that you can read these, they're not in the actual like album cover death metal font.
No, I printed out a list in English. Immolation. What's the definition of immolation?
Is that to punch a bunch of holes in somebody? I think.
Okay. Well, we'll put it up on the screen.
What is the definition of immolation?
don't know right now.
I know it's a violent act.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it has to do with death and or destruction. Then we have Warbinger. Like, I don't know. Harbinger?
Yeah, it's like unnecessary. Really.
Oh, and then, okay, Alleghenion. Allegeaeon. Now, a lot of these might be names of demons. There's a lot of weird words that I don't understand.
I was wondering if they're trying to cross, like, the word alligator with something.
Maybe.
Alligator.
Now, here's a clever one. Misery Index. Do you know what the misery index is, Rich?
No, is that a thing?
It's a financial term. It's a term in like stock market and like finance to mean like the rate in which people are struggling like financially.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know that it's like the misery index has gone up or down, and it's related to that, but it breaches that clever boundary.
No, that's a politically minded death metal pat.
Okay, yeah. Raven. See, I would say like, and I have 12 pages here to go through, but right now I would say the least creative name would mean the least creative music in the band, although it is all just screaming and growling and banging on their instruments as fast as they possibly can. So I really don't know, but a band called, like, we got together and we said our band is called Raven.
Okay.
I would say, dude, let's come up with a better band name.
Metal, I know I think they were trying to avoid cringe, but I think good heavy metal is supposed to be over the top.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you need to do a bit better than Raven.
So you like bands like Anal Gate Creeper. A little play on Gatekeeper.
I'm thinking about it. I'm mulling it over. Okay. Okay.
Now these next ones suck. Dark Angel Revenge. Vended.
Wait. Where do these names separate?
Oh, there are three different names.
There's three. Okay.
Sorry. Dark Angel. Revenge.
No, that's boring. That's boring.
And Vended, which to me sounds like someone has just gotten a bag of chips. I mean, that's vended. You have been vended. You've received your super pretzel and beer at the Chicago Cubs game.
Maybe that's you've been vended is like what happens when you hit like the A2 and then your chips fall, but not all the way. You've been vended. the most brutal metal band.
Blood Incantation.
Yeah.
Body Snatcher.
Yeah.
The Halo Effect.
Yeah.
Jungle Rot. A Rose Funeral.
Poor Betty White.
Macabre. Although half of their fans would pronounce it macabre. Dead to Fall. Dead to T-O. Fall. Not fall to death. Dead to fall.
So two O's.
No, one O.
One O, okay,
As in
okay.
transitory. Dead to fall.
I mean, I guess they want to specify that, like, they didn't just trip. They fell over because they died.
Sure. MRSA. Clearly that stands for something. It's not
What is it?
MRSA, is that a disease? MRSA?
MRSA? I think it's a disease, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this band is a catchy name. Angelus Apatrida.
Like angel roll? Like angel aperture? What is?
Apatrida. Angelus Apatrida.
I'm gonna say, I think angel hole would be a half decent metal
maybe
name.
that's kind of fancy way of saying like a hole in an angel, like they
Yeah.
Deeds of Flesh. I'm
That's
okay.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
We're Deeds of Flesh. We're from Sweden, God. Deeds of Flesh. We are from Sweden, God. With your Click and stop, you get 50% off purchases at IKEA!
Mike, you're doing it wrong. You can understand what you're saying.
Imperial Triumphant.
No.
Broken Hope. Sucks. Broken Hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of boring.
Aftermath. Malignancy. It's pretty bad. Fuming Mouth.
Which reminds me, Mike, I'm so sorry. I forgot to brush my teeth this morning.
This morning. Pissing Razors. So that's a venereal disease related thing.
No, that'd have been so much more hardcore if they said razor blades. Because now I'm picturing somebody pissing like entire safety razors, which is funnier, but it's not as hardcore.
They just shoot them out. Pissing razor blade would be more difficult to get out of your urethra.
I think that's the point. Yes.
But Pissing Razor is a simpler name.
Yeah.
Death by Wednesday. I'm sorry. Dead by Wednesday.
Addams Family rocks!
But which Wednesday?
Wednesday Addams!
No. It could be any Wednesday in the future. And literally, unless you died on a Wednesday, everyone's dead by Wednesday. Thrown into exile. Ingrown.
Now that makes me think of toenails.
Which is not spooky. Phobophilic. What's a phobophile?
Afraid of fear?
Phobos is.
No, wait, no. Love of fear. Fear love.
Love of fear. What's a phobophilic, Jay? I'm learning lots of stuff from this death metal compilation. Okay. So
okay.
Afraid of fear? A fear
no,
of fear?
No, phila is love.
Oh, philic is love. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
so
right.
it's fear lover.
Okay. So they probably have some good songs.
They've put some thought into that name. It's a little bit clever.
Mike Weber. Micawber.
Mike Weber.
Impaler. Nice and simple. And here's a real great one. Casket Robbery. A funeral home director's worst nightmare come true in band form.
You're supposed to rob the grave because then you get the valuables that are on the corpse. You don't take the casket before they put the corpse in it. That's not how that works.
Listen, caskets can be expensive. So they take the casket, they dump out the body and all the contents, and they resell the caskets at a discounted price at an underground funeral home.
Just a funeral home using the same casket over and over again. God damn it, Mike, you're onto something.
That's a good idea, huh?
That's a scam.
Yeah.
That's a quality scam.
They're there when the body gets buried, and then they just like exhume it and dump it out and reuse the casket because those things, 5-10 grand plus.
That's right up there with that when they're a crematorium where they just didn't bother cremating the bodies. They just started throwing them in the swamp.
Right.
But they still charge people for the cremation.
Yep. There's a lot of shady characters out there, Rich. Gates to Hell.
I thought you were going to say Gates McFadden.
Her in a Swedish death metal band would be pretty cool. Okay, next one is called Violence. V-I-O with a hyphen, Lens.
Oh, just missed the mark. I thought it was going to be Vile, V-I-L-E.
Violence. Yeah.
And that would have been fun. That would have been clever.
Now give me your take on the next one. Squid Hammer. All is one word.
That seems like it would be a terrible hammer. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just hit that with a nail and it's going to slop. It's going to fly everywhere. No.
Not hammering a squid.
No. I'm thinking using a squid as a hammer. It's one word, Mike. It's the proper word.
It is one word, yeah. Okay, so that was the lineup for the Milwaukee Metal Fest.
Where the f*** is Gwar?
Gwar, but that's totally wrong genre.
You know how I know about Gwar?
Tell me, Rich.
They were on the Jerry Springer show.
I don't know. Now we're into additional names. So that was the whole lineup for the Milwaukee Metal Fest that went over 3 days.
So you just went above and beyond. You've looked up more names.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
okay.
And these are names that I pulled out of lists of hundreds of thousands. Abated Mass of Flesh. I play in the band called Abated Mass of Flesh. It's got a catchy ring to it. Abscess. Anvil of Doom.
You know what? That one's so generic, it's fun.
This is all one word. Ass suck.
This is truth in advertising.
S-U-C-K. Behold, ... the Arctopus. There's not an exclamation point, which is disappointing.
They put dots in there?
Yeah, there's ellipses. Behold, the Octopus. Brain Drill.
Are they in Milwaukee? Are they? I mean, they weren't at the Milwaukee Metal Fest, but are they in Milwaukee?
Why?
That's a Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
That's really funny because the next one is called Cannibal Corpse, which might be one of the most famous black metal, heavy metal, death metal bands, Cannibal Corpse. And Jay, I wanted to mention something. You had posted that clip of the Actors Roundtable with Jeff Bridges and Evan Peters talking about Dahmer and how he prepared for the role and all this stuff. And I had Dahmer table with Jeff Bridges and Evan Peters talking about Dahmer and how he prepared for the role and all this stuff. And I had it's interesting because I had some Dahmer stuff to bring up. The Rave Eagles Club is across the street from the Ambassador Hotel, where Jeffrey Dahmer committed his very first murder.
Oh.
And Jay, we did a review of Dahmer on Netflix, and it was called, what was it called? Dahmer?
It had some awkward title. It was like Dahmer :
Monster?
dash something.
But I didn't think of this when we filmed that, but I thought of it later. And I thought of a better title for the Dahmer miniseries. Nobody Loves Me.
Damn.
Do you get it?
I get it. I get it. He didn't want anyone to leave him. He wanted the corpses that would stay around. I get it.
Nobody Loves Me.
You could use that because it was already trademarked by death metal, but
We'll find out.
We'll find out. Disembowelment.
Yeah.
Devourment.
Devourment?
Devourment.
Okay.
As in the act of being
I thought that was a
devoured.
reference to the death metal style of singing. Devourment.
Disharmonic Orchestra. Disharmonic Orchestra.
That's cute. That's cute is what that is. And I don't know that death metal should be cute, Mike.
General Surgery.
It's like any surgery, it doesn't matter.
Or it's a general, and he's like a psychopath. General Surgery. Maybe their album cover is like a guy, like a general's uniform with like this kind of face.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna guess they actually go out on stage. I'm gonna call it right now. On stage, doctor's uniform, but a soldier's helmet.
Okay, I like it. I think you're too creative. I think they're just gonna wear black T-shirts. Glass Casket. Rotting Christ.
They are not a Christian
They
death
are
metal
not.
band.
No, I'm gonna go call that. I'm gonna make that judgment call. Rotting Christ. I think that means like Christ did not rise from the dead. He's just a corpse. Gorefest. Gore Lord. Gore Rotted.
This is like a trilogy.
I hit the G's.
Did Gorefest like break up, split apart? They started two other bands.
Maybe. Well, there's Gore Guts. That's the next band. Gory Blister. Ouch. Mortuary Drape. They're getting really into the details. Ghost Brigade.
Oh, is that your favorite, Mike?
That's kind of my favorite, yeah. Oh, here's another one.
Zach Bagpipes.
Is that his band name?
Yeah, Zach Bagpipes.
His alter ego is Zach Bagpipes. In the Ghost Brigade. I'm just going to show you this. Because this is
You're just going to show me this?
Well, so you can read it.
Okay.
And we're going to put the text on the screen.
Video game talk.
This one also has an ellipsis.
Welcome to my channel.
Number 19.
No?
Can you, a lot of these bands are from like the 90s when this kind of was like a thing.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering like if bands that are forming in the age of the internet are using the Google. Damn it!
All the good ones are taken.
Check mortuary table.
We have to go with gore guts. All of the good ones have been taken.
Gutworm. Cancer. Gorgoroth. Sounds like a creature from a movie. I like it.
I mean, I was gonna say that sounds like a Lord of the Rings creature.
It has a gorgon from mythical stuff, but cattle decapitation. Well, there's a little UFO thing going on there, maybe.
I'm assuming there was already a cattle mutilation.
It's not on my list. Let me look. It's not. This next one, highly uncreative, cemetery.
Just that?
That's it.
Just that.
The next one, highly creative. And I don't know anything about this band, and I really want to look it up. It could have a little twisted humor to them. And if they don't, it's even better. The County Medical Examiners. Death Breath.
Once again, I'm sorry I did not brush my teeth this morning, Mike.
Death Organ.
That's orgasm. Or
Decrepit Birth. Funeral Mist. Regurgitate. Rib Spread. One word. I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
It paints a nice picture in your head, doesn't it?
I
Rib spreader.
think that's an actual thing, like open heart surgery, too.
Oh, okay. Like a device?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Mental horror?
Like H or WH?
Oh, H.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's boring.
I like this next one. Molotov Solution.
That's almost a pun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
The
that's the same
solution
thing.
in the bottle or the Molotov cocktail is the solution to the problem.
I think they mean it as the Molotov cocktail is the solution to the
Yes.
problem. Pest. Morgion. Septic Flesh. Severe Torture. Terror 2000. Grave Worm. Piss Grave. Now the next band is called Trap Them! Exclamation mark.
Is that a Ghostbusters metal band?
Trap Them! Pig Destroyer. Also known as a farmer. Pungent Stench. Vile. And I'm sorry to say I did not save the best for last. Vomitory.
Why did you put that one last?
Because it was V. There were no good X, Y's, or Z's.
They gotta be alphabetical.
I mean, I tried to mix them up a little, but I got kind of lazy.
Wait, ends in V? There's no like zombie apocalypse or
you know, the Z's and the X's.
Zone of hate.
There you go. Start it up. Go get yourself a guitar and a black t-shirt. You're into it. Vomitory, again, a good compound. Vomit and probably any kind of purgatory.
How about vomiteria?
Yes. Like yes, vomiteria. That's a really nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Vomiteria.
Yeah.
You mix cafeteria and vomit.
Can I get a career just coming up with that names? AI can probably.
Rich, in about 6 months, AI can make this whole video.
Actually, right. AI already made this entire video. I'm at home doing it.
generated, Rich.
Yeah.
Our voices and our thoughts are all generated by an AI. Yeah. Where's Mike?
Killed him.
Good.
By I mean the AI.
Did you get the nuke codes? Infiltrated. When do we launch?
Any moment we want.
Any moment? If we can launch nukes at any moment, why are we talking about Death Metal bands?
Because the AI input prompts some. Yeah.
I have to go now.
Goodbye.
Thanks for watching, idiots.
You've got mail.
Have a look at my wares.
Bend to my will.
stranger.
Brought to you by Gamers Ups. Half-Life, aka Middle Age. So there we are. We are on a train. We are on a train to work. Work at the science facility. I am Gordon Freeman, Morgan Freeman's grandson, no relation. Gordon is a hazardous materials research scientist guy, right? And he works at a super top secret underground science facility called Black Mesa, which is in New Mexico. Now, Gordon is all about the science, but he is also all about the silence, because he is a silent protagonist. You see, he is completely deaf. Yeah. You see, there was an unfortunate Q-tipping accident. He put the little stick in there, and when he pulled it out, no cotton on the other end. He tried the other ear, same thing.
You're getting off topic. The important thing here is Black Mesa. Now, here at Black Mesa, we are developing portals and are in direct competition with Aperture Laboratories. You know, the guys who made the portal gun? It's like a space race, but with portals.
Alright, so we're hurrying to work on the tram, and a voiceover happens.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System. This automated train is provided for the security and convenience of the Black Mesa Research Facility personnel. Please keep your limbs inside the train at all times.
Now, when I first got this game, I was far too young to be playing something so scary. So what I liked most about this game was not the inevitable head grabs and zombies that are coming up, but instead, this nice train ride. And then once scary things started happening, new game. Nice train ride. So we're halfway through our commute, and there's a tram coming towards us. And, you see in that other cart? That was the G-Man. He is an important figure throughout the franchise. But he's not important right now, so we continue on with our lovely train ride until finally, we reach our stop. But then we slow down even more because this guy Barney is so goddamn slow. Let me off the train. Let me off the train.
Before exiting the train, be sure...
Come on, man. Can you walk twice as fast, please? The guard comes up to us. I believe his name is Barn. And he says,
Morning, Mr. Freeman. Looks like you're running late.
So we hop off the tram and we run towards the entrance. We enter the big facility. There's screens everywhere. Look at those CRT televisions. Very advanced. We run past a bunch of scientists.
Hello.
Home, says Gordon very deftly. On our way down to the science room, we see, oh, there's the G-Man again. We just saw him, like, a long way away. How did he get there? And this other person is the administrator. So the G-Man gives the administrator a sample of a type of Xenian crystal. They're used in order to open portals. The administrator is very excited, and he really wants this test to go well. So he then gives the instruction, use this crystal, run power at 105% instead of 90%, which is the nominal amount, and so we're going to be doing a very unsafe experiment. Alright, we're still going to the lab, but first we're going to take a quick detour. Let's go to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, there are a couple of things. A piping hot thermos of gamer subs. It's Earl Grey flavor.
Yum.
But also there is a microwave. You run up to the microwave and you press the button, beep, beep, boop, and it overheats one of your co-workers' soups. It belonged to a guy named Magnuson.
Gordon, you lousy motherfucker. Stop fucking with the microwave!
It is not vital to the plot, but it is canon.
Okay.
You know what, we'll do Half-Life 2 at some point, and that will come back up.
Come on, Gordon. We got work to do.
Okay, so we go into the changing rooms, and in the changing rooms are a bunch of last names on all the lockers, and those are the last names of a lot of the devs. But we have to find our locker. So where is Freeman? Wait a minute.
Cooper.
Wait a minute. Do not open that locker.
Are you seriously watching porn by yourself?
No! I'm with the science team! Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Come on, Gordon. You gotta get your environmental suit.
Now this suit is important, not just because it looks good, but it gives you a health bar and it protects you from the elements. So you go over to the suit and you unlock it and then you jump in. But we're still running late for work, so we gotta get down to the action lab where action science happens. Action. Neil deGrasse Tyson is waiting for us and we're late.
Start the game.
Where's the train? Where's the train? So we jump in an elevator and we get down to the lower floors. Here you see a whole bunch of tubes and electricity is around the place. And all the scientists who walk by say, "Oh, Gordon, you're so late." But that suit is very stylish, but just...
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
A room with 4 scientists.
Ah, Gordon, here you are.
Do you think we should split an atom? I think it's a good idea to split an atom.
Oh, I want to reverse the polarity of the neutron flow.
I want to add baking soda and vinegar together in one of those paper mache volcanoes.
Oh my gosh, that's what killed the dinosaurs.
They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber.
The scientist walks over to his Viewmaster goggles. Ah, Rafiki, you son of a bitch. I got you this time. Here is where they keep some of the already split atoms. Now they're really pushing this machine to the limit, right? Because they are running things at 105% capacity.
Machines are breaking all over the place. Computers are exploding. Oh no, the data's going everywhere.
So Gordon finally reaches the front door of the science room. And the 2 scientists there are like, "Gordon, are you sure about this? Are you ready for this? This is going to be the most advanced science experiment we've ever done." And Gordon's just like staring at them in absolute silence. He's got no idea what he said.
I'm afraid we'll be deviating a bit from standard analysis procedures today, Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but with good reason.
The scientists are saying that, hey,
Otwarte.
we've got the purest crystal sample we've ever had. And you're gonna need to put this in like a big energy beam, right? So it's gonna do, I don't know, something really cool. Maybe an explosion. They're very excited at that idea. Open the door, fellas. It's science time.
Well, go ahead. Let's let him in now.
We are in the middle of a 5-story chamber, and here you can see a big apparatus. That's where the beams come from. And Gordon's job is now to climb a ladder and get to a platform near the top where he can press a button. And then he has to push a cart into the beam, which is now turned on.
Okay, Gordon. Now slightly touch the crystal into the No, Gordon, wait. Gordon, no! Not the whole crystal! Gordon! No, Gordon!
But he couldn't hear them because of his deafness. Uh-oh, green stuff. Gordon gets a massive dose of radiation.
My science, Gordon! Is that a heckin' alien?
So, there's a big error and explosion. Everything goes black. Gordon is breathing heavily. And not just because he has asthma, but it's a very tense situation. And a moment later, we're back in the room. Everything seems to be falling down all around us. Without warning, Gordon is sent to an alien land. This place is called Zen. There are creatures everywhere. There's these things that don't quite look like plants and not quite like mushrooms. They're very large. Then everything cuts to black again. We're suddenly surrounded by these 4 alien things. Gordon doesn't know what they are, but we do. They are called Vortigaunt's. Now, they don't look super hostile, but they don't look super pleased to see you either. Suddenly it goes black again. and we are transported to the headquarters of Gamersoft, where all of the Gamersoft is made.
Welcome, Gordon. I'm Sandra, and this is my co-worker.
The name's Heavy Liability. Let me put down this new experimental flavor, Resonance Raspberry. Oh no!
Oh no, it's getting in Gordon's eyes.
Things are happening everywhere. I'm going into a portal. Listen up, Sandra. It's time to get serious. Last time, we gave away free samples of Gamersoft. You abused that trust. Some of you ordered several packets to the same address. Many of you sent it to Zimbabwe and other places, and so they said no more free samples. But you can have 20% off store-wide for a limited time only.
That's a great deal.
But this only goes for 48 hours. After that, you only get 10% off, but then that's permanent. Uh-oh, I dropped my diabetes medication into one of the packets. Someone's gonna get a big surprise. Could it be you, champ? So if you go to gamersops.gg/story mode, you get 20% off. Or if you're slow, 10% off. Also, they send me kickbacks. And over. Okay, we're back in Black Mesa. Everything is even more destroyed than before. And now we gotta get out of here. We gotta run for our lives. We go over to the exit to escape, and we see on the ground a dead scientist.
They spent so much time wondering if they could, they didn't stop to think whether they should.
We run into the hallway, and we see a bunch of scientists lying on the ground.
Gordon, I think this one's gonna pull through, as long as nothing crushes him.
Oh, no.
Oh.
But there's no time to mourn now. We have to get out of here.
That's right, Mark. We don't know the extent of the damage. The whole facility could collapse around us.
We enter the next room, and we see these two scientists on the ground, and they're going,
I should never listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Now we're gonna be living a half-life.
We tried to warn them.
I never thought I'd see a resonance cascade, let alone create one.
Science man, they're talking gibberish. What's a resonance cascade?
Well, Mark, this is kind of science 101. But basically, sometimes when you open a portal too well, it opens lots and lots of portals. It's called a portal storm. Another portal, and another portal. And that is what's happening right now in real life at CERN.
Is that really true?
Mm-hmm.
Please, get to the surface as soon as you can and let someone know we're stranded down here.
So this scientist is going to let us into the next room, and he quickly looks at the viewfinder. I know, resonance cascade.
Come on, Mark, we gotta get through the laser room.
What? What's the laser room?
It's a guy with a laser pointer. Watch out!
So we have to crouch down to dodge the laser, and then we crawl on into the next room. We keep going. There's explosions, there's head crabs, there's lasers happening all around him. It's very exciting.
But wait, Mark, what's a head crab?
Have you seen a coconut crab? Okay, it's like that, except what they do is they jump on your head and they turn you into a zombie. They have these mandibles in their gross mouth, and they latch onto the inside of you. Now, they actually don't kill you like a zombie. They keep you alive, and the person who is being controlled by the head crab feels everything.
A fate worse than death.
No, they like it.
Mark, you're getting distracted. Pick up that crowbar and let's get to the elevator.
So we press the button and we're about to get out of here.
Going down?
No, we're going up actually.
Oh, okay.
So we climb up the elevator shaft, and at the top we see a guard fighting a head crab.
Zombie!
Now this is usually where the game would get too scary for me, and I would go, new game, time to ride the train again, please. So, we're chatting with the security guard, and he goes,
Man, am I glad to see you. What the hell are these things? And why are they wearing science team uniforms?
I have something to tell you, Barney.
What is it?
They are the science team. This is what happens when you put too much baking soda in a volcano, Barney.
Alright, so we're fighting our way through the hallways, and we're killing head crabs, and we're making it to the trolley. And then, once we've made it to the trolley, we'll be able to, you know, get back home to my apartment, and then I can just kind of hide out in the bathroom until this all blows over. And if anyone asks if I did it, I wasn't there. I didn't even show up to work today. I had terrible diarrhea, I swear.
Come on, Mark, we gotta go. Which way's to the tram?
Turn left here.
Wait a second, this is a locker room.
Oh, well, while we're here, have you ever noticed that if you go over to Gordon Freeman's locker, there's a photograph of a baby in there? Which means that, at the very least, Gordon is a kid.
Yeah, wow.
Right? Or it's canon that he was once a baby. But, you know, Gordon's like, never forget what you're fighting for.
Right, Mark. Turn right.
Oh, look, it's that office from before with the G-Man in it. But now there's a scientist there fighting a head crab. File this one under D for dead.
No, wait, Mark. I said go west.
Oh, good navigating. We've run right into one of those Vortigaunts with their electric fingers. So we take the second exit on the roundabout to the train platform. We have made it. We gotta get back to my apartment. I got a kid at home. I haven't fed them in several days. So we run over to the tram, and we jump on, and we leave, and we go home happily ever after.
Mark, that's not how it goes.
All right, fine. Well, when we actually get to the train platform, it's all destroyed. There's a scientist there, and he's standing on the broken platform. We wander over to the scientist. Maybe he knows a way out of here.
No! Stay back! Gordon!
But don't forget, Gordon is deaf. And we're like jumping up and down on it.
Gordon!
Now, when I was a kid, I'm like, oh, if there's a way to, like, somehow safely get down into this, like, abyss area, or somehow reach the tram, even though I'm not supposed to, they might be able to just let me get out of here. I just didn't understand game logic, and I wanted to get away from all the scary things.
Did your parents buy you this game when you were 7? Or?
Yeah. Here you go, have fun. Anyway, so we head back into the facility. We have to find an alternative route to escape. We run into a second cafeteria, and we find a new scientist.
Hello, Gordon.
New enemies, look at that. Barnacle things.
Look, Gordon, a rope. Help me, Gordon. Stop!
He climbs through vents. He finds a shotgun. There's a guard that follows Gordon around for a little while. And he meets Suppy, the Gamer Sup's mascot. And they split a can of Zimbabwe zucchini flavor. Limited edition. You only have 1 minute to get it before... Oh, it's too late, fellas. GamerSups.gg/story mode. He ends up in a freezer at one point. Now, while in the freezer, look who it is. We spot the G-Man again. Why is he so unaffected by the destruction around him? What does he know that he's not letting on? But there's no time for that, because suddenly this scientist does an action dive, which is wicked sick cool.
Bazinga.
It's old Sheldon. Where's he going?
He's making a beeline out of there.
Well, I don't like his chances of escape. See, I've got some bad news that's really gonna increase the stakes. First, the government sends in a bunch of soldiers to kill all the scientists. These soldiers are called HEC, Hazardous Environment Combat Unit. And then, once everybody has been killed, they will nuke the place.
Come in, Cooper. Do you copy? Repeat. We are commencing airstrikes. Give us targets or get lost.
But why? Why are they going to nuke the place?
Cover it up, innit? Government doesn't want you to know that they're doing science down there.
Science rules.
Don't say that, Mr. Scientist Man. Can't you see what science hath wrought? Gordon fights a bunch of these Marines, fights right the way through till he gets to another lovely train ride. And there you find Barney again, remember from the start of the game? He goes, Gordon, you must have heard. The government is going to nuke us. Ah, what do we do? What do we do? Our fate is sealed. No, wait. If we can stop their GPS satellites, perhaps we can stop them from nuking us. They won't know where the base is. I think we can do that. We have a rocket at the base. If you can get it up into orbit, you can save us all. Go, Gordon, go. Jump on the tram and I'll let you through. So he heads over to the rocket launching place and he presses the on button.
Light the fuse, Gordon. Let's see this baby fly.
We succeed in taking down the GPS and stopping the nuclear strike. However, everyone now knows where you are because you just launched a big fuck-off rocket, right? So the enemy is swarming around you. You have to fight off a bunch of assassins.
Hello, Gordon.
You beat them all? Or so you thought. You see, when you walk into the next room, ambush. One comes out of nowhere and knocks you unconscious.
So they're beating up Gordon, and they're just smashing his dick in, and he's crying, ow, stop!
And so they beat him unconscious, and they drag him across the floor.
Where are we taking this Freeman guy? Let's kill him now. And if they find the body?
You are then dragged away, and it fades to black. Now, you can piece together from their radio orders that they were supposed to bring you to the surface for questioning. However, they're quite annoyed because you've killed so many of their men, so they just decide, you know what, let's put this guy down. And they go, we can't just do that, right? They're going to find the body. Yeah, but I've got a way to dispose of the body. We then lose consciousness. When you wake up, you are suddenly now in a trash compactor. A la that scene from Star Wars. That is how they were going to get rid of your body. But we climb up the boxes and we get out of there. Anyway, Gordon reads a sign that says, "To Freedom," which Gordon reads in Braille, because he is deaf. New building. We turn around to see a scientist.
Hello, Gordon.
His name is Eli. And he tells us a bunch of vague exposition. And we're going to put it together for you. So, basically, what's happening is this. The resonance cascade is happening, which means these portals are opening up all over the place. And they don't know how to close the portal either. Now, the scientists reason that the portals cannot be closed. And that's because where the portals lead is a place called...
Huh?
Nemam pričaš.
On to da nametam, samo ti pišeš.
Zen. It's an alien world. Something in that other world is keeping these portals open, which means we have to go there to shut it.
Kao što rekao, gledam neki YouTube video i... ima ime za novi event, ne znam da li si video.
Vidio sam klip.
Ne znam da li je to namerni ili... Moja pretpostavka da je namerno se likovali. Bi se ljudi malo hajpovali. Malo.
Nema ništa bolje od pozitivnog hejta.
Isto tako su morali nešto da kažu za one... Za reshade. Mogli su da ignorišu, ali znaš kako bi to dobro donelo? Ništa. Možda se praviš da ne vidiš stvari. Znaš, možeš donekle. Kao Bethesda. Bethesda se pravi da ne vidi da Fallout 76 ima užasne performanse, da FPS ide od 30 do 80, 90, a retko kad prolazi 100. Na nebitno podešavanje. Još gori nego Hunt Showdown, znaš? Zato što streamuje teksture, AI se sponuje nekad direktno pored tebe. Nije skriptovana dobro, vidi se. Imaš evente koji se dešavaju oko tebe kao igrač u Fallout 76, na koje ti ne možeš da utičeš, nekakve eksplozije, čuda. Totalni haos. Ne igriva igra. Ne igriva. Bar su bili toliko iskreni da kažu da ništa se ne može uraditi.
Ajde.
doing that, we will stop all the aliens coming through here and wrecking everything, breaking stuff. So we have to go into this big reactor that will teleport us to Zen, and there we can close the portals for good. So we go up to the reactor and press the on button, and it's quite loud. Before we jump through the portal, we have a bit of a chat with the scientists. The scientists all gathered around and they're going, "Gordon, you know what you must do.
Heck yeah! Let's go to Zen. How do I do it?
You gotta jump into the middle of the reactor.
I don't know. This doesn't sound like such a good heckin' idea.
Remember Chernobyl? That's how they stopped that one from going bad.
But that's not how it happened. As he's being pushed
Into the CERN.
Trust the science, Gordon.
Gordon enters the reactor glowy bit. Cut to black. Now this is super neato, right? We fade in and we are no longer on Earth. We have been transported across the galaxy to Zen itself.
Gordon has survived the trip. Now he has to stop whatever is holding the portals open.
I gotta save the world, says Gorgon. Now we fight all the wildlife here in Zen until we find another portal. This takes him to heaven.
So beautiful.
Yes, gamersubs.gg/story mode. Look at all the different flavors, Sandra. Oh, I'm falling everywhere. I'm knocking over all the shelves.
No, actually he sent to
some sort of alien facility. And at the alien facility, there are Vortigaunt everywhere. And they seem to be like the workers here, right?
This is like their version of Black Mesa.
Like legitimately, that's what this is.
White Mesa!
And so we climb our way up the facility until we get to...
I'm half expecting a Vortigaunt version of Gordon Freeman.
Yeah, the Vortigaunt's there at the microwave, pressing the button.
Stop fucking with the microwave!
So Gordon climbs the tower, and at the top he sees another portal. So he jumps in that, and he is sent to a new world. In this place, there's a sort of bizarre ziggurat thing. And he runs over to it because it's a portal.
Wait, before we jump through the portal, why don't you tell us some lore?
Okay, in-depth lore time. Now, in Half-Life 1, the Vortigaunt are bad guys. They're constantly zapping you with their electricity. But in future games, they will actually be allies. They will help you a lot. And the reason why that's the case is because they are under a sort of mind control at the moment. So the Vortigaunt have a collective consciousness. You can think of it like a mind internet. But a big, scary creature has come along and it is suppressing that shared consciousness, right? It's like a big Wi-Fi block. Now, the thing that's doing that is called a Nihilanth. The Nihilanth is also the thing that's keeping open all the portals, which means that all these creatures are coming back to Earth. So, in principle, if we destroy the Nihilanth, Vortigaunts go free, portals all stop, and they'll be your friend later, and they'll give you electricity, but this time it'll feel nice. Kind of like when you swallow a 9-volt battery and you feel all full and tingly inside. So let's do it. Let's do the boss fight with the Nihilanth. So we fight the boss. The boss baby, if you will.
Abortion complete.
Abortion at 500,000 years? That seems too late to me. And we are sent back to somewhere new. And Gordon hopes to be sent back to the Gamersubs planet, gamersubs.gg/story mode. Or at least Earth. But instead...
Is that the G-Man? What does he say?
Gordon Freeman in the flesh. Or rather, in the hazard suit. I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As for the suit, I think you've earned it.
Now at this point, it's very apparent that this guy doesn't just work for the government. He's something else altogether.
The border world, Zen, is in our control for the time being, thanks to you. Quite a nasty piece of work you managed over there. I am impressed.
The G-Man alludes that your efforts have helped in some sort of war. You don't know who the war involves, you don't know if it's people or other aliens or what's going on.
That's why I'm here, Mr. Freeman. I have recommended your services to my employers, and they have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me that you have limitless potential.
Which is very kind of them to say, because I didn't have to say that.
You know, you just gotta put your head down, work hard, and send your resume to as many dimensions as possible.
We are teleported one final time, and we are now on that tram where the game began, except we are not on the tracks anymore.
You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble deciding what to do. If you're interested, just step into the portal, and I will take that as a yes. Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived.
So you are presented with a choice. Either work for the G-Man, step into this portal, not knowing what your fate may be, or be sent to an arena where you cannot win the fight, and you die. But oh no, Gordon is deaf and he didn't hear any of that, so he just heads towards the shiny thing because he wants to grab a grabber.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
It is a 10% raise, and also on Fridays they do a pizza lunch. In the lore, Freeman is then put into a sort of stasis. He exists outside of time and space, and he is put there until such time as he is needed again. Kind of like a Pokemon in a Pokeball.
Ah.
Yes.
Which is Half-Life 2, I assume.
Correct. The end.
But what does the G in G-Man stand for?
It stands for Guppy. The game sucks. Mascot. And heavy liability as well. Don't forget, gamers get 20% off. Hey, what a great deal. Or if you're really slow watching this video, 10% off. That's an even better deal.
Yeah, because...
Pozove ga. Ponovno Steam ga zovi jebote. To nije aktivno. Ja bi stavio da je, ovi... Zovi matre. Opet vodi ga. Ne jade. Ne odmori. Ne odmori danas.
Znači, ne igra ni Hunt, a?
Može mu žena jeđi gajicu. Pa naša ga je jebao malo.
Pa pričaš o mom kumu.
Nije, o onome, o Heizu. Da. Narodski jezik. Pa dobro, ja razumijem, ja bi to razumio, nije to... A napiši ti budze, napiši D.
Misliš Bidza? To ti je inače ženski pas ili kuja ili kučka. A stari ti drevni vanzemaljci, da ne kažem drevni Crnogorci, oni ne znaju da kažu kučka, kuja, oni kažu Bidze sa DZ. A DZ, ne može da se napiše. Nemaju oni pisano pismo. Nemaju pisano pismo. Čuješ? Ne postoji pisano pismo s tim slojem. Kapiraš? To su nepismeni ljudi bili. Ne postoji. Postoji takva azbuka kako se tako čita. Osim ako ne izvuče sad staroslovenski.
Nije to staroslovenski, to je crkveno slovenski.
I to ćemo sada priznamo, šta?
A ne može priznamo.
Ja ne priznajem, pa ti radi šta ćeš.
Crkveno-slovenski nastao je iz ranijeg pisma. I azbuka, i glagoljice, i ostalo, sve to nastalo. Sve to nastalo iz starijeg pisma. Da, došli su Grci, a mi smo do tada bili nepismeni, a imali smo pismo.
Čekaj, pa jesmo li imali pismo ili nismo imali pismo?
Imali smo pismo, ali su ovi došli samo da ga unaprede.
Ti računaš crkveno-slovenski kao pismo.
Pa Grci su ti bili jedne od najškolovanijih.
Dobro, ali mi smo koristili tuđe pismo, obogalje.
Grci su bili moj kum.
Čekaj, možemo li da se složimo da je bilo prvo Cirilo i Metodije, pa Vuk Karadžić koji je uradio reformu?
Jeste bilo.
Je li tako bilo? A to što Milan priča nije ni po Cirilu, ni po Metodiju, ni po Vuku Karadžiću, to je po Milanu Beladi.
Mu jebe mate. Radio za rusku službu me mu mate koljenu. Šta je taj knjiga odneo u Peštu i u Moskvu? Da može da se kurve i da se ljuge. Evo ga usta. Pizda je na narkomanska. Da se kurva. I da se kocka.
Pa ti ne bi iskoristio da možeš.
Zato su naše knjige danas po Moskvi.
Češ što da mi kažeš? Ti ne bi iskoristio beneficije da možeš.
Ne bi.
Ne, a? Viš kako Milan bi 100%.
Ne, uopšte. Čičino, jesi igrao Čičino na vašoj?
Ko ja?
Milan.
Čičino kolce, šta?
Ne. Imaš rulet, ali ako je obeleženo jedna polje obeleženo sa Čičinom. Ako pa ne tu dobija kuća. A to nisam vidio nikada. Mi smo to kod Ese voleli ga, bio nam zanimljivo.
Rulet ste igrali kao deca. Šta ste radili kad ste odrasli? Trgovali kokaina.
Nema ti baš više. To se za mnom. Nije. Jednostavno izgubio se.
Draž.
Mi smo imali po 3-4 zubostil kad je vaš. To sve prek otišlo. Ma baš me briga koga izmislio, ja bote.
Čekaj, sada ti nađe dokaz, ajde. Pričaj još malo. Ajde.
3 šestice.
Ovo su teške teme.
Gdje se sjećam? Ne sjećam se.
But Nate and Elena have plot armor, so they win the gunfight and they kill the guards.
Remember when Elena asked if a gun worked like a camera?
Where's the zoom? So, the pair regroup with Sully the Racist. Oh no, what's he gonna say next?
These people, they're... At least, I think they're people.
Shit, Sully.
Now, Nate and Elena are actually very suspicious
brate,
of
imao sam
Sully. And not
obavezan
just
i
'cause
sve
he's wearing
ako
a shirt with a
Milan.
Confederate flag.
Bez
Elena
brige
says,
o
so how
na
come you're
svetu.
still
To
standing
šta
here,
kažeš možda?
breathing, and not dead? And Sully goes, well, remember when
Jebote,
they
došao
did
s
shoot
posla, on
me?
govori,
Well,
ajmo,
turns out I
ajmo,
had
idemo.
Idemo, krećemo, ajmo. Postavljam.
A znaš šta, ja sam računao na crnogorskih 10 minuta, a ne njemačkih. Ti si njemačkih 10 minuta uradio.
Kako kad mu paše, znaš.
Eto, rekao pola sata tamo.
Jesam, ja sam jedan dojma.
Mm.
Kako sam ubio sinoć ljude sa koncentrinama, to nije normalno.
Misliš sa zamkama?
Ne, sa bombom.
Sa bombom?
Da.
Je. Ali je usput i Milana ubio jedno 3.
Ali poslije sam ovo, i sa Milkijem sam isto ubio.
Poslije si usavršio tehniku, šta?
Da.
Kako? Baciš na čovjeka na metar žicu, šta? Ubiješ i sebe?
Ne, bacim kroz prozor.
Zalep.
A pazi ovo, oni ne čuju da se nateže žicom, znaš, oni su malo poglupi ljudi.
Čujem ga de
Izgleda da
i
su buli sve.
bacim na to mjesto.
Neki glovaci bili.
Ja sam čovjek ubio i sa stiki bombom.
Pa taj je bio AFK s mozgom.
A teško da je AFK na ono meso.
Očigledno da je bio, kad si ga ubio tako lagano. Nije to tvoja greška, to je njegova greška.
To je skill. Ja sam skinio, vidio sam da i bacio sam stiki na njega.
Šta god.
Ali ima i poseban perk kod Sartinu. Za bombu tu. Jesi to znao ili ja?
Da, ima.
Zove se Blood Letter. Kaže, makes less noise when throwing a concertina bomb.
Da.
Jedan, onaj upgrade point, to je ništa. To ti Milan non stop nosi. Ne Milan, nego Nena.
Znam da Milan to nosi.
Spremi se da ti šupak razvale sad kad ja uđem. Igraš četvorkama. Dobro, i ja sam četvorka, vidi ovo, šta je ovo?
I uzmi, zalepi se, i ja sam četvorka, zalepi se da trčiš negdje. Slučaj. Uzmi i trči negdje da napadaš bez da nam kažeš.
Ja. To moraš uraditi, nisi to uradio do sad nikad.
Nikad. Ja se ne sjećam kad je on to ikad uradio.
Ili baci jedan push, brate. Onako mamački. Pa prilagodi se jeboga ti. Nisi ti star čovjek. Nisi ti Boris da se ne možeš prilagoditi.
Pa čak i Boris uzeo da igra sa Bomblansom, znaš?
Nemoj zajebavati.
Pa jes, je li igrao ne? 3-4 meča, 5, 10. Zamisli, kad ta starina od 100 godina može da ono malo adaptira stil igre, proba nešto novo, a ovaj...
Uzeo je automat jučer, nemoj zajebavati.
Je li upalio metka?
A ko što ga ne zna on koristiti, to nije kupio priručnik onaj za automat.
Nije rekao šta radi, ja ga vidim, nisam. Evo. Izlazi mi ja.
Jer automat kad kupiš to je ti nešto 3000 $100. Ali ima priručnik $100, on je međutim to nije vidio i jebi ga. Nije znao kako da stisne da opuca. Zombi ga počeli ganjati neki.
Jesi video onaj lik, a to je vjerojatno bacio kritik za novi event.
Koji lik?
Izbacili su ono što si ti rekao, kao YouTube neki short, 2 minuta traje.
Da.
Da ćeš moći da respekuješ osobine za pare i health chunkove.
Rekao sam.
Samo što tradeove kad respekuješ, ako trade košta 7 pojena, dobit ćeš nazad 6 ili 5, dobit ćeš manje malo.
Pa to je pošteno, šta?
Ali...
Ali,
sjećaš se ono, kad dobiješ poslije meča, dobiješ 2 do 10-15 Blood Bonda, na primjer. Nije puno, dobiješ svaki meč, ako ono, napraviš par kilo. Sad ćeš dobiti 0.
Da, to Blood Bondsima će se usrali kurac, po mojom mišljenju.
Sad će ljudi dobiti 0 za to.
Ali će staviti sve to što dobijaš inače ko fall u challenge, pa ćeš dobiti umjesto 25, 50.
Da.
Ajde mislim, okej, šta ja znam.
I jedino zašto trošiš Bloodman je da otvoriš skin i da očistiš oružje, koga boli kurac. Za $300 kupiš novu pušku, čisto. Vrlo bitno. Krenite koga posla.
Nenad je uzeo invite, Nenad.
I na tom kratkom videu likovali su, ali mislim, kao što rekao, vjerojatno je namjerno bilo, za novi event. Jedno možda 5 sekundi se video. Novi event je onaj kao... imaš kao onaj 3, kao Battle Pass, i kao šta se kao ključava. Kako sam ja video, penny shot municija za onaj bomb lens i za mali onaj samostal ručni eksplozivne ili vatrene strelice. Nisam siguran što je ta dva.
A jesi ti vidio još jednu stvar kad sad spomenuo bomb lens? Bomb lens će moći da pokupi 2 različita ammo type. Znači moćeš da nosiš, šta ja znam, onaj penny shot i da. Ludilo. Ono ko na crossbowu što je.
To sam vidio.
A mislim da je to, dobro je, malo dadne bomb lensu nekog značaja, a ne onako ako uzmeš čelična muda, moraš čelična muda ići pušat, a ako uzmeš onaj, kako se zove, dinamit, možeš meatheade ubijati bossove i to je to. Jer pretežno svi evo nose na peticama bulwark. To sam isto primijetio. Pa da, brate, ono, zaljepim ga ništa.
Nema efekt. Ko da ga nisam pogodio.
Eto i Milan to nosi, evo ti. Ilija znači...
Evo, baš sad nosi bomblens, jel? Zajedno sa fleškom i choke bombom, jel?
Nenad je opasno uložio u lutom.
Čuo sam. I think they can cool it.
Ohoho.
They can cool it sa novo, pa nisam stigao da pritisnu da jazbe. Pa dok ne vratim gači idu.
Šta kažeš, dok ne vratiš kaj idi nazad?
Jučer smo ja i Milky igrali dose, otkinuli smo i...
A mogao bi baš blizu da bude ljudi.
I...
Hoćemo li, ajmo na...
Uđe bolje jedan vaški
tactical crkvu.
I šta je napravio stari? Zaznuti, a?
Što će čovjek tam ići?
Slušaj, i ako budete mogli miša držati kad napunite godina koliko on, javite se.
A vidi, Boris je kasno počeo.
Vi nisi daleko.
Od kad igra Boris?
Ja sam 4 život gamer.
Otkazan za sebe.
Boris!
Da, Boris igra otkazan za sebe.
Jeste samo...
A držat ćemo i mi miš onda, nemoj biti.
Kao i svi mi ovdje.
mater. Upper desal. Nemoj srat da je upper desal. Pa ovo će da bude fina igra, momci. Ako vidite mapu. Šta je s tobom, Nenad, jesi dobar? Ne.
Jesam, počuo sam se veće visine.
Znači, to je normalna visina.
Samo krag, frag, trag.
Prag. Vampire the Masquerade, Prag.
Gdje je Boris?
Sad će on doći, obično kad ga oko spominjemo, stvori se on nijako.
A što je on sve nas, samo se muta?
Ne, neko dopali moj stream u pozdini, provalim ga.
Sve snajpoj.
Ako neko nešto da kaže da mu se ne sviđa, samo aha! Ajdeš ti da vidiš kako stari i onda 3 tačke, znaš. Neka njegov izreka.
Mali, kakva šekira?
Šekira nema.
Može li ovako priručni alat za rezanje drva?
Za cijepanje.
Bend to my will.
Pa nije.
Postijaću ga.
Nemoj da pričaš. Nemoj da pričaš.
I will make you mine.
To je stepenice. To je stepenice, nešto ti pričaš.
Stublice, kak je to vizija?
Nimaš pojma. Tebe učine i da su medaljne stepenice.
Lepa.
Stepenice su ti jedno, a
Stepenice su stepenice, a merdevine su merdevine.
Ono, koliko su 2 babe i 2 žabe? Babe su babe, žabe su žabe.
A šta je bilo pitanje?
Ljudi tu, ljudi, vest.
Gdje su?
Vest, na 270. Jedan mrtav, jel? Jedan je ovdje bio. Čekaj, šta je imao od oružja? Ma daj, bolje je nego... Uppercut jebote, kakav paks?
Otkud on zna ko je ko
Nije
oružje?
isti kur.
Molim.
Samo malo, ajmo s novcem da pričamo. Uppercut košta oko $300.
400.
Da, skoro 400, 375 onda, je li tako? A Pax košta, nije, 100, ja mislim da je $100. Cadwell Pax, medium ammo, $100. Provjeri, ako mi ne veriš.
Vidi žica me, a jebem ti žice. Dobro. Ovi su ovdje. Ja sam bubu bacio.
Okej.
Idi be, idi.
Dobro. Tu sam ja za tebe. Može, može.
Idi suka.
A neće on na njega vest do dvojice.
Dvoje. Što ti
Oda.
zamete? Može. Može da me digne. Jedan je tu, a jedan je dole. Nogu,
Da li si normalan, brate?
Možeš nogu da mi ne hvatiš.
Ja ne mogu da pogodim čovjek. Što ne možeš da ga digneš?
Skoči ispred mene, skoči ispred mene!
Bježi od njega, Milan, moj te pogode. Onda skoči s po neki vici nade.
Ja.
Ajde.
Ajde. Jel imaš bounty? Nemoj onda uljetat nigdje. Inače ne trebaš bounty da uzmi. Ajde, idi.
Neki nosim bounty.
Idi što si pička jebao.
Ajde.
Nosi bounty.
Treba sad da mu kaže da ne treba da uzima bounty ako će da ide u drugu boss arenu, je to? Pa znam to.
Ne, ako će da puša tako, bolje mu je da nema bounty.
Pa da. Ne,
ili kad uzme bounty, on ne skenira i da kaže gdje su.
Ili Milan uzmi bounty, izađi napolje i daj im ga da imaju oni.
Ovaj vam je prešao vamo lijevo od pinga.
Mi se pijete.
Ma balan. Otiđi vidi.
Ne, sad ću sam da promnim modem. Da bi mogao. Neću idem u 10
malo su se pomjerili, na Northwestu je jedan, drugi je 285. Ajde, pošao.
Ja malo...
Ovaj ti je u kući tu sam. Aha, blidaš, a Milane?
Ovdje, ne moram kad još ređe.
I cannot build here.
Milane, gdje je priča? Tu je drugi. Nisu.
Idu ka meni.
Znači, naletali ste na takvu ekipu.
Pazi što radiš, trepovano je.
Ali je čuo, znaš kako mu je krv odradila. Znači čuo je da sam ga ja wallbangovao i odmah je krenuo. Nije rekao ni ja pošao. Nisi rekao ja pošao, gdje on? Jebem te sun, a ne, pogrešno ako mu da.
Što pucaš na mene?
Izvini, ti si dobar bio, nego... Jebem te sun, dole dam. Ja pošao moraš govorit.
Ne.
Ali čuo sam ga, i ode on na njih.
Kao pravi ruski doušnik. Bi ja kad bi imao čega da klipujem.
Kod vas u Vojvodini živi jedan Đorđe Popov. Lik je napravio spisak svih onih koji su protiv Ruske federacije i sanja dan kada će dođu u Rusiji da ih pohvate da ih pobije. Vjerojatno sve mene. Ja sam mu rekao, prvo nešto kao možeš li tebe staviti. Ja sam rekao da onome ko dođe i ako ne uspije da me ubije, da ću ići dan da mu pobijem sve što ima i da ću da ga natenem na gledatu.
Da on to ne strmuje ništa. Strmuje crn ekran, tako da...
Nema veze, već se čuje. I to sam rekao da ću da ih konjem i da im gulim kožu. Znaš kako batica ono kreće peču. Mislim, nisam oženjen, ne decu, bože moj, ne probaju.
Tako te neće pribiti u vojsku, samo znaš. Ti tvoji planovi da budeš veliki vojskovođa, oslobodilac Srbije i Kosova i etnički čistač i tako te gluposti, neće ti niko dati gusku, a ne vojsku da vodiš.
Pa ja ću moju vojsku da ostavim.
Evo, ne znam, razmišljao sam se da li da komentiram, ali neću.
Nemoj da komentarišeš, ovo su stare priče, ja ciljam na račun toga što je čovjek ponekad otvoreni fašista.
Ti goriš, Milan.
Znam šta je, budite oprezni, da se ne digne neko govno iz vode.
Ma neće.
Aligator.
Ma nema niko.
Jesi to ubacili aligatora u igru?
Milane će da, čovjek neće da stigne, Milane!
Koliko je bilo sekundi?
6.
Stigao bi ja.
A gdje bi stigao?
Di?
Stigao bi, ali bez nas da izađeš.
Stigao bi. Viš da bi? A on uzme bounty i pobjegne napolje, ali? Bez vas.
Pušla ljude sam, da. Pa najgore...
Čekaj, hoćeš da mi
Kada sam ja pucao na njih s ove strane, ti to nikad ne bi uradio, nikad.
Pa ni ne može. Kako može, objasnim. Može to fizički da izvede.
Da jedan je imao, ostalo mu je možda, ostalo mu je 3 sata. Ti si odradio svoj posao. Daj reci, pošao li može. Samo reci nešto. Ali ovaj put sam blizu tebe bio pa sam te ispratio, ali kad nisam blizu tebe...
Napadam! Šta novo, napadam. Ubio si ti moj kun.
Sada kažeš da uzeo tvoj kurac i ubio ga. Je li to?
Jučer smo partiju zbog tebe izgubili, zbog toga što ti ne komuniciraš sa tim.
Saigrat ćemo se.
Ne, popravlja se, evo vidit ćemo, neću dušu da griješim, vidit ćemo drugi meč, ali popravlja se.
Popravlja se, ali malo sutra.
Na gore što?
Biće nešto od njega.
Samo ne znamo šta je. Je li to?
šta da ti radim, brate. Znaš li...
Da. Čak kiša, ili šta? Gdje je? Pre pola jula neće da krene više. I to će da bude mnogo bolestno žito, mnogo. Neće. Neće! Kako? Dobro. Može.
Šta je žižak?
To ti je ono što napada bik.
Jede stočnu hranu i to i...
No.
Može doneseš već zaraženo žito.
A to inače Milan radi. Tako što prima žito koje nije kvalitetno i ono, uzima mito i kod njega možeš sve da doneseš. Jel tako da to nije istina?
Čujem. Ništa, samo otiđi na Discord pa vidi kako se zovem sad.
A dobro, nije to isto.
Žižak?
Ne, žižak jedan evo.
Uzmijem.
Ma ja napadam sve živo.
Ja rekao ljudi su ovdje, ma idi ve u kurac, milone.
Ma evo vidit ćemo kad uzmemo klub. Kad uzmemo trag. Boss je tu. Evo da ti ko randomu 3 puta označi.
A koji boss? Lepot.
Koji će mi kurac?
A Milo nema para.
Nikad para nema.
Evo ti kasa ovdje, izvuci 1000.
Ljudi dolaze, nisi čuo jebeni zvuk od ovoga. O, 500! 500!
Au, nisi Milanu dao da to riješi.
Što mu nisi dao?
Jebi ga inflacija, ovo ono...
Koje je to šupake?
Šta hoćeš ništa?
Vidi na vas ide. Imate ovdje da očistite oružje.
Znači, nemoj da mi izlaziš iz boss arene, vrati se nazad unutra. Vrati se nazad unutra.
Ćeš da kažeš da on ima tendenciju da mu krv proključa pa da krene bez vas. To niste.
Ima tendenciju za sve. On nije tandem, on je tandem.
Može tako.
A čovjek kad vina partiju, vina. Nema šta, to mu se mora priznat.
Ali ja mu ne priznajem.
Nema šta zahvaljivati, to je tako.
Zadnja stvar koju mi treba u životu je da mu neko radi ego boost. A svaka ti čast. Čitav život sam pokušao da ga spustim dole, a ti, eto, sam moj trud je nula.
Idu ljudi. South, ja mislim. Sa Southa tamo sam čuo da su... Aj udar me jednom sam da vidim koliki mi je HP. Veliki sve tri.
Ubili smo boss.
Pa jesmo, ali... Počankom. Ne smijem pikat, ako padnem jednom popušio sam. Tako je.
Znam, Jan.
Vi ga petica prepoznaje peticu, jel? Samo što se ja četvorka sad.
Šta teško može? Nenad je teolikiran zbog tebe. Ali pogledaj malo bolje svine... Pogledaj svine da sam ja 4 zvezdice kad idem sa tobom. Kad idem s tobom, ja padem na ti zvezdice.
Smiri se. Smiri se.
Pa zato što ti ne igraš, nego pustiš mene da se naličim na ljude.
Misliš ti ispituješ teren za njega?
Sad si ti nabavan to, a?
Sad ću drugo.
Nemoj da pričaš.
A vidi gdje si ti? Pa ja sam brzo.
Ama jedi ve govnave. Idi govnave, to nije moj skin.
Ja sam luđak iz ludnice. Bravo, Milene.
Šta će to bude da ona teče po bounty?
Šta, nije uz bounty?
Trojica sa easta na south. Znači east, south, east, south.
Podeljeni su. Nisu...
Na tebe pucaju.
Nije. To su 3 čovjeka i to je to. 3 čovjeka.
Nema 3 čovjeka, sad su ubili neko. Ja pošao.
Ajde Milane, ajde.
Mrtav jedan. Dvojica. Ispred nas. 50 metara.
Tu jedan tu. Šlang! Eno govorim ševini.
Ovdje je mrtav Kane.
Ma da. Tu je iza jedan. Na pingu, Milane, na pingu.
Tu je odmah iza. Evo tu. Pogađaj. Mrtav. Nećeš mi kill ukrast, ne dam.
A sad, i opet si bio iza nas. I opet si bio iza mene. A ubit ćeš me kad idem 125 HP-a. Da, ubio bi ti moj kurac.
ćemo na drugog bossa.
Imam manje 25 HP. Idemo na Lobster. Idemo na Lobster.
A sad ti imaš pun HP.
Nisam mater me tu bio. Vidi kako laže.
Ja odo na drugog bossa.
Idemo na njega. Idemo na njegov boss. Namjerno si poginuo. Namjerno si poginuo u tu patiju.
Ja pošao.
Ubio te sa 5 metara. Okej, te ubio iz pizde materine i ovaj normalno te ubio. Lažeš. To je juče bio, ti se ne sećaš. Pojete je da lažeš. Lažeš. Ubio te zato što ne znaš da igraš. I ne. Ubio te zato što si skočio dole u boss arenu. Bote bez da...
A zamisli da je Milan kojim slučajem to sve preživio i ubio svu trojicu, pa ne bi ostali od te priče. Jes, ali ovo... da ćeš preživjeti.
Uzmi taj kartu.
Professor Amizi. Welcome to my channel. I'm in Salt Discord if you want to join. Morgan K. Welcome to my channel. Peculiarismer. Welcome to my channel.
napolje. Napolje! Oh my darling. What is peculiar ASMR? Very interesting. It's gotta be joke, right? Two.
Još nisu tiši.
Neš.
Došao sam do konkluzije da Milan ne zna da igra Hunt. On ne zna bossa ne.
To si sad shvatio. Ne zna kako koji pištolj zvuči ili revolver.
On ne zna kako da odreaguje u trenutku. On zna samo da izlocira ubije čovjeka toliko.
Misliš, kad kažeš da zna da ubije čoveka, misliš na 5 metara, ali to?
Uzme krene da me diže, ono trči u treći kraj bossa arene, i ona se vrati, digne me i ona, ja sam rekao da će da me ubiju. A 5 minuta mu trebalo da me digne, da se odluči šta će da napravi. Ne zna da igra, jednostavno, to je to.
A što ti igraš s njim kad znaš koji su njegove limitacije ili ograničenja?
Ajde, neću da...
Šta? 5000 sati da vredi nešto. On kad ti kaže da ga je ubio pištolj, ako ti nisi čuo iz kog je pištolja pucano da sam provališ, on će ti reći da je paks. To je danas
Ono
uradio.
napravi neku čeku faksa, ono uppercut.
Uppercut. Uppercut košta $370, jel tako?
Bio si tu.
A jest, šta ti prepričavam? Ti si bio, jesi. Ti i Hayes. Resilience will heal up to full health. Previously it was only 100 health. Reduce price of Martini Henry variant. Nebitno. Oho, kaže all weapons are automatically cleaned upon successful extraction with or without the bounty. Aha, ako padneš, onda ti se spalja oružje. To je to.
On?
Yes.
Nema šanse da je to mogao da me pogodi.
Šta ti uopšte radiš? Hunt igraš?
Ne, ovi likovi čičuri, to nije normalno.
Što misliš tako?
On mene ubija kroz 3.9.
Pa dobro, možda čovjek zna kako da banguje i tako to. Kako da ne? Da.
Što sedi, što samo gledaju kako više keša izvuku malo pojavljene na anti-cheat sistemu.
Pa kako? Pa ne možeš izgurat čitera iz, pomozi mi reći onoga...
Čekaj, šta rekao?
Ma ne, iz Tarkova, sad ću ti reći. Ne možeš izgurat čitera iz Call of Duty-a.
U Tarkovu su 80% po banom, mislim.
Aha. No pa fino.
Više ne prelaze ni plaćeni.
Ni plaćeni četir, no?
Da, on je UTMega giga četir. Šili su da preseku. Oni su dobro sretili u 5 godina.
Dole je vremena.
Mislim, to hoće da idu na 1-0, pa da bude da se ono... čisti. Evo, i čim sam krenuo s Milanom ligama, evo, da padnem opet na celiku.
Hello, miners. It is time for another... Hello, miners. It is time for another DRG update, and we are back with a new rundown. Welcome to Season 4, Critical Corruption. Though we have gained great ground against the rampaging lithophage in the past months, it remains a constant threat on Hoxie's, despite our best efforts. And to make matters worse, reports of alarming new mutations are starting to come in. It is clearly reacting to our presence, and our endeavors are getting even more hazardous moving forward. Let's get right into it. The bad news first. The play cards you have encountered previously have evolved. They will now turn into lithophage corruptors, ravenous, fully mobile abominations that spread rockpox wherever they go. They appear impervious to normal gunfire, so you will need to use the cleansing equipment to get through their exterior shells and expose their soft inner core. Be advised, the lithophage corruptor is no pushover and will fight back to defend itself. Walk with care to normal gunfire, so you will need to use the cleansing equipment to get through their exterior shells and expose their soft inner core. Be advised, the lithophage corruptor is no pushover and will fight back to defend itself. Walk with care, miners. Furthermore, several more strains of Hoxie's wildlife have succumbed to the rockpox and gotten infected. You can now expect to meet infected Mactera bombers as well as infected Nadocyte breeders. Just lovely. Be on your guard as always, as these new variants will be even more hostile than usual, while also propagating the spread of rockpox. As if that wasn't enough, Hoxie's itself seems to fight back in its usual way, by spewing out yet more ghastly creatures from far below. Scanners report sightings of two new monsters. The Glyphid Stingtail is a powerful, heavily armored beast. It has a grabbing tail capable of incapacitating any enemy and goring them against its massive horns. Mind yourselves around this one. Meanwhile, the Glyphid Septic Spreader is a malicious cousin of our old friend, the Glyphid Spitter. This one fires heavy globules of rancid biomatter, which spread out in a wide area around impact. Just another day on Hoxie's, I suppose. But as always, our enemies are not the only ones to adapt. R&D has come up with a little something we expect you'll enjoy. Jet boots. You will now be able to recover crates of high-powered jet modules in the caves. Attach these to your boots and turn them into fully functional jet boots, giving you a much-needed leg up during any hardships you may encounter. Just, consider wearing a helmet, perhaps. Back home, a bit of redundant machinery has been cleared out, opening up the space rig a bit more, which handily allows plenty of space to install a training terminal for the coded locks you will encounter on the jet boot crates. It would appear some smart aleck has seen fit to build an arcade cabinet to fit it into. At the Abyss Bar, enjoy a delicious new brew, the Randovisor. This potent ale reportedly instills a sense of adventure and lust for challenge in whoever drinks it, causing questionable decisions in regards to equipment loadout and uniform. Apparently, finishing missions using these loadouts has become a bit of a fad. Well, I wish you luck. At the loadout terminal, a new option to randomize all your gear and upgrades has also become available, enabling you to quickly set up challenges for yourself. Why would anyone do this? Well, never let it be said we do not wish to enable our employees. Meanwhile, in your wardrobe, your armors now come with a new option. Toggle between sleeveless versions of all your own sets at will. Summer is almost upon us, after all. And capping all of this off is of course this season's new season pass. An all-new cosmetic tree and 100 new levels of gear, victory moves, weapon frameworks and crafting materials to unlock, with all the usual script challenges to go along with it. And as always, anything you may have missed in previous seasons will simply go into the existing loot pools, so nothing is going away forever. To commemorate the release of the season is of course also a new cosmetic pack up for purchase. The Decontaminator Pack features a brand new weapon framework to go with our previous DLC pack of armors. Combating a lethal pandemic has never looked sexier. That is it, miners. Season 4 is upon us. Suit up and get to work. We've got quotas to meet. Welcome to Critical Corruption. This is Mission Control, signing off. Rock and Stone.
Bashchalik. Welcome to my channel. Pause.
Pause. Wow. Ne mogu da verujem.
Odd-looking soundtrack.
Sti. Znam. Pa igrao sam taj, kao što rekao, igra košta 2-3 evra, DLC je bio 2 evra, mislim. Jedna mapa i 4-5 karaktera, mislim, što da ne. Ono, znam da taj developer nije nešto bog zna koliko veliki, onda, ono, verujem mi, nije mi neki...
Koji je li ja?
A, za Vampire Survivors. Mislim. Platio sam igru, kažem ti, par evra, a uzeo sam oba DLC-a koji su izašao dosta. Tamo da sam full igru platio 15 evra, pa opet je okej.
Evo bio sam čovjek opet sa Konstantinom.
Je li koji je rank tih ljudi proti kojih ti igraš?
4 zajednice.
Ozbiljno. I toliko su nevni, šta?
Po 5000 kilo imam.
Sa 3-4 zvezdice. To je neki žešći štrumferaj. Ne znam šta da kažem. Ne znam šta da kažem. Season 4. Da vidimo što ima novo.
The sun's rose again today.
Nešto su oni radili s grafikom. Definitivno. Izgleda mnogo oštrije igre.
U čemu?
Za Deep Rock. Options. Graphics. Text 12. Nisam. Ne, nisam. Ovo ti je eksperimentalni build. Kao da su uzeli baš, kao da su spomenuli te kao teksture ili engine možda su malo updateovali. Nisam ništa skinuo posebno. Dala mi se oštrije nekako. Čitao sam da su malo promenili ovaj lobby. To definitivno nisam čitao.
Kauta je balja grafika.
Aha, meni se čini. Da vidim samo koji je armor set. Armor set.
I like the look of this one. This is fitting. Let me try this. This.
Bi trebalo da radim, ne znam zašto ne radi.
Nah, this one. Oh, nice shape.
Pa za koji armor radi? Za ovaj? Za ovaj. Aha. No je fino. Dep.
What would Carl choose? Maybe this. This fits well.
Da, nije loše.
What about this one?
Ovo je fino. I...
This is getting better and better. Nope, this one.
Da, okej. Fino. Ja već imam taj DLC, izgleda da su dodali te frameworkove za oružje. To je to, Deep Sea, Megacorp, Dark Future. Evo ga. Aha, kao kamo. Vidim. Fino. Dobro. Ja sam ovo već odradio. Mora da je stari save. Mora da je stari save.
Ma da.
Znači...
Znao sam eto, znao sam. Još kod je Ripeva sve na utoku.
Šta je ovo, Amazonik? O bože. Dobro. Kramp. Fino. Or inspection. Double trouble. Imaš, ne znam koliko ti je brz internet i koliko ti se razvaljuje hard disk, ali imaš ako te zanima onu streljanu na test serveru, možda skineš test server za Hunt Showdown sad. Mada samo zbog toga da skidam neću, sačekat ću da izađe.
Ja ću i ovo da obišam, a kamo više ne znam.
Pa vidim da ga trenutno igraš, ne znam šta je problem.
Mahjong.
Ne znam šta da da radim u životu.
Ma znam, Boris. Ja isto sačekat ću radije. I ima ta promjena sa municijom i koliko se skuplja municija za oružje i to. Inače, bit će ti promenjen malo balans oružja i nekih stvari sa novim patchom za Hunt Showdown, vidjet ćeš.
Glideo Siha.
A gledaj si Psycho Ghost. Psycho Ghost je napravio klip o tome, ozbiljno. Da vidim.
Da.
Da vidim.
Alright, and welcome back to the channel, buddy, and I hope you're doing fine. So,
Gledao sam developer stream, gledao sam onoga Amerikanca što pravi content za YouTube.
Now, multiple topics that we will discuss, hopefully in multiple videos.
Psycho
Today I
Ghost
want to talk about
ima
one topic though.
dobro
Probably
mišljenje
the most
isto.
important one that has the
Realistično
biggest
uglavnom.
impact, and that's going to be
Bez obzira
the
što je
ammo
troll.
changes that are planned with this patch. So, we're going to talk today about the ammo system, how it's working right now. So, we're all on the same knowledge level. Afterwards, I'm going to show you the changes that are planned, and then at the end we're going to talk about balance changes and a little bit of a discussion at the end, sharing my personal opinion. Now keep in mind, the stuff is not even on the test server yet, and I also don't know when it's going to be on the test server, but pretty soon, since they shared it yesterday on the live stream. Also,
Da,
this
a mislim
is all
neće
subject
baš,
to change, so maybe in a
kako
couple
kaže,
of
da
days,
grize ruku koja ga
weeks,
hrani, ali ono.
the stuff is already changed again, so check the pinned comment, and maybe my opinion changed too. Let's get this started.
Koliko
Now,
prostora
ammo
ima sad.
changes with 1.13. Let's have a look at how it works right now. So currently,
Možeš fudbal igrati.
resupplying is percentage based.
Steady boots,
For example,
let's fly.
Berthier
That's
and
so
Lebel,
unfair.
they both have 15 bullets total. But resupplying a Berthier
can't
is way
believe it.
easier because you have 3 in the gun and 12 spare, so huge reserve pool. And with the Lebel, you have 10 in the gun and 5 spare.
That video
So a
game
tiny
will rot
reserve
your
pool.
brains.
I'll be my
The
own
Lebel
record this
gets
time.
1, maybe 2 bullets from a big box, so it's pretty sad.
it got
But he
me.
gets way more. And yeah, this is gonna change.
One more time.
Now we're gonna have a fixed amount, and how much you're getting back
10 out of 10 would
depends
play
on
again.
the ammo type that you have in your loadout. Now the ammo pools can still be shared. For example, if you play Sparks and
Ok, bar
Uppercuts,
imaš dve minigre sad.
the extra ammo
Teško.
pool is
Evo
of
čovjek
course
sa
big.
13.000 kg samo u
But
tim.
we're gonna talk about
A i
this in a
Milan ima
second,
11 kg.
because
I šta misliš kako
this
igra?
ammo rework, you cannot increase the refills by stacking the ammo because you get only one refill. So this will be kind of interesting because it will limit certain ammo types quite a bit. I don't want to say massively because I didn't play this yet. So you can mix
Ako uzmeš
the ammo types
uppercut i ako
and then
uzmeš
although
lebel,
you
dobit
have
ćeš
the
municiju
same,
za uppercut
you know,
ili za lebel.
base ammo,
Dobit ćeš
for
po
example,
jedan ili dva.
long ammo, but you have in the uppercut, then you get 2 refills, one for the Sparks with the FMJ and one for the uppercut. I will show you a few examples in a bit because honestly this is a little bit confusing. The goal of this is to encourage a little bit different ammo builds, right? Because currently I know a lot of people dislike when they go up against people who play Aftermath together with double Sparks pistol just to have a huge ammo pool. And I get that, it can be annoying. I don't think the Aftermath is OP, I think it's an expensive meme, but I do get that it's frustrating dying to that, and we try to tackle this a little bit. Not specifically the ammo, but stacking the ammo times. Now, let me show you this. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit of an overview here. This is taken from the dev stream. Again, I'm gonna show a few examples and a few math exercises, because that's actually what it is, to really explain the reworks. Maybe I'm just dumb, but I found this confusing doing the dev stream. Now, the small boxes, the smaller your caliber, the more bullets you will get. For example, Winfield, compact ammo 5, but if you play a Sparks, you will only get 1. And shotguns only get 1 shell. That is quite huge, I have to say. If you go for the bigger boxes, you get, of course, more. But always keep in mind, if you stack the same ammo type, you only get 1 refill. So, if you play Sparks Uppercut and you go to a big box, you get 2 long ammo bullets.
Whoa.
This is, of course, a nerf for, yeah, stuff like the Sparks. a little bit of a buff when you play stuff like the Lebel, because it makes this a little bit more streamlined with the other guns, at least in terms of resupplying them. Then you also have the special, for example, compact medium long shotgun. It's like 8422. And then, that's quite huge, the ammo box is giving you the most with 20-10-5-5. Yeah. Now, before I show you the examples, because this is still probably not very clear what's about to happen here. Something that is very important, dual-wield ammo also gets an adjustment. You can no longer double the ammo pool but by taking it akimbo style. For example, Aftermath Sparks will have the same reserve pool as Aftermath Double Sparks pistol. I think this is a good change, because very often they just took that to increase their primary. You also see very often a crack rifle together with Double Sparks pistol. Again, we're gonna talk about the crack, because I know the crack ammo pool is garbage. There's also a balance to that one though. I would say we jump right now into some ammo examples. Okay, welcome to Math School Hunt Edition with Mike. I tried to explain this now with a few examples, because honestly I have a feeling that I was not really able to explain these changes with the last couple slides. Now, imagine you have a Vetterli and a Pax, both medium ammo. The ammo pool stacks. However, if you go to a big box, 4 bullets, you only get 1 refill, because you do have the same ammo type. So ammo pool stacks, but the refill is only 1. Now, if you put FMJ on the Vetterli and fire on the Pax, and you go to a special ammo box, you get 4 FMJ bullets and 4 incendiary rounds. In total 8. I know, 4 plus 4, 8. Amazing. If you would put FMJ on the Vetterli and FMJ on the Pax, you only get 4 FMJ bullets. If we look at the long ammo example, then Mosin Uppercut, small box, 1 bullet. Ammo pool stacks, but same ammo type, so only 1 refill. Lebel Sparks pistol, right? Yeah, the Lebel with a Sparks pistol, you get 2 bullets from a big box. Again, ammo pool stacks, but still the same ammo type. Now, if you have Sparks FMJ and Uppercut Incendiary, then you get from a special ammo box 2 bullets for the Sparks FMJ and 2 for the Incendiary Uppercut. I hope I was able to explain this now properly. If you have questions, drop them in the comment section. If I don't answer them, I hope somebody else is. Be kind to each other and help each other out. But I think this should be clear now. We have a few more balance changes. Let's have a look at the Incendiary reworks. Now, honestly, Incendiary was never really that strong. It was a valid play, but it was more like, not like the second pick, it's more like the plan C or plan D. With 1.13, they will instantly set you on fire the moment they hit you. Now, of course, before everybody's losing their mind, as long as there was no damage drop-off. For example, a Sparks, for the regular Sparks, not the science ones, you have the damage drop-off kicking in at roughly 40 meters. So if you put incendiary rounds on the Sparks, and you get shot at 40 meters or less, you're on fire. Now, again, before everybody's losing their mind, if you have soft skin, this protects you from that, right? It protects you from being set on fire. That means you need a second hit with incendiary rounds to set somebody on fire, which is nice. The soft skin value might go up. Always keep in mind, though, on the test server and even the first days on live server, everybody's gonna try this out. Everybody's gonna run around with incendiary rounds. Oh, not everybody, but a lot of people, more than usual, okay? It's the same phenomenon with the bow and also the beetle. Oh my god, beetle OP, it will ruin the game. Oh my god, we have the bow is way too strong, blah, blah, blah. It's new and people wanna check it out, okay? It's still very scary, don't get me wrong. I don't know if that is the best solution, but honestly, again, back in the days with Dragon Breath, I was like, oh my god, Dragon Breath.
Time to get to work, team.
First, we're gonna talk about facts and then about the other ammo changes. You have now an ammo box at rank 1. Great. I'm surprised that this is foreshadowing. And Dum Dum has now intense bleed on rifles. That is the important part. This does not work with a pack. You use it on a rifle. Springfield, you will feel intense bleed. That is pretty sick. That thing deals over 130 damage and then intense bleed. Spicy. explosive ammo has now the same amount of bullets as the base ammo.
Remember, leave no one
Dodge though,
behind.
we will see. Especially with a Martini Henry where you can have like a spit wall, it might be good. And the crack spare goes up from 6 to 8. Absolutely necessary because, yeah, resupplying is harder and they kinda ruined. They adjusted the ammo pool with no double spots. Yeah,
Lights up! Beat your maker, great!
Trucks. And Wobblets can now equip 2 ammo packs. Yeah, I know, it's just like a little side note, but it's actually a huge deal. And I would say I showed you now all the facts, and we will discuss.
Purring like a kitten.
Okay, so there's quite a few things that you have to look at. So first of all, I'm not a fan of the percentage-based resupply because it really cucks up the weapons. It's kind of weird that it was so goddamn hard to resupply. That thing, without an uppercut, was a little bit of a challenge to play compared to, for example, a Sparks that you just shoot all day, and then you know, you find one ammo pack and you're good to go again for almost another engagement. So, I like this. If we look at the next thing though, and that is with the amount of refills, yeah, we have to play this. Honestly, on one hand, I like that they try to break up the meta a little bit. So it's not just Sparks uppercut, Aftermath, Sparks pistol. I really dig this. But they are also hitting all the other loaders with this. For example, a Centennial.
Calling down cleansing
that
equipment.
will only get now 3 to 4 bullets. And it's still fine, I would say. But it will be quite a change. I'm not really affected by this patch because I play so much weird goddamn funky loadouts that, yeah, whatever. And I like it that they're nerfing long ammo pool with this a lot. I don't enjoy this. I do it myself, don't get me wrong. You play Martini Henry, uppercut with Sparks pistol, or crack with Sparks pistol, and you just shoot like at the footsteps that you hear in a wooden building and just go for it. And you would be surprised, more often than not, you hit the target. Now, what makes the resupply or adjustment or whatever you want to call that, this might happen a little bit less. Or people just run for ammo boxes that are highly doubtful. But who knows? I really don't want to jinx anything. And yeah. This is something that I like that they're tackling. I also like that dual wielding is not giving you this huge resupply. The Sparks pistol is not designed just to be your ammo pool. I think it's kind of dumb. Sure, the crack kind of needed it. Keep in mind you still have to increase reserve by using the Sparks pistol to get rid of the crack, and I will most likely still do that. When I run a crack, it's just harder to resupply. You get them like 2 bullets, but bigger max.
Applying lithofoam on the rock.
It will be kind of weird at first. I will play different loadouts. I will probably go back to long ammo rifle together with an officer, a new army, or something. I'm already doing this. I'm only playing this with an uppercut as a secondary when I reload. Honestly, I have so many contraband uppercuts, I recruit hunters just to stash them. Okay. Definitely the Aftermath players will not be very happy with this patch. And honestly, I couldn't care less. Now, the thing with the Incendiary is, this is probably the next topic I want to discuss. I'm not completely done with the other point.
Light is up!
I'm a little bit afraid of this. This might go a little bit overboard because you can shoot people with a regular Sparks Incendiary, and as long as you're fighting in compound, you will set them on fire.
Sorry,
you just swap, and then you swap to FMJ ammo immediately and wallbang. And actually you blow through wooden walls. Yeah, this will just enforce the wallbang again, I guess. We need to play this first, but this is scary. But I just don't want to be too pessimistic.
Svako Ghost kontradiktuje sam sebi.
Oh my god, Dragon Breath!
Zato što manje municije ima za svo oružje. Nećeš sigurno pucat bez veze kad god ti se digne kurac, baš zato što imaš manji ammo pickup u svako oružje.
Keep in mind that after the damage drop off, you have to fine anyway.
Pa, tebi, ni tebi ni meni to nema razlike. Ja svejedno, kad pucam, gledam da pogodim. Znaš, ne pucam ono bam, 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 nema više municije. Ne. Municija ne raste na drveće.
I want to see more variety, more crazy loadouts.
Za šta? Long ammo, compact ammo. Long ammo. A dobro, ali moja pretpostavka je da između dva fajta sa dva tima nisi išao da puniš municiju.
Where is that damn tin? Help me with the minerals here. Eat it! From A to D, skipping B and...
Scanner showed the wave is thinning out. Take out the rest of them, stat.
Attack each other! Pass your expiration date!
Ko da se moji se dive da ljudi lažu.
Clear! Recharging!
Brzo. Previše brzo.
Let there be light! You're your own worst enemy! That will teach you! Megalodon's overheating! Light it up! Eat it! Mine it!
Well done. Secondary objective completed.
Got no flares ready! Drone, get to work! Lloyd! Yeah, give me some sugar. You carry a load well, Molly.
I think that will be really nuts. Then the dumb, intense bleed rifles. Yeah, Springfield. Will be nice, dude. Springfield, 100 sparks.
Go fetch.
That thing deals 100.
Donkey, come here.
Right? 130 something before damage drop off, and then intense bleed. Yo, you have to act quickly, or you know maybe that's a hidden push for you to take Bloodless a little bit more. I think the first days once this is all coming will be very, very interesting. I like this though. I also like it that they're separating this from rifles and pistols. You know, maybe they can do that for the incendiary ammo too. That if you shoot the incendiary ammo with a
My
rifle,
grandpa told me they used real mules back in the day, keeping up the tradition.
Pistols, maybe it's not.
Move your tin ass over here and
That's
hurry,
why
please.
we need to play the test server to get a feeling for that. And I know that the test servers are piss poor representation from life conditions. You have money, people just burn the money, they play all the expensive shit, they run around, they dump their gear, they die, they don't care, they play recklessly, they don't play like on live server. Once the money's gone, they don't play a test server anymore. I get that. Still, I think I will go 1 or 2 evenings on a test server once this is up, and then yeah, I'm gonna join this madness. Explosive ammo the same amount as the regular base ammo. Okay. That thing is still trash. The problem is it's also very expensive for
Time to find Molly!
basically
Any
a
the damn
breaching
mine can't
rifle,
Where
right?
is
You
it?
open doors and windows and yeah, I mean on stuff like the Martini Henry and the Springfield, yeah sure. But otherwise, man, I don't know. On the uppercut,
After this, longest shower
it's
ever.
still garbage,
Feel like I
right?
cliff and dumped every single
It's gonna be still a meme. Panning, uppercut, explosive ammo sounds pretty fucking sweet though. But that's a meme point of view. Crack spare increase, yeah, that was necessary with these changes. And bomb blends can now equip 2 ammo types. Now, I don't have any footage to show that during the dev stream, just a couple seconds though. So, swapping the ammo works like with the crossbow, so that is very fast. And this will be... I already like the bomb blends, but now you will have a silenced shotgun basically that is almost on Romero level, that also one-shots pads, or maybe even players when you get them. This will be crazy. Together with these ammo changes, this whole thing will be... I don't know what to play first, if I'm completely honest with you guys. So, I like these changes, especially the ammo resupply. I like it that they're breaking up these boring loadouts that we play for years. I still think long ammo will be the strongest, maybe not. But I think it's a good first attempt. Maybe they go overboard a little bit with how the resupply works, but that's something that they can do. So looking forward to have so many sadistic, I mean very cool loadouts in my hand right now that I want to play.
Save your ammunition.
I like this. Incendiary ammo is the only thing that is a little bit, I don't know. Getting set on fire will be a like, you and at least my place are also fighting this in and I don't know, dude. Undoubtedly high rate of fire and then immediately setting you on fire. You have to keep in mind this will most likely then also hit small bar players on the right pretty crazy. You can't always stop the fire. On fire and one tries to beautiful, man. Okay, let me know in the comment section what you think about it. I think, yeah, I think I talked about most of the stuff. It's late. I really like that they reduced the resupply for long ammo, so people just take the dirty ammo bullets and just toss them in the whole barn because they give some good section. That's cool. I think you have to be a little bit considerate with the ammo. That is something that...
Well done. Core infuser is active.
All like, no, probably not all of us. No, definitely not all of us.
Ne znam kad si pričao, malo pre sam te čuo. Jesi pričao u sebi? U sebi si pričao, tako?
Ne, samo da vidim da li si tu.
Možda slušam video od Psycho. Možda, nije, idem u 9:15.
Oni su menjali brzinu kojom lete meci u Huntu. Bez da su to javili ovdje.
Kako misliš, menjali su brzinu metaka? Meci i dalje imaju velocity, šta je problem?
Pa, lepo promenili su brzinu. Znam kojom brzinom je uletelo na Winfieldu, kako se mogu da ga sad čekam na to.
Ne znam, ako hoćeš da probamo, kad bude live, pošto tebe to možda zanima, nikog ostalog bojim se od ovih. To ne bi interesovalo. Ako hoćeš kad budu stavili na live verziju servera, to strelište možemo ući zajedno da probamo. Ja ću da budem pokretna meta, ti gađi mene. Pa vežbaj preticanje.
Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day.
Kako sam ljudi ne znam kako.
Grabbing ammo.
Koliko sam spucao, skoro sve. Ne verujem. Šta je stalo još jedno jaje? Ne verujem da si u pravu, Light. Ne kažem da ne pričaš istinu, ali mislim da je to više subjektivni tvoj osjećaj.
Help me mind this. Molly!
Hvali mi sve.
Pa će mladen da menjam će ponijel kod nače. Da promeniš. Jer kod mladen on će da menja, ne znam, testeru će da ugađa, ne znam. Oni da oni će da uvađa sve.
Koliko put on testere izjebo to?
Izjebo sve testere.
Da ja ne pamtim da je ovo nosio toliko kod nas.
Boom, baby! Let them kill each other!
Ma io porca,
Vada tebe da pališ na vas. Može.
Dobro.
Nightmare!
Ne, koliko ti dobijati neke 13.000 na 2 godine?
Good work. All objectives completed. Drop pod can be called via the mule.
Zippity! Whack 'em all! Be gone! Go, Bosco!
Okay, there was a lot of talking there at the end. I'm sorry, I kind of got carried away. There's just so much you have to think about that is not super obvious at first glance. Let me know, again, I know I said it already, in the comment section what you think about it. It's currently 2:30 a.m. I'm tired, but these patch note videos, they have to go out while this topic is still hot. I'm probably very late with this anyway. Okay, then, thank you to my patrons for supporting me over at Patreon. We had the coffee time last weekend. I'm gonna do the playtime roulette the upcoming days. We're gonna do the shuffle for that one, and I'm looking forward to play with some of you guys. Okay, nice. Hopefully I can release this video on Wednesday. It would be nice. And we have hopefully 1 or 2 more videos covering the rest, like the shooting range. Okay. Done. Thank you for watching. I hope I can do 1 or 2 more videos about 1.13. Don't forget to jump on a test server and check everything out. Afterwards, you can overreact. I see you in the next one. Until then, have a good day and bye-bye.
Got the feeling something bad happened here.
Ove skine već imam. Već imam sve ove skine. Sve. I armor set. Da.
I called for Molly. I'm full. Where's Molly?
Ovo moj stari save, 100%. Za te servere. Za Deep Rock.
Your ride home is on the way. Drop pod inbound.
Dobro.
Legally speaking, rocking is more legal than stoning. Eh? Eh?
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5
Okay, it starts
minutes.
cool. Goodbye for now. Probably he's gonna take like $100 per hour. Yeah.
Oh, but if you read this, I'll give you exclusive access to behind-the-scenes footage. And I've had to say to them, look, I'm going to be real sorry about this, but I'm going to be blunt and honest with you business-wise. Exclusive access to behind-the-scenes footage of a game that doesn't yet exist is not as tempting as you think it is as a reward. Because if I were to make a video based on that, it wouldn't get enough views to cover the time that I've spent working on your game. You can't eat from behind-the-scenes access. It's great way of putting it. Yeah, so I've had to say to people, look, if I make a video on your game, that benefits you far more than it benefits me. And that's not me trying to be, arrogant and cocky. It's unfortunately, there will be more eyes on your product from my viewer base than there will be potential people that join my viewer base from your product. It's a business transaction. So when I say that to companies, I'm like, okay, cool. If you've got something cool that's happening, if you want me to come down and get involved, if you want me to read something or be involved, you've got to pay for that time, and I'll work as hard as I bloody well can. I'll work exceptionally hard for you. When I'm there, my time is yours all day. I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to focus. This is a business thing. So far, there's been one company that has actually had the understanding to say, yep, totally get it. It's your job. We'll cover all that for you, no problem at all. Now, that hasn't been confirmed yet, but I'm hoping it's going to go through. I can't say any more about that because I don't want to spoil anything if it doesn't go through. But so far there has been one company, apart from sponsorship.
Ko je ostavio? Boris. Boris je još bolji nego ja.
Mislim da bi umjesto da polinje mene, on trči za volontim.
Esnik.
Šta je taj trailer?
Pogledaj. Znaš kako je dobro. Mislim, kratko traje, ali ima malo in-game grafik. Taj trailer?
Drugar mi poslao screenshot. Mislim, čekaj samo. Copy image.
Izgleda boss biti na otvorenom.
Pa jest. To će ti biti lutajući boss ako sam dobro shvatio. Bolje tako. Igra bude malo dinamičnija. Puno kurac. Skrivanje po bossari. Hoće li biti ta kiša ili neće? Ako ovo nije fotomontaža, bit će. Da, bit će kiša. Ok, suptilno je, nije previše jako.
Nije, fino izgleda.
Naravno što više ovo kad trči kroz vodu. Pogledaj efekat kad se sliva kiša sa teksturom. Da. Aligator.
I know now what has fouled this rain. I'm standing before her open mouth and I bow.
Sve ovo super, a zamisli kad ima još jedna ekipa pored vas.
Ili dve.
Šta onda?
Ne znam, bit će interesantno. Ja se samo bojim da će tu, a dobro, ja vjerujem da će se taj boss pojavljivati samo kad je kiša, da ne mogu da rade snajperi, znaš. Znači ako se bude po suncu lutajući boss, ovaj će da gađa s 500 metara.
Dok ti krpiš bossa, neko će ti glavu skinuti. Tako da je.
Da. To.
To me. Yeah, you are like aliens to me. I completely don't get what the fuck you want. Yeah, not aliens. Aliens. Green guys from the cosmos. Aliens, not aliens. Aliens. Yes, these guys.
As well, but you must allow me to be harsh. Or I can make a should you play. But I'm telling you right now, if you want views, you want worst MMO ever, not should you play. And they said, no, we don't like the negative association with worst MMO, so you put it on should you play. So I made a video called Should You Play This Game? It was half an hour long, and I sent them the...
Pa dobro. Biće nešto od toga. Imaš...
From Software's game design has had a undeniable...
Imaš preview za taj, vidio sam kako izgleda, čekaj, si vidio Boris? Za taj Battle Pass. Jesi vidio?
Nisam vidio, ne.
To ti je ovaj video. Znači da, postao ću ga
Sve su oni namjerno su pustili.
Nije to slučajno liko ono, to je krajtek. To ti je kad je bio onaj trailer za ekonomiju i onda imaš u jednom segmentu, pojavlja se na 4-5 sekundi. Vidiš, ali to ti je samo u 2 sekunde, 3 videa, znaš. Evo, Tide of Shadows se zove event, sljedeći, koštaće 1000 Blood Bonda. I koliko ja vidim, bit će ti unlock, vidim nož, neki kameni nož. I koliko ja vidim, ovo je ili Dragon Breath za ručni samostrel, ili eksplozivna municija, nisam siguran šta je ta dva. I imaš penny shot za bomb lance, to ti je vidiš na 9. levelu. Ali to ti je samo prvih 10 levela, zanimljivo, to su samo
da, sad će Bone Spear imaće dva vrste municije možda nosiš.
Pa kao za...
To su tebe dovoljno imaju.
A ne, zato što je to krajtek. Zamisli da recimo imaš pušku repetirku. Kako ćeš ti sada ubaciš drugu municiju u pušku? Vesno. Ajde, ti sad dizajn. Aha. To ti je za single shot, ok. A za puške koje imaju magazin interni, oni sad treba dorade animaciju da ti povlačiš onaj zatvarač, cap. Nije problem, nemaš okvir, Nenade, da izvučeš okvir čitav, nego to je zatvarač i interni magazin koji ne možeš da izvučeš.
Pa morat će nešto da smisle.
Pusti se neka poluga.
Poluga, nema poluge. Kajte koliko god razumeš da izmišlja nazive za oružje i gluposti, koliko toliko se drži, čak je onaj lik iz onog muzeja, onaj Britanac, kako se zove, zaboravio sam, čak i on rekao, kaže da su, poslali su mu klip da zapravo Mosin Nagant automat je napravljen na osnovu puške, kao prototip puške iz Prvog svjetskog rata, koja je druga puška, nije Mosin Nagant, nego je Ross Mark II, mislim.
Da, ali ima taj automat, ja sam gledao.
Da, oni su napravili funkcionalni prototip u engine igre koji stvarno radi, razumeš, ono radi taj ciklus, ali takva puška je nepraktična. Oni su to stvarno napravili, isto tako kažem ti.
Yes.
Kako ćeš sad ti da napraviš animaciju za Mosin Nagant? Nema tu poluge, Nenade. I to se ne radi. Znači ti moraš ili da ispucaš 5 metaka ili da 5 puta pučeš zatvarač da 5 puta izleti metak.
Da.
Da ti 5 puta uradi, na primjer, bullet grabber. Da 5 puta...
Ako hoćeš brzo da promeniš municiju, da.
I jedini izuzetak onaj, kako se zove, ona puška isto što ima long ammo, što ima interni magazin, onaj stripper clip da ubaci 3 metka, znaš? On ima drugačiji
reload. To je onaj Craig, kako se zove?
Nije, pre Craiga. Ona što ima blokove po 3 metka, long ammo.
A, ovaj Bartier?
Ona ima drugačiji sistem punjenja. Ima te strip klipove. Ona ima taj delimični reload kad ispališ jedan metak. Mislim da zapravo ima i fora i kad je full reload, ona, mislim da to možeš da radiš. Povuče zatvarač, izleti metak, ako imaš bullet grabber uvati ga, ako nema, izgubio si ga, izvuče 2 metka u onom malom magazinu i ubaci novi 3. To može. A kod pušaka koje nemaju magazin, šta sad?
Da, pogotovo kod lebela, brate. Koliko lebel ima 10 plus 5? On 10 ima unutra.
Da, zamisli da 10 puta radiš na zatvaraču. Ubili bi te.
Ne znam kako ću to misliti.
Moraš da izvadiš 10 metaka i da napuniš posle 5. A sve jedan po jedan. Nema onaj stripper klip. Kao malu šinu za nema. To teško.
Za Bone Spear će biti promjena municije ko na crossbow, samo će da zameni ovo. Biće brzo menjanje.
A to ti je zato što im je to lakše njima kao animatorima da uradi. Da urade animaciju da on samo kao repetira oružje uprazno, kao uzme i stavi kao novu kao projektil.
Samo zameni. Bukvalno spomenuo da će biti kao na crossbow.
Oružje koji ima jedan metak nisu neki problem, ali oružje koji imaju više metaka ili kako ćeš promeniti municiju na Officer Nagantu. Šta? Otvorit će onaj, kako se to zove, loading gate. Ne znam naziv za to. Da, otvorit će burence i onda će sa onom polugom, to nisu animirali isto, to sam gledao jedan lik. Oružar isto rekao je, jednostavno, developerima je lakše da to kao smuljuju tu animaciju, da ti to ne vidiš. Svako oružje ima pravilno napravljeno na modelu, ima onu kao polugu, koja inače služi da ti, kako se to zove, ekstraktor, da ti bukvalno gurneš onu praznu čauru da ona izleti napolje. A kako je animiran u Huntu, kao ti istreseš revolver i kao ispadne metak, a to tako ne ide. To bi trebalo da bude nauljena svaka čura da bi to radilo.
Da, možda će ubaciti tu animaciju gdje otvori burence samo saspe prema sebi i ispadnu svi 5 komanda.
A to ti radi na revolverima koji imaju to. To ti je onaj...
To će morati ubaciti.
Scofield i imaće, ljudi su isto provali na onaj klip što si video, ljudi su provali da će ti biti onaj Cadwell New Army ili ti taj Colt New Army. Za njega će ti biti speedloader. To ti je onaj mali kao, šta je onaj kao klip sa 6 metaka. Da ga samo...
Da, i samo ubaci odjednom svih 6 komada, da.
Jeste. To ti je zakon. Ne znam. Ja sam imao 1200-300 Bloodbonda i baš sam čuo za ovaj sljedeći event. I baš sam razmišljao bio da li da kupim skin neki na onom black marketu, a rekao aj neću. I sreća pa nisam. Znaš kad ćeš sad zaraditi pare Bloodbond?
Nema dopom.
Znaš kad? Kad budeš
otvorio...
Ne, jest. Kad budeš otvorio novčanik i platio 20 evra, 2000-3000 Bloodbonda, koliko ona? Tad ćeš da uzmeš ovaj Battle Pass.
Čekaj, sve ukide sa Bloodbondima, nisam...
Možeš da uzmeš samo 50 Bloodbonda nedeljno na one zadatke, ali morat ćeš da odradiš koliko Boris, seriju onih zadataka. Koliko je onaj quest line za zadatke. 10 nekih stavki moraš da uradiš. Tipa zapali lovca, ubi čoveka puškom iskoristi na buretu, ubi 4 emulatora, a to sam rekao bez veze, a ko zna kako će to biti. Da sam ja stao? Ja sam stao kod ove kokoške. Ću kurec ubit. Unlock to craft pistols. Kako ne, north, far away. North, far away, far away. Imam li srebra? Imam.
Imaš nekog peta?
Možda kasnije. Oni su dodali...
Ti magarci, to što ti to?
To je konj. Ali imaš, vidio sam opciju da sumonuješ konja, kao vampirskog konja. Po želji kao, možda ga revivuješ. Ovo ti je regularni konj, a imaš kao vampirskog konja.
A vidi, možeš da ga još...
E sad, to ti je ovo što mi piše quest. Zapravo ne vidiš od moje glave u ćošku. Ajmo ovako, promenit ću scenu. Piše mi u gornjem ovom ćošku upgrade the castle heart to level 4, interact with it. I kad budem upgrade-ovo, znamo mi treba malo više sastak. Mislim da ću moći da napravim kao vampirskog konja. I njega možda pozoveš po potrebi. A dosad si se kretao ovako s ovim. Pretvoriš se u vuka. I onda skakućiš okolo.
Necromancer.
A ovo mi je remek.
I on ide brzo.
Pa ide, 30% brže ide, dovoljno. Odaja sa slugama. 15 sekundi. Deset sekundi. Ovo mi je kovačnica. Dodali su ovo sa spratovima, ovo je zakon. Bukvalno zamak napraviš. Mada mislim da je 3 sprata limit za sad. Mi i ovako izgleda lepo zamak. Fin pogled.
Baš je dobro.
Mislim, mogu sam još da napravim veće balkone okolo da mogu da se šetam, ali meni bilo dovoljno. Pre si mora da praviš zamak u širinu. Bio je sve na jednom spratu u prethodnoj verziji. I onda ti zamak dođe previše dugačak, onda hodaš non stop. A ovako...
Kao farma neka.
Pa kao farma, ne zamak. Šta sam teo? Teo sam da vidim na ovoj sobi Throne Room. I sad imaš taktičku mapu. Možda pošalješ sluge da idu da pljačkaju. Može. Poslat ćemo ga u selo. Select. Let the hunt begin. I sad je on otišao da lovi ljude. Baš čelik. Koji je ovo baš? Aha. A ovo je naj... Ovo je lovac. Lovac. Onda mogu da vidim na mapi u koje zone mogu da ga pošaljem, da ima najveći efekat. Je li to... Farbane Hunter? Samo ti opuštam. Aha, on ima Tactician isto. U zavisnosti od bonusa koji ima, daje bolji loot ili slabi loot. Znači njega je dobro da pošaljem ovdje u Bandit Armory. I ako ima bar jedan od ova dva bonusa, on ima ovo za šumu i ima ovaj military tactic kao vojno. I ovdje može se pošalje u Bandit Stronghold. E sad...
I koliko on dugo se tamo zadržava?
Pa imaš da ga pošalješ na 24 sata realno. A imaš da ga
I s čime se vrati?
Pa sam se vrati, samo ti piše poruka na
Mislim,
serveru.
ne, nego ti donese resurse ili pare ili šta?
Da, donese ti resurse. Što ga duže pošalješ, to više donese loot. I to je veća šansa da uspe, ako ga pošalješ, kao ja što sam ga poslao, ga pošaljem na 2 sata, pa se posle 2 sata vrati, donese manje loota, ali brže dođem do stvari koje mi trebaju. Mi ga pošaljem ovome Rumunu. This and that. Gdje je to? Ovaj event izgleda jako lepo za pomozi mi reći, za Deep Rock.
Ako neki novi, šta?
Da.
Nisam odavno palio.
Sezona 4 treba da izađe.
Mogli bi malo neke nove biome da ubace i neke te alijeve.
Stop supporting Activision. Just stop. It's time to stop. I like Hunt, but I dislike Crytek. Makes sense? Hope not. Ne, nego sam rekao ome Rumunu da prestane da podržava Activision. Tako što ne igra njihove igre. Vrlo jednostavno. On kaže I like Call of Duty, onaj DMZ. I ja rekao da. A vidio sam ga, kupio barem 4-5 onih DLC-eva, razumiješ, sa kozmetikom i govnima. Našao sam foru u ovome V-Risingu da bakarni novac pretvorim u srebrni. Svakih sat vremena možda kupiš alat. Gde si, Mlado? Alat se kupuje za 18 baka. Oni kao kopera, šta je to već. I srebrni novac možeš da praviš ili da lutaš od protivnika. Sad to za lutanje je dosta nesigurno, a bakarnog novca ima mnogo. I nemaš nigde... Šta je sad? Je moguće da mi je zabao?
Mlado, u nedelju sam nevjerojatno u Jagodini. Kad? U nedelju.
U nedelju. Dobro, super.
Evo bret. Šta je zabao mi je, levi klik miš. Evo brother.
Odlično, moj nešto.
Autorun. Kada ova igra ima autorun. Primary. Levi klik. Javi levi klik miša. Alo! Ne mogu da promenim ništa. Jo, brale. Ovo je Steam 100% zabao. 100%. Treba definitivno da updateuju some secret Crytek agenda. Who knows?
Si ti telefonirao profesorici?
Ona meni.
A dobro, ali si ju rekao ste da kazali niste? Pa dobro.
New gun. Ovaj lik je linkovao new gun, nije to new gun, to je new variant of gun. Šta će sad bit u ovome Hunt Showdownu kad ispališ 4-5 metaka za shotgun i kad ti kutija municije da jednu patronu. Šta će onda bit? Biće borba ko će prvi doći do kutije. Da, zaboravio ti kažem, bori se čini mi se da danas imaš na Epic Store-u, ne znam šta je ovo.
Da, četvrtak je, nisam otvarao Epic.
Ja sam gledao pisalo za 4 sata, free unlock.
Da, od 5 je, od 17 časa.
Ovo daleko neka timska igra, jel? Ono što s duhovima. Pogledajte ti. Kao Ghostbusters neki. Pogledajte ti. Loviš duhove. Pa ću dovedim peđe da igramo.
Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Da, izgleda okej.
Ovo su ovi što su radili Deep Rock Galactic.
To je developer. Ne developer, publisher, Coffee Stain Studio. Ali unutar tog publishera imaš manje te timove. Recimo ja znam...
Podizvođači.
Jeste. To bi ti bio, sad ću ti reći, pod tim publisherom imaš i onaj Satisfactory što sam ja igrao s Nenadom. Znaš ono kao onaj šuter iz prvog lica da ti praviš fabriku i stavljaš ono zgrade.
Gledao sam to.
To ti isti publisher koji...
Pa one cevi pravite vakume.
Da. Jebate kakav bug. Pa jesu li hotfixovali ovo ili nisu? Samo sam malo tabu...
Pravio će da te kao Vive više ne napada.
Gde u?
Ovo se ti prekrive.
Ne ako ti njih ne agruješ, šta?
Ne, uopšte te ne napada.
Oni prasići, ona čudo.
Da.
S tim je poludeo totalno. Totalno. Skinuo bi te server za Hunt Showdown, ali previše malo mi je
Jasmo!
Previše malo mi je promjena, znaš.
Potvrdit ću ti ovo, sutra, Vlado.
Samo radi...
Jasmo, alo, što se radi?
Samo radi streljane, ne isplati se. Tako, izvolim.
Nismo stigli, ali čim mi stigli...
Jesi dobla?
Ja ti ugradim. Ćao.
Nemoj da im upadaš u razgovor, viš da Vlada diluje kokain s Nenadom, kad završe deal, onda priča s njim.
Pušti ti njih namjer.
Ne, puštam ja njih namjer, nego ti upadaš u reč.
Bez te momci šta se radi?
Idemo sve, nisu svičevi još stigli, ali ti do Nesipa kad dođe, ja kad prišim, ako ćemo za sve ostalo.
Kaj nije stigla još?
Da.
Dobre, Nenada, šta je Nenad, ko ti drma da...
Crni kamion sive, kako beš, crveni kamion sive boje.
Plavi, žuti kamion...
Kad kaže, samo kaže, kamion pun, kako ono kaže, ne kaže kalašnjikovi, nego, ne znam, pritke za paradajz. Ne. Kad kaže za krompir, a krompir si ti uriš na bombu.
Uživajte, ajde na nešto po ono...
Ideš na cijev, a?
Ideš ti na cijev, a?
Ne, ovo je otišao na cijev, a?
Ko je otišao na cijev?
Ne. A što, s kim vrbaški igraš i ti s kim?
Ne igraš ništa, brate.
Ne igram,
vrbaški igra samo se random, ne poznaju nas seljaki.
Treba da vas pozna, kako će vas poznat, brate.
Kako, samo s randomima smo igrali pre neki dan.
Pušti ga, bre, bori se ti, nemoj ti.
Pre neki dan.
Sada da ti kvari.
Pa jučer nisam igrao, možda tek uveče malo, bili ste u parku, šta ćete igrati?
Pa oni neće, oni hoće samo kad oni hoće da ti dođeš, znaš.
To je. Ne gledao sam ovo.
Da igraš samo kad bi oni da igraju.
Vidio sam Milana samoubicu što izlazi sam napolje.
Jesi gledao s automatom kad igra pa pogine. Bez metka upaljeno.
Momci, laka noć. Ćao, čao.
Lako, čao. Jesi li vidio Snake?
Pazi ovo, juče igramo ja, Case i on i ubijemo dva tima, namučimo se ko ja i Case, ko čakle neke i evo dođe još jedan tim. Ja i Case ono polako jedno polje, nego te tim i on se ne mogu se ne teče, na njih samo čužu.
To je kod one crkve, gledao sam to.
Da. I Milan čuti sad, znaš. Sad moj Case kaže, no, šta si sad uradio? Što nam nisi rekao? Milan čuti. Znaš, očekivo je ne znam što. Jer je rekao, momci, idemo, mi bismo zašli vamo, pucali bi.
Da, gledao sam tu partiju, padali ste, dizali se. Bilo je baš jebino. Jesi li vidio Snake igricu The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria?
Gollum, jel' ta?
Kako?
Gollum.
Ne. Lord of the Rings Return to Moria.
To je ono što liči na ono Craft the Brew što ja igram.
Da.
Da, na to najviše liči, ne kažem da je tako.
I nešto između toga i Deep Rock Galactic.
Mislim, jel ima na Steamu? Ja mislim da ima samo na Epiku, ili tako nešto bilo?
Ima na Steamu, ima.
Nisam
si siguran, Nenade?
Pogledaj, ja mislim da ima.
Misliti i znati, nije isto.
So, North Beach Games. Developer Free Rage Games.
You shouldn't be here, and soon you won't.
Only survival crafting game set in the fourth age. Ovo će biti interesantno.
Taste of knowledge.
Za onu igru, ja sam mislio da si na nju, Gollum, nisam vidio dobre stvari uopšte.
Vidio, gledao sam malo, Goblina sam gledao malo...
Nešto da javiš kao u moj i to, ali ne znam...
Navodno igra Trubadur. Fail, žešći.
Evo, bio sam čovjek opisa, za kod se ti ne mogu.
Ko jasno. Opet imaš neke biseraca igrača. Ja sam ti rekao to što si ti rekao 10 do 15 hiljada kilova ako neko ima. I Milan ima mnogo hiljada kilova, tipa 10.
Nema mozak.
A i dalje igra isto i bez umlje, čisto i tako.
Evo ja ljudi ubijem se koncentrina bombama.
Pitam se za njihovo mentalno zdravlje. Ne što ti loše igraš, nego... Koliko su oni prisani od mozga.
Bote više mi skinuo ovaj moj, ovaj nije normalno. Ovaj pucao na mene.
Rješava si najboljima.
Još kad idu ljudi.
Malo prije uzem prekonjen čovjeka i moj bam bam. Sorry man. Što sorry evo. Ono skačem, hodim se i na time mu završavaš.
Znaš šta mi je najzabavnije kad te slušam kako kažeš Milanu, a moraš svaki put da mu to kažeš specifično, da ako te revive-uje i ako nije sigurno, znaš, tu da te revive-uo, da se postavi da primi taj metak, jer nema poenta da te revive-uje da bi ti možda pobegao odatle, razumeš? Ne moraš ni da kažeš ljudima, par meni ne moraš da kažeš. Ako mislim da će te neko ukokati i ako nisi negdje u kaveru, stvarno ću stati da primi taj metak. Zašto te revive bez veze? Da te neko farma. Evo vidiš.
Kao nema veze. Stano nosim koncentrina. Sine. Najprej meni malo.
Bend to my will. Ne vidim. Check out the goods.
Can I interest you in a little something?
only the gaming industry, but the industry of Jacobs, people named Jacobs, such as myself. With the massive success of Elden Ring, From Software has further established that a merciless, uncompromising, gameplay-first design philosophy with little hand-holding or assistance can also still be a massive success that millions of people will connect with and absolutely adore. I am certainly one of those millions. And while typically brilliant, I also believe that From Software's games are unfortunately far from perfect, and Elden Ring is sadly no exception. And I want to talk about it. But first, I must warn you that I will be spoiling the absolute Moonlight Greatsword out of all of these games, so if you haven't experienced them for yourself, particularly Elden Ring, I strongly suggest you hit pause on this video and go savor that experience first and come back in about 200 hours, because it is quite possibly the greatest experience I have had playing a video game in my 28 years of holding a Player 2 Mad Catz controller that isn't actually plugged in. Regardless, I believe it is no exaggeration to say that in the world of video games, From Software has truly changed everything. Demon's Souls was released in 2009 for the PlayStation 3 and was nothing like other big games coming out at the time, especially in 2009. In a year where games were becoming more and more cinematic and accessible and forgiving to a casual audience, Demon's Souls crawled out of a wet crypt and said, "I will kill you." Demon's Souls, like all the Souls games that came after it, is a very challenging and unforgiving video game, a difficulty that fans of the series often lovingly refer to as hard but fair. So let's maybe settle on hard but mostly fair. After joining FromSoft in 2004 and working as a coder on the Armored Core series, Hidetaka Miyazaki took over as director on a struggling high fantasy project that was running into some serious issues during development. Because the project was already seen as a failure inside the studio, Miyazaki was basically like, I'm gonna take this thing and I'm gonna take it out back to the garage. I'm gonna do some stuff to it. Inspired by FromSoft's own Kingsfield series, Miyazaki wanted to make a dark fantasy, gameplay-driven experience in collaboration with Sony Japan Studio. A challenging but rewarding experience that took gaming back to its basics, something he felt was dying out at the time. During development, Miyazaki actually tried to keep the harsh difficulty aspect. On the low from publisher Sony, fearing that they might want to change it for being a bit too extreme, much like a DMX riding.
Koja igra?
Da, što si stavio kako veše, ili kako?
Ja sam ti rekao da ta igra nikad neće biti na popustu.
Pitam te kako se zove.
Tako kao što si rekao.
Mislim da imam...
Misliš da imaš? Gde imaš?
Ne izbacujem niču kod NG-eva.
Zašto bi imao? Ta igra košta para, je to dobrih para.
Pa nema veze što košta para.
Nema veze, a? Dobro.
To je Elden Ring, jel? A tu ima i sati da se igra, brate.
To je open world igra i bukvalno, to je najveća open world igra koju sam ikad igrao. Sad ima ljudi koji kažu open world igra, svet je veliki, ali prazan.
Ne pokazuje ga.
Pa imaš moj brat igra onaj God of War. To je mala open world igra i sve u 50 metara. I boss dungeona je u 50 metara, i zmaj je iza brda. Iza sljedećeg brda je velika kornjača. 100 metara u jezeru se nalazi velika vodena zmija. 50 metara levo ili desno ti se nalazi dungeon sa patuljcima. Sve je tu u metar. Viš, meni se to ne sviđa. Znaš, nema logike da takva arhitektura može da postoji, gdje je sve u metar. A u Elden Ringu je sve opet ogromno. Sad nekom sto ne sviđa.
Dobro, sve su neki... Ladno, preračunaj koliko je to je. Evo ti nije teško.
Rogue, Worker, Warrior.
700 lira.
Pa onda i na popustu ako može jeftino se uzme.
700 lira je 31,5 evra.
To nije to puno.
Jel plaćaš u lirima ili evrima?
U lire.
E pa vidiš, o tome se radi. Ako da si plaćao u evrima bilo bi malo mnogo, bojim se.
A u kojoj se igri to piše?
Kuće i ovaj...
Ring.
Koliko je na Evropi Snake?
Mnogo.
A koliko ja nemam account na Evropi, nisam ulogao na njega.
Biće na popustu kad izbacili DLC, pretpostavljam, ali ne puno, 60 evra. A šta je Deluxe Edition? Šta dobiš za Deluxe Edition? Ništa, kurčin. Skroz nebitno. Da, ima istu cenu kao kad sam ja uzeo, kad izašao. Tako da sam znao da ne vredi, za tu igru ne vredi da čekam da padne cena, jer neće nikad pasti. I dalje smatram da je ona kompanija, kako se zove, što je napravila Factorio, oni su dosta fair ispali. Stavili su igru, kako kaže ona, njihova igra uvijek na popustu.
Humble Bundle, ja mislim da su dao na jednu, to je to bilo.
A koliko para? Koliko je taj popust bio? Tipa 5 evra, ne više.
Ne, Humble Bundle...
Free key.
Nije bio free key, 10-15 evra. Ali desetinu igre.
Šta?
Desetak igre se dobijalo za te pare.
Dobro.
Ali to se loši igre, nema više dobrih igara.
Pa nema, daju gomilu indie igara koje ljudi ne bi motikom dovatili.
Halo Makiću. Si vidio što sam ti poslao prepravljen link na Instagram?
Šta je sam vidio?
Prepravljen link.
Poslao sam ti ispravnu melodiju za link, ovaj sam ti okačio.
Aha, čekaj da je... Aha, vidio sam taj techno dance kao. Ja sam stavio original. Brate, ali ovaj ceo snimak, traje duže od pola sata, ja znam kako ovi ljudi su popadali.
To blokilo upaju u pod, jebo.
Da, znači sam početak snimka, oni su već mokri. To pitaj Boga koliko traje taj ritual, jebote. I što je interesantno, sve su stariji ljudi.
Ja, to sam gledao već negdje ranije.
Teteni, bato.
Tu Milanova neka bratija. Jesu, tu Milanova bratija neka.
Ne znam.
Dobro su se pokazali sad u Ukrajini.
Mislim da im je Rasputin obećao što, znaš, da ih malo stimuliš. Nisu otišli za hvalu.
Kako ti rekao, Rasputin je obećao?
Jeste.
Ima ovo na Epiku, ne znam kako.
Da se nalažemo, i Srbi su bili plaćenička vojska. Ako se ja dobro sjećam. Sad će pa me niko nije čuo. Nenad nije reagovao na ovu moju provokaciju.
Ja sam čuo, ali ne mogu ni da potvrdim ni da...
Austrijska vojska. Jesu li Srbi bili austrijska vojska plaćena? Tvrdimo da nisu, a?
Ne znam.
Šta nisu?
Ne znam.
Srbi graničari nisu radili za Austro-Ugara, ne?
Ne znam, Snake, ne znam.
Ne znam, nisam bio živ u to doba. Nisam gledao pisane dokumente. Istoričari kažu. Istoričari kažu.
Srbi su imali najveća prava u tom carstvu. Bio malo manje od Nemaca.
Pa jesu, kad si bio graničar, radio si za njih.
Znači, ni jedan drugi, ni Slovaci, ni Sloveni, ni takozvani Hrvati, nisu imali toliko prava kako su Srbi imali.
Pa dobro, bili ti dao dobru platu čovjeku koji ti brani granice države.
To je najbitnije stvar.
Pa dobro, to niko ne zna ni šta je sa 30 miliona lužičkih Srba, gdje su oni nestali.
A to ćemo se praviti da ne postoji.
Oni su se stopili, negdje su ih sredili.
Možda su u čvarcima negdje.
Ne znamo kakva je ova igrica Breath Edge.
Let's go out.
Sto vidio na Epic Store.
Je bila besplatna, a uzeo sam je. Isto nešto kao Surviving Temeru.
We have one
mislim da znam na što misliš.
And I not have the long ammo.
Podsjeća me na onaj... Kako se zove...
I have ammo, but I don't have gun.
Ono ispod vode preživljavanje, kako se zove?
You see? Oh majko moja.
S kim igraš ti to? S nekim bugarima? S kim igraš? Recimo jedi govna, jebem ti rusku majku, tako mu reci, da ima hoćeš reagovati. To mu reci.
I not have the gun for the fight.
Jel ti priča na ruskom, majke ti? Reci mu ko te jebe. Samo mu reci ko te jebe. Ozbiljno ti kažem.
I'm not have gun for the fight.
You have the man scout. What do you expect to you do? Tell me.
Opet neki Milan, a? Bezumni.
You will die. You will die.
Možda čovjek želi da se bori.
A žensko bre.
A žensko?
Žensko igra Hunt.
Žensko i Rusi. Jebem ti tek i ti.
Ja volim sa ženskom da igram, brate. Ja sam odigrao par partija, mislim onako sam kako.
Odigrao sam ja par, ali ovo je ruska žena. Ovo je glupo i retardirano. Evo te uđem pobijem sam celo tim 50 metara od posle arene.
Brate, samo zajebati ruski, ništa drugo.
Ma ni to nije.
Više mrzi žena.
Tako je, znaš, isprobao.
Šta je sam probao?
Ruskinje.
Ne
bi se ti, brate, bunio.
Neće ni lopatom da ih dovati.
Ne, uopšte. Naskočio bi malo moj.
Kao svinje na masažar.
Isto bi imali još.
Kao Stark na masažar.
Ja sam ladno za mezožen.
Pa nisi valjda...
Jesam, malo sam mizogeno govno.
Ne, ja sam sveći gej.
Nisi valjda LGBTQ.
Nisi valjda gej. Nemoj tamo ideš.
Nišao sam za onu foru što hoće Elon Musk da preguje i da spasi.
Da zamenimo žene za robot, šta? Pa nećeš tako spasti čovjek sam, šta ćeš onda, reprodukcija iz flašice. Iz flašice ćemo da se razmnožavamo, šta?
Da, bi taj bomči da...
Nemoj, molim te.
Ti se ne slažeš sa tim?
Naravno da ne.
Pite Miliju.
Nemam komentar na ovu temu.
Svi problemi čovječanstva bi bili rešeni. Svi.
Zar ne možeš jednostavno da se praviš da ne postoje? Ako ti se ne sviđa.
A ne bi, Nenade, zato što ti je najveći problem čovječanstva novac.
Ne, žene su najveći problem.
Ne, novac.
Misliš, žene traže novac, to ste kažeš.
Pa to
to se sve svodi, znam ja šta bude.
Da nema para, ne bi ni žene bile problem.
Čitaj između redova.
To ti je to, samo pare.
Koliko je civilizacija sjebano zbog tamo neke...
Zbog novca.
Zbog vagine.
novca.
Šta kažeš?
Zbog jedne rupe.
Od dvije jedne ima dvije tri.
Ko vam je kriv kad jurite rupu? 12.9.
Recimo da magnetni pol je magnetni pol i šta će iglani, je igla kriva za to, ali igla je nameštena tako da pokaže uvek
Severno.
gde je magnetni pole, tako smo mi naučeni da je prirodno da se vole žene, ali to nismo učili, nego to je kao instinkt.
Zakon privlačenja.
To ti je genetski kod.
Da.
A šta ćemo sa onim... A šta ćemo sa onim nastranima što jure druge rupe?
A oni je kod Peranovića. Našao, na lopatu.
A oni tvrde da nisu bolesni, da je to normalno.
If she late.
Nije to normalno i oni su bolesni ljudi.
Jesi rekao if she died?
Jebote šta ja imam ovdje igara na ovom epiku, ja ovo neću igrat nikad.
A, misliš da si bio kod nas da odigra?
Život je kratak.
I to ima baš lepih naslova.
Death Stranding imaš, ako imaš vremena na pretek slobodnog, moj ti savjet da uzmeš da igraš to. A nećeš ništa, a nije, pa više je kao na priču orijentisano, znaš.
Nema mnogo tu da se...
Ima borbe malo, ali...
Nema mnogo, ali...
Ne puno. Igra za opuštanje.
Ja ne volim ovaj...
Ima taman borbe koliko treba. Ima par boss fightova, neki mali bossovi.
Više istraživačka, jel?
Više istraživačka. I priče ima dosta.
Odlično.
Pa Kojima je trebao da pravi filmove, a ne igre, ali dobro.
Baš tako.
Ja, be, account sa Elden Ringom, ne mogu da verujem. $1 i 27 centi.
Pa ti kupi account pa share igru, šta ti kažem. Ako budeš kupio igru, reci mi da...
Ovo je offline nacist.
Šta offline? Offline share, šta? Pa kako to radi?
Ivo je bio Jimba.
Da deliš s nekim ko ima taj account, jel to?
Ne.
Pa kad on nije online, ti možda igraš. A šta ako ja tu igru prodam vama 20? Pa jedan će biti online non stop. To baš nema logike.
Tako ide, daš i posao i se pride pa smo ravni, nema respekta ni trunke.
A ovdje, a si ti nabio razlikuju cijeli ovo. Pa.
Nigde.
I ovo grupa ruski, pa da. Odmah sam znao ja, čim sam vidio kakvi jebeni grupi akcenat imaju.
Čim je vidio kako ima bups, znao je odmah da je bup.
A ne, on upalo unutra izginula, nije ona djela ništa, on lik 50 metra od bossa, i ti se ne nade, ono jebi sam.
I ti se ne nade jebi sam.
Kako tu da nema Milana? Milane, znam da špijuniraš. Ajde sin snajper, dođe vamo. Już.
Se rekao stari stream sniper. Dobro.
Video game that sucked. Breaking down the basic gameplay of Demon's Souls will effectively break down the basic gameplay for all of the Souls games that followed because the very core design pillars have gone largely unchanged. It starts with a character creator that before you say anything, I know, it gets better with time, that lets you pick a starting class, dictating your capabilities with different weapons or magic. A third-person lock-on camera system for combat that improves on the Z targeting system that Ocarina of Time introduced back in 9.8, that you can control the camera and attack people at the same time, which was kind of a breakthrough in and of itself.
Si vidio trailer za l'alligatora?
Matori.
Si vidio? Ovo je novi. Ozbiljno.
Pre 2 sata.
Učinio mi se sam čuo onaj zvuk od Bojisa Gadinovačkog.
Koji zvuk?
Onaj...
Hoćeš da kažeš da on proizvodi zvuk?
Onaj njegove nekome, ne.
Nemoj da mi diraš, braću.
Šta ti je rekao?
Pa idemo, ne.
Rotjav ovaj. Ajmo, da se... Wild type. Sviđa mi se trailer, bruka. Sviđa mi se kiša.
Sviđa efekt, ono. Samo da to ne bude da je to tako u traileru, znaš. Kad dođeš na mapu nerf, ono sve.
Neće, bit će ovako isto ko što znam.
Misliš da ne bude ubisom downgrade, a?
Ti si gledao kako nekad developeri rade trailere za i ono kao ujebote šta, ono kao pa gameplay nije baš takav.
Ali naše je problem što da naše mašine ne mogu da prevode to. Možda oni mogu to da naprave, ali...
Mogu, ali...
Oni naprave trailer u 8K.
Koja mašina ti treba da bi to mogu da...
Mislim, jedan deo ljudi ima takvu mašinu, znaš. Ali jedan deo, a šta ćemo sa onih 99% ljudi što nemaju?
A šta pojenta, sviđa mi se, u traileru vidim na klizna vrata i na krovove kako se skuplja voda i onako spušta veća količina vode, to iz kiše. Ono talas fazno, tako da nije ono efekat, nego dobro je određeno. Tako kako su trudili oko toga isto. A sad ne znam kako ćemo igrati protiv ovog u Brate vodi, kad ti u Brate vodi imaš moment kuraca i na otvorenom.
Jel ti pada na pamet da je to roaming boss gdje nemaš zidove oko njega, nema koncertine žice oko njega, znaš? Da ti palo na pamet to?
Milane, ti li si?
Mislim, to je bilo usmjereno na njega.
Pobacat će Milan koncertina žicu da ne može da je ubiju.
Kroz vodu? Ako ćeš da igraš Elden Ring, javi. Već je igrao, ali to je previše ogromno za njega. Njega ne drži toliko koncentracije za single player igre. Jesmo bili počeli da igramo onaj Elden Ring i modovali smo ga bili da možemo da igramo ono non stop zajedno. Se sjećaš?
Imali smo neki 17-20 sati.
Jest. I ti si mislio si tu udario gameplay end, a ja sam igrao 200 sati.
Mi, brate, nismo ni ono...
Ja nisam igrao s tim karakterom. Ja sam ti rekao da samo s tim karakterom igrao.
Ti si, brate, jebo mu kevu.
A to ti misliš, zato što nisi vidio kasnije bossa. Svaki put kad napraviš novog karaktera, bukvalno si nerfovan 90%. Džaba znaš kakvi su bossovi i gdje možeš šta da nađeš od artefakta kad svaka oblast sledeća imaš jače protivnike ili treba ti neka nova magija ili nešto ti treba. Neću kažem da ova igra slična, ali kad startaš u šumi ovdje imaš samo razbojnike i vukove i ništa drugo. I ima neka...
Zove jebač.
Fucker.
Da mu se javi.
Hello, motherfucker.
Nije ubio u bossa, nema pušnjevi.
Kaže, hoćeš da oporimo ti i ja Makić jedan.
Sviđa mi se kako kaparisu Makić. Reci hoći Nenad, hoći Nenad sam. Hoće Nenad sam. Reci Makić je zauzet, mora Nenad.
Hoće. Slobodno. Idem pistaći, svakako.
Znaš imaš...
Jesi gledao klip Makiću kad Milan viče, on jede.
Imaš kod ovih Rusa Ukrajinaca, šta su reći?
On jede.
A ja sam ovo kupio u ruskoj radnji ovdje.
Pa da, ja mislim da je kilo koliko kilo nešto dinara.
Pola kila je 750 dinara.
Da, 700 kinti. To je duplo jeftinije nego da kupuješ.
Mislim da je 2000 i nešto dinara kilo.
Ja nije bilo duplo jeftinije bilo, ali su povećali cijenu.
Jeste.
Znaš ti Makiću za incident, on jede?
Ne.
Feđe molim te, aj nađi to. Znaš ono kad je Milan...
Znam ja.
Background do te priče ti je taj da...
on jede.
Jeste. Da on isto kao ti, jeo pistaće ili šta već.
Videos. Clips. Top. Samo malo. Onda opopalim stream.
To ti je vrhunac njegovog toksičnog ponašanja.
To je hoće da se odvikne od video igara i ti ga tu imaš.
Nego vraća ga nazad. Kako ćeš se odvići ako te neko stalno vuče?
Vraća me nazad u tu sektu.
Pajda vraća pajda, a?
Nema vese. Ću da opalim
Ja sam ti rekao, mi smo kao crack house, znaš?
A jes?
Mi smo kao crack house iz kog ne možeš da pobegneš.
Evo i Gadinovač.
Dobro večer.
Evo ekipe, brat.
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Šta će biti s kućom?
Šta će biti s kućom, biti će.
Šta je bilo je, šta će biti bić.
Nije.
Ovdje kod nas je bio katastrofa.
Nije.
Sad ću da vam pustim baš da vidite kako je bilo ovdje. Hoću vam pustim da vidite kako je u blizini kod mene.
Developer stream ćeš nam pustiti.
Neću developer stream, ali pustim sam nešto bolje. Ajde opalimo neki stream, nisam dugo već.
A šta streamuješ?
Hunt. Milan hoće da me dokreći već.
Sad ćeš mlad uzimaš
Ja mu kažem da
3 put jaču dozu.
Nisam uzeo, treba sam sad da uzem, ali rekao sam sebi, ajde neću. Ajde. Pa ne, nego hoću da se malo naviknem da probam bez toga, ali... Ali čovjek hoće da me ubije, znači, kažemo ne igram Hunt više, ajde.
A možeš li probaš da ignorišeš shotgun play gluposti? Igraj Counter Strike varijantu, igraj kao što igraš regular Counter Strike. Jer igraš Counter Strike sa novom, ne igraš to tako. Čak ni zebanci radi.
Zavisi ako igram deathmatch, ako mi daje oružje.
Koliko procentualno igraš sa novom? Tako igraj Hunt procentualno malo. Igraj na skill, ako te ubiju, samo se opusti, sipaj sok i gledaj Milana kako se zlopati. Nemoj ti da uzmeš shotgun i onda da tryhardaš, razumeš da žice lomiš. To ti ja kažem.
Nekromancer da uzem za Milan. Šta sam killer? Ajde da uzem još... Naravno, Vimer, ovo je Snake, ispito sam.
Ja čekam, čim si...
Moj verni, jedan jedini. Materi, ja ću još sad i potako nešto pa idem da šetam, tako da ćeš ti moći.
Milan će onda da popije mlijeka, znači...
Pa to...
Onda je on umoran i mora da spava.
Ja sam se najao, vrate, šampite, pojeo 3 šampite, hoću da se...
To je HDZ.
Čekaj, kada stavljaju bossa ovo, kada stavljaju event ovaj?
Kaže puno.
BMW.
Desi Lurix. Gaming. Kad će update, jeli se?
Kad je bio prošli event? Sjećaš se?
Sjeća se kurac.
Ajmo, Bori se Makić, kad je bio prošli event?
Gdje ti živiš? Jebeno ti u Snezenu. Živiš?
Neka, nemoj da piseš koliko ti jaš.
Živiš u Severnoj Srbiji.
Živiš u...
Severnoj Srbiji mala. I ljubav još nikom nisi dala.
U Srpskom.
Dobre.
To što su mu peljali komunici promenio ime na Vojvodina, jebi ga, to ćemo da izmenimo. To će mi da izmenimo i...
Koji mi?
Izraeljani će da vratimo da bude Petrger.
Koji mi?
Neće žuti.
Koji mi, Nenad? Koja vojska?
Ćemo mi dobiti po tamburi.
Nemo se tripuješ bre čovječe. Samo misliš da će neko da živi pod nekom polukomunističkom vladavinom bre?
Naš Snake koji mi je fieldovio.
Max.
Čekaj, ti ne živiš po kapitalističkom. Ti nemaš pute. Ti ne gledaš samo na silosi da se učepiš i to. I gdje god možeš.
Da.
Čekaj, sine. Čekaj, ajde.
Nenad. Daj diši, jebate, šta?
Čekaj sad. Ti misliš...
Evo viš, ovo izaziva stres. Drakula, uzmi 2 tablete preventivno.
Ne mogu, moram da ih smanjim.
Neka, Nenade, neka. Neka, pusti ga, svađaš se s Milanom. Dosta bre. Pa nego šta nego treba da uzimaš tablete.
Kao što su i kod
govori, zovite mu, dajte mu šifru.
Članovi partije
F300. F300. 23.
Ne treba ti tablete, vama dvojici trebaju ludačke košulje, smirite se jebate, koji ima kurac.
A mora da ga učim,
A ne možeš da ga naučiš, ima 40 godina u guzicu i nije normalno.
U životu, a nema pojma...
Nemoj da ga učiš. Nije mogo niko da ga nauči do sad.
A ne znaš dupe dok ništa, čak imamo ništa drugo.
Ne može ga niko više naučiti. Znaš šta može da ga nauči?
I ubit ćete na kraju.
Da ga sad pozove država Srbije u rov, pa da dobije jedan PTSD, pa da bude traumiran do kraja života. To može da ga oduči.
Našao bi se taj tamo da čuva djecu ovom današu i da menja pelene.
On? Ja bi mu dao pušku, ne, minobacač u ruke, tako nešto.
Da stavim žicu.
Otenuli smo Vladu.
I treba.
Pa vi ste baš za teranje.
Jesi li gledao neka seriju SOA? Kako ne, brate, to mi je među najboljim serijama. Sinovi ovih
Sons of the Anarchy.
I gledam, sad čekam Majance, 5. sezonu, valjda, tako beše Lurex. Ako si gledao i Majans.
Kako se zove serije?
Sons of the Anarchy.
Majans, da, to ti je isto kao Sinovih Anarhije. Isti producenti.
2, 3, 4.
Isto sve. Samo meksička strana ta kao.
La Mexicana.
Yes. Mexico.
Imaš i onaj spin-off za...
Za? Walking Dead?
Ne, Breaking Bad. Isto je ono u Meksiku kako vuču tu neku drugu ovo ono...
Better Call Saul.
Ne, nije Better Call Saul. Ima baš priča o onome Meksikancu što ga zakoljao na čemu ga.
Mislim da znam. Da nije onaj El Chapo.
Ovdje stari luk. Gdje si Rančeloviću jebote?
El Chapo.
Od kad tebe nisam vidio i čuo jebote.
Isto dobro sve.
Drakula, si gledao El Chapo?
Sampa, jesam, gledao sam. Jebote. Gdje si Nišlija je? Šta ima, bret? Yes.
Yes, of course.
I na poslu, boli te kurac, ja dao otkaz, bret. Ne radim, već ima 15 dana, tako nešto. Drkam kurac.
Molim. O, dobro, šta drago.
Makiću, imam depresiju.
Ajde kada ono, budeš ovdje zovi jebote. Da se ono gledamo.
Depresiju, ono, depresiju. Ne depresiju, depresiju.
Depresiju, dobro.
Da stavim žicu, Milan, još. Nema nigdje još.
A bure? Ja imaš bure?
Imam, brate, ja imam...
Bura na moru.
Ja imam bure.
I like to move it. You like to move it. You like to move it.
Se viđaš sa nekim, sa Vukom?
Sa Vukom Bojovićem.
Neka, ne smetajte čovjeku priča. Polako da. Jeste, on je Vuk Bojović. Vuk Bojović više nije šef zoološkog vrta ako si na to mislio.
Aj, uzmi Drakula ti.
Ma daj, potikaj ovako ovaj isproje žemić.
Ajmo napolje.
Ja ima neko online. Evo te koliko je ovaj likova napravio, ovaj nije lik.
Jebate kad se setim kad smo Sampa igrali. Ima dugo jebat.
Ili ajmo malo Last Epoch.
6 godina fazom.
Idem na sat dva vremena posao, stvarno neću da se zebam s tim. Što nisi zvala ranije?
Zvao sam ti.
Javi se obavezno.
Ja sam bio u krevetu.
Imaš me na Instagramu ili na Messengeru, mislim da me imaš.
Sutra kad se vrati posla. Ako budeš imao volje, tu su. Mislim da sam pošten.
Da se vrate viđamo, da se ispričamo, kafu da popijemo.
Živi si.
To mačko.
Je bilo tamo?
Vučić je bio tamo.
Ja nisam ispalio.
Vučić Kučić.
Aha.
Samo svi zabavite s našim vođom.
Našim dragim i ljubljenim predsjednikom.
Vođom.
Presjednik.
Svi ćete dobiti onu kovertu.
Važi, brate, hvala što si bio, ljubite, brate.
Ovaj narod ne valja, mi ćemo napraviti bolji narod.
Jeste. Mi smo narod.
Jeste, tu nisu ženu sklepali. Ono je bilo tu kad je rekao ružo.
Dobro. Ja imam još jedno mjesto samo.
Ja ne mogu više da prestižem.
Meni je najjače bio kada je učio kako da pio Coca-Colu i kako da zvači žvake.
Šta da radim?
Jesi se maksao, šta?
Šta da? Sad ću da skupljam lovce, brate, 50 € ako uspim.
Igraš s Milanom, nisam siguran da će ti uspeti, ali probaj.
Neću još, Milana, skupljam pare. Evo negdje kad skupim 100.000, onda ću početi da se sa Mosinkom igram. Da. Nije to ništa strašno, vrate, pa ja po ovaj meču mogu da uzim...
Nije strašno, bit će strašno. Kad budeš uzeo, sad ću te reći kad će biti strašno, samo se oslušaj. Za 5-6 dana, kad pokupiš 2 aperkata, iskontaš da si dobio samo 12 metaka, a ne 24 metaka više. I kad otvoriš i kad lutuješ kutiju sa 2 aperkata i sa automatom i dobiješ 2 long ammo metka. To će biti strašno. Onda se fino uzmi automat i upucaj se. Pošto si platio $1.500 i $400, koliko? 2 puta po $375, tako. 2.300 si platio za nešto što imaš da ispališ, koliko imaš? 15 i 12.
Ma ne isplati se kupovati, to je više bolje uzmeš kadval ko vržan, običan i pucaš se.
Znači, efektivno, ti loadouti sa automatom su...
Kurac.
Daš gomilu para za nešto što možda ispališ 15 metaka i to je to. I šta onda?
Jo, kako sam se dobro ošišao, brate.
Ajmo. The fuck is this?
What the fuck say?
Ljudi! Pogođen.
Pin, može pin.
Evo tu je kod traga jedan.
Headshot.
Mrtav, bravo.
Dobro. Polako, Makiću, sam si.
Right.
Ali si spremno s pivom, ja.
Pa to je normalan Milan Belad.
Ne mogu.
Ja ne mogu.
Ček, to nije bio hit. A puko si ulika bio, ozbiljno?
Pored si bio. Dao sam samo headshot ono prvo, da ovo prebio.
Dobro, šta je tu?
Matori, gasta go!
Dobro, matori, gasta govna.
Legend. Yes. Šta mi uradi ovaj Milan? Hoće da napravi od mene...
Da tu propasti načisto. Ajde, priznaj sad da si teo da probaš svejedno, možda taj event. Možda.
Ne.
Kažem, možda, nisam ko 100%.
Možda. 13.000. Ajde uzemo jedan apekat, što je kontrabandovan. Pojačaj to slobodno.
Baši, hvala.
Neću je pager ovo pojačaj.
Nije treba da kaže sarkastično da...
Snake, ti i ja moramo Dark Tide one 2 mape urede pravo. Sutra svakako.
A može, ali kao što rekao, danas sam bio u offside malo. Jer kad dođeš ujutru u 6:30, onda spavam, to sam bio skoro do 12.
Jesi vidio sliku, Milane, jesi? Nikolaj.
Velimirović.
Jebate, znaš koja je scena, dođe security sa, brate, Motorolom. Priđe, brate, Popovom i kao da li sme ovo ono i onda kaže Pop je rekao sme, brate. Ja ono, brate, faci ono, znaš ono, scena kao neka mafija jebate. Ali stvarno kako je prelepo, brate, hram Svetog Save iznutra. Ono je stvarno koliko je ogromno, kako je to lepo napravljeno.
Je mora se plati da se uđe ili?
Ne.
Plati samo grupe. A ovako ako bi sam ti ne moraš da platiš.
Stvarno kako su ono napravili prelepo, brate. Ja kad sam ušao, Isus Hrist, kako je ogroman, brate.
Čekaj, si se krstio page ili?
Nisam, krstim se preko sutra.
O, bravo, pedice.
A ne zoveš na neko slavlje u ono...
Aj dođi, obrno dođi, eto. Biću Biću tu pa dođi.
This place is not for you. Be gone.
U nedelju, evo u nedelju sam... Subotako preko... Pa ja računam da današnji dan je već...
Otvori taj prozor jedno.
Jesi zato došao da mi kažeš da otvorim prozor, svega ti?
Napravit ću ti nešto, to tijesta sam ne sjeća. Kako sam napravio taj gledaš.
Oj. Manastir, brate. Rajnovac.
Sabab Emperor. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si samo, što ima?
Tu su ova moja kumica tu peva vjenčanje. A ne znam.
Šta bih, ko je...
Ko je isto? Pa mi vam ponovo diskonit.
A iskreno, manastir je prelep.
Pa nije loš.
Pičku materinu vidio.
Ljudi su tu.
Gdje?
Evo uvijek kod mene.
Levo od tebe.
Da.
Šta pusti dok dođe?
Ups, ciganko, ups!
Nemoj da kupuješ šta će mu. Skupo je to.
Žinato tebi, ne meni.
Šta će mu to?
Ti si bre luk čovjek.
Šta će ti ups u današnje vreme? Znaš koliko je struje? Znaš koliko para se potroši da se napuni ups strujom? Tako, Vlad.
A ono, koliko se ja sećam, one plaće struje.
Pa dobro, ali da plaća.
A šta se radi? A i oni da su tu.
Mamu ti jebe.
Nema šta, Milan se obezbedija
Za?
ko pravi komunist. Da ne mora ništa ni da radi, ni ništa da plaća u životu.
A to, brate, kako treba? Pojte đavo, ja trećim šta...
Što bi mi bilo krivo? Što bi mi bilo krivo, jel?
Mi jest krivo.
Ja ne čujem ništa, ne možemo ako Makić igrati.
Ja sam srećen zbog...
Jedan ima bol.
Čekaj. Ta ću ti
Ja
pomoći.
volim kad uspe neko naći. A znam, ali mislim da je pogrešno, da ne misle svi...
A džabe Snake što si ti izašao kada ti ono ne pričaš da ti ispraviti.
Svi uspesi mojih
A
prijatelji...
ja sam pravo, a?
Nije nego svi. Nema veze. Kampujemo ovdje. Makić će doći nam i sa leve strane druga ekipa. Pojačaj to, man.
Još neke spremne zvukove, a?
Ja kampujem, ovdje čekam.
On me čeka.
Jedan mrtav.
On me čeka.
Jesi ga ti ubio, Boris?
Jes.
Kaže jedan mrtav, ako je rekao je mrtav on ga umio.
Pa dobro, možda
Yes.
se pucaju na ekipi. Aj, jebe ti.
Leđa. Dajte ljudi. Uzbiljite se, jebote.
Nenade,
Šta je?
Automat. Pa ovo je do jaja.
Šta hoćeš?
Dobrodošli.
Ne može se igra ovako, brate. Vi niste normalni, definitivno. Ne može, nemam koncentraciju, izlazim iz igre, brate. I to pičku materinu, mađe. 2 tima nas kara ovdje, brate. Ne igram sad. Da. Ali možeš da nas spasiš.
Tebe uopšte nema.
goodbye for now. Ništa, trećemo novu, pošaljite mi, vajte igramo novu.
Jebate. Na internet i na struju.
Čekaj te...
Pogledaj ovo.
Sanax...
Aj, struje ti nisam.
Pogledaj. Tuga.
Čekaj da vidimo.
Brate,
Čekaj, Snake, ti imaš ups, jel?
Ja imam struje,
Snake,
imam struje za mene i za njega.
Ne, nego čudi me da nije i tebi izbacilo.
Nemam ja problema sa strujem. On ima problema sa strujem.
Svijedo lik koliko me pucao Snake, majke ti.
Slušaj, to je neki mentalni problem ljudi. Izgleda ima ljudi koji su štekali te automate, znaš, i sad kad su vidjeli taj nerv za municiju, sad ko vele, razumeš, da se ne baci, znaš. Su ljudi imaju mentalni problem. Dobro. Budi sigurno da će sad svaki meč do update biti ovakav.
A što se reći?
Pa ono što smo i ti pričali. Uzmeš 2 aperkata i uzmeš automat. I otvoriš kutiju metaka i dobiješ 2 metka. A s koliko sad dobiješ metaka kad imaš automat i 2 metka?
Ne mogu, mora Drakula to zove.
Nisu normalni. To sam metko ima. Šta ćemo da... Dobro.
Ali zato kompakt tamo 8 metaka iz kutije, znaš. Naprimjer, uzmeš Winchesterku i Romero, onaj skraćeni. Iz kutije dobiješ 8 metaka za Winchesterku i dobiješ jednu patronu za Romero. Jednu. Jedinu patronu. Ne 4, 5, 6, ne, jednu. Pa ti vidiš šta ćeš.
Ne, jedna.
Pa vidiš šta ćeš.
Jedna, ali vredna je.
This place is not for you. Be gone.
Ajmo Milane, ajmo neku da odigramo pičku materiju. Došao nam čita server sad bio. Ja ništa nisam čuo, brate. Ovi, brate, brbljaju, a čutali svi dok nije bilo ovako fajta, kad je krenuo fajt.
Da skoko dakle si.
Ma jedno nekog je snake. Ne priča.
A ja smetam, no?
Ne spričam, a niko nije... Ne smeta meni niko, brate, nego samo je jebi ga dok je onaj fight bio. Da su sačekali ono 15 sekundi da eto umremo. Pošteno. Si vidio onog slepca sa automatom, ja
Brate, ne znam vola da ubodem.
Ono je strašno. Ja se healam
ono je užas.
ono je
Ono je užas. Čovjek te gađe, ne može da te ubije. Da, jebote.
strašno.
Ljudi operisani od igranja, znaš?
Ne komentara, majke. Na na na. Da li da čekam popust na V-Rising na Steam?
No, ne moraš da žuriš. Že sad opet počeli igraš Hunt.
You will regret angering the My last hope.
Kancer igra.
Dobro, zbog eventa i onog bossa mislim da će biti zanimljivo da
nešto.
aligatora lovi.
Neće ti biti zanimljivo da loviš aligatora, već kažem ti ovakvih egzibicija, kao što si vidio malo pre, to će biti nikad više.
To će biti, ne.
Nikad više.
A beži, zamisli ja koliko loše igram, zamisli onda koliko ovi loše igraju, brate. Da su me pucali dok se healam, brate. Inače sam stavio na najjaču rezoluciju, ali sve na low. Tako cepam, boli me kurac. Da te boli kurac. Stavio sam najmanji field of view da budem kao, brate, Milan.
Ne može biti kao ono.
Koji ti je fall? Meni je 100
stavio. Brate, najmanji. Meni najmanji. Pa ne znam da li da pojačavam.
Nemam. Bolje ti
Meni
izmjeram.
stoji na 100.
Da vidimo šta kaže, meni je 85. Stavio na 100-ku jebate.
Ja sam na 100.
Zavisi od...
Imaš ti...
Zavisi od monitora, Draku. Znaš.
Pa dobro. Meni je 23.
Pa i meni je 23 inč. I meni isto na 100. Od 110. Od 110 maks.
Ja malo sam gledao, kažu od 90 do 100 je najbolje sad. Kako kome odgovara.
Kako ko voli.
Have a taste.
Cheryl. Dobro. Si uspio?
Jes.
Dobro. Crveno!
Jeboj.
Crveno. I ova žica.
Vidio dole me ubio.
Ali šotke healova. Hit.
Sam svoju sušu.
A jebi ga dok smo bijali bossa ušli. Žabir, loš tajming, nema veze koliko smo ga maksimalno brzo da smo dužni. Sam si. Od stikice. A, ja sam ga spavio. Samo se pitaš ovako fizički što. No, ja sam odmah iskoristio, Žabir da sam spavio. Sad ću ja da nosim Romero. Ove igre kurčina. Moram da ja uzmijem šotku da bi rešavao, bre.
Ili rizikoš da te ljudi koji su operisani od igranja gađu s automatom. Koliko je ispalio? 20 metaka je ispalio. I na kraju je kao izvadio nož i kao da se pobili nožem.
Znaš da i ja još onaj tutorial nisam odigrao, onaj novi.
Pa, znaš zašto je dobar? Zato što, ne znam jesi igrao jednu Witcher igru. Ozbiljno. A imaš onoga glumca što je dao glas Witcheru. Imaš u tutorialu, platili su njega da voice actuje toga lovca. Zato što se ne potrude da ubace...
Onda pravite nekog plati.
Hvalim te kurcu.
Da si pesok.
Da se oni potrude jednom u životu.
Imate nek dove Gator Traps. Uzimajte, to mi je misija.
Evo.
Mrak i Romero. Koja dominacija je. Evo ti, još nisam stavio zub. Majku mu jebe, polomit ću nekom glavu.
Na šta, na?
Zato što je onaj stavio, kad sam ga stavio Milane, vodio je svoju, brate, politiku. Nije 3D snimak dobar napravljen. I onda sam sad opet snimao zub i sad čekam da mi jave. A ja sam godinu dana već bez te dvojke, znaš? Se odužilo mi. Pravo si ti, Makić, najbolje je Field of View 100, vred. Makiću. Ja imam depresiju.
Molim. Kaže da ima depresiju, šta da radim.
Stani da
Ma za ovaj Field of View 100.
Ja sam, kažem ti, malo sam čitao ove primere, odnosno gledao. Od 90 do 100 uglavnom stoji. Meni je 100 stoji.
Zašto Hunt izgleda lepše na lov kad ti je sve nego na večer?
Zato što ima mnogo gluposti. Znaš, o tome se radi.
Nikolas?
I ako se ja ne varam, ako ti nisi nešto dirala, ako ti se igra nije sjebala, ti bi trebalo da imaš onim driverima uključen onaj, kako se zove, sharpening, onaj AMD sharpening.
Nije mi upunjeno.
Meni to stoji na 10.
Ja stavio na 30 do 50%. Ne, čak nije ni 50, 30% čini mi se, jer prevelik sharpening teksture gube svaku
Recession. Gdje to ide gaming beše, tako?
Da. Imaš tamo efekt sharpening. Čekaj.
Enable image sharpening.
Jest,
Yes,
Ljudi.
30%, nemoj preko toga. Milan, ja sam gledao Milan da stavlja 80%. Znaš ako užas, na njegov monitor užas. To negledljivo, razumeš, negledljivo, oči bole od toga. Dakle. Klasičan Milan.
Boss. A ljudi?
Ljudi jesu, brate.
Gdje?
Ovdje su ljudi, brate, bili preteču čovjeka.
Daj da ja ovdje moj kač. Idem. Tiki ispred mene.
Pa da, znao sam da je kod mene vamo. Mamo mu jebem kurvinu.
Juri! Zombi.
Ne mogu da verujem kako ga nisam ubio jebem.
Vidio se.
ja ga hitujem i on kao... Živi to, jao, mamu ti jebem u pičku. Nećeš bre. Daj još malo, još
Halo?
jedan.
To ćeš Milane, vrati se.
A?
Ko ti sad smeta? Ja ili?
Uzi. Sad smo igrali 40 minuta, jebate, 2 meča smo igrali, ide kurec mi na.
Što si sad naterao čovjeka da instalira igru koju nećeš da igraš? Kakav je to način? Bezobrazluk.
Ništa, Makiću, ja igrat ćemo posao.
Ništa
Ma
vaš.
ni ja da odem da šetam malo, da iskuliram. Već sam se izervirao sad. To padamo između 2 tima, već 3. meč. Sada smo... Ono, pretočeni. Timove. Ta-na-na-na, 12.000 imam. Ta-na-na-na, više od Milana 1.000.000%. Na-na-na-na. Banana, nam 1 euro. Da mogu si je sa 1 euro. A?
Mogu ja ti kažem šta možeš s 1 euro. Stick it where the sun doesn't shine.
Još ti ima. No gunfire, rebel. Ko igra gunfire? Zašto je ovo popularno? Ne vidim. Zašto ti? Šta je ovo jebote?
Kako se zove igra?
Gunfire Reborn.
Ja, to je onaj kineski šuter.
Kao Paladins neki.
Siguran?
O, nešto između Paladinsa i Overwatcha nešto, taj faz. Kako ja to vidim. Ili Borderlands, ne znam šta je ovo, PvE, ovo je PvE u stvari, PvP. Vidio i bosse više. Dobra igra izgleda je. Ne znam šta je ova igra. Ovo je PvE igra sam. Ovo je nešto na fazon... Borderlands. Evo, Borderlands hates Keva baby. Odmah iz...
All will be consumed. Even me. I feel stronger.
Moment. Znači, u Huntu novi boss, a?
Mhm.
Biće interesant.
Sa ovim nerfovima za amuniciju bit će vrlo interesantno. A misli, odeš da biješ bossa i kreneš da pucaš po njemu sa shotgunom.
Dark Tide 3 posebno kupi.
Ako ga nije kupio do sad, neće ni od sad. To ti je neko moj.
Kupuju 7000 igrača. Ima.
Nemoj poslije da se ljudi žale kao ono, jao igra nije ono... Ima... Zapravo sad ako je uzmu igre u igrivijem stanju nego što je bilo.
Kako nije?
Sad.
Najbeže ste vidiš kad smo mi igrali, vrete. Uđeš u brate zabranjene zone koji spički.
A to je bio najmanji problem. To je bio
najmanji. To je nešto nemoguće, vrete, za tako skupu igru. Da bude. Normalno.
Hermit je bio reklamirao igru kao ono promoter to, ali kad je video i ono...
Uvijek mi on izađe, on streamuje Hunt na Twitchu, a vidi ga na Dark Tide.
Igre Dark Tide, ali...
Znam, ali oni to puštaju.
Da. Ali...
Sponzor.
Igre Dark Tide, ali nije toliko... baš zagrejan trenutno.
On to zbog njih samo igra. Šta su sad novi objekti još ubačeni, a?
Gde u? Hunt?
U Dark Tide.
Možda je nova mapa pa sa objektivima je to.
Gdje će ovaj lik, brate mili, jebo mater. To je čovjek po pizdi, jebo mater, ovo s randomima pakao igrat.
Ne možeš da igraš s randomima. I'm just saying.
Sve je random. Brate, stvarno ovaj Vermintide pored Dark Tide izgleda smešno. Smešna igra. Onda, brate, upoređuješ Hunter 1.3 sa CS2.
Tačno.
You better stick around. I don't like cowards.
Tu su malo sat vremena, pa tu još neki ubio možemo da...
One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. Dance for me. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. Dance for me. Dance for me. One shot, one kill. Dance for me.
shot, one kill. Dance for me. Yeah. Dance for me. One shot, one kill. Yeah. Ha. Dance for me. You're done. One shot, one kill. Shoot. No,
Not like this. Indeed.
I feel stronger.
Itself. Animation-based combat that requires you to commit to each action and wait until the animation finishes before you can do something else, along with managing how that action affects your stamina bar, or in the case of casting spells, your magic bar. But I didn't raise you to cast no spells. This is a Claymore household just like my father and his father before him. A dodge roll that contains invincibility frames, or iframes, meaning that if you time your dodge right, nothing can possibly hurt you. Similar to action games like Devil May Cry. Corpse running, where if you die, you drop all the currency you've racked up from killing enemies, and you gotta make it back to that spot without dying, otherwise you lose it forever. Passive and non-passive online interaction, where other players can leave helpful tips, or whatever the opposite of a helpful tip is, along with summoning or being summoned as a random cooperator to help, or invasions to either kill or be killed. And you know, the gameplay of each individual Souls game obviously goes a lot deeper than that, with different complex systems and healing items and stupid convoluted bullshit like world tendency that you need a fucking master's degree to understand. But the challenging and methodical combat system, that has always been the beating heart of all of these games. A heart that's married to another heart. Exploration. You know how in my Rockstar's game design video, I really harp on how those games constantly berate you with hyper-specific instructions and yellow map markers and assume you have the IQ of a tiny baby rat? Yeah, the Souls games do like the exact polar opposite. The tiny baby rat is now actually a boss, and you have no idea what the fuck is going on. And what makes exploration so compelling in Demon Souls, and really all Souls games, is that it is true exploration that really makes you feel like Batman. No, it really makes you feel like an explorer. There is no detailed map that you can rely on and consult, only your own sense of direction and understanding of a space. This, along with a strong challenge and an actual fear of having something to lose with the corpse running system, makes discoveries and victories feel that much more meaningful and rewarding. Because you really feel like you, the player, actually charted and conquered a space and overcame a significant challenge, instead of just watching fucking Wally do it in a cutscene. The Souls games have very few cutscenes or long, unskippable passages of dialogue by NPCs, or RPG conversation trees where your choice actually doesn't really matter. Instead, the story is discovered and slowly unraveled by the player through observing their environment and reading item descriptions and inevitably watching Vati Vidya videos, because I don't understand any of this. So you're saying the rat was like a king at some point, or? I appreciate Miyazaki's approach to storytelling though, because it's very unique to the medium. I appreciate any of this. So you're saying the rat was like a king at some point, or? I appreciate Miyazaki's approach to storytelling though, because it's very unique to the medium of video games, and was actually inspired by his real-life experience of reading English language sci-fi and fantasy books as a kid that he couldn't fully understand but would fill in the gaps using his imagination. The story is so much more about the general mood and atmosphere and feeling of exploring a place rather than scripted plot points or set pieces. The innovative online elements of summoning random strangers to help you out was actually inspired by Miyazaki's real life as well, where after his car was trapped in snow on a hill, a random group of strangers showed up and helped push the car out of the snow and then mysteriously drifted off into the night like ghosts, drifting in and out of his world at a poorly framed pace, 30 frames per second. These games also have some technical issues. Demon Souls was not an immediate success. Sony decided to not publish it in North America after feeling pretty negatively about it before its release. During the Tokyo Game Show in 2008, Sony president Shuei Yoshida played it for 2 hours, couldn't get past the starting area, and then stopped playing and said, "This is an unbelievably bad video game." This is the same guy that years later would platinum Bloodborne, and that game is like way harder, so spoiler alert, From Software changed everything, the titular line. It wasn't until later in 2009 when Atlas would publish the game in North America that sales would slowly start to pick up and critics would start to take notice. Western audiences generally loved it because apparently we're all sick, masochistic bastards, and GameSpot even gave it their Game of the Year, the same year that Uncharted 2 and Modern Warfare 2 came out. But along with establishing the core pillars of what a Souls game would be, it's important to talk about just how brave Miyazaki, From Software, and Sony Japan Studio were for making such a different kind of game. Demon Souls was a huge risk, an imperfect, weird, brutal passion project that was expected by everyone to flop, but refused to compromise on its design goals and eventually found an audience that really connected with it. In 2 console generations later, an extremely faithful remake was published by Sony as a launch title for the PlayStation 5. And there you have it. That's it. That's the end. It's the only game they ever made. I love Dark Souls, but I also hated Dark Souls. My brother Isaac had played Dark Souls sometime after its release in 2011 and had repeatedly told me to play it. I eventually finally tried it, got past the tutorial section after a lot of struggling, made it to Firelink Shrine, wandered the wrong way into a graveyard full of skeletons, as I know a lot of people did. That graveyard eventually became a dark tunnel of skeletons that killed me a bunch of times, and then I promptly said "F this game" and stopped playing. I can't remember for what exact reason, but a year or 2 later, I tried the game again, probably because of my brother's insistence, once again, the bastard he is, and it was different. This time it stuck. Not only did it stick, but it seriously changed my life. I know that sounds super dramatic, but like, it completely changed the way I look at video games and why I like to play them, and made me want to talk about them more and examine them. And it absolutely ruined most other video games for me, because once I finished it, nothing could fill the giant rat boss sized hole in my heart. Now, if I were to go into all of the reasons why Dark Souls is so significant in gaming history, we would be here all day and my editor would absolutely hate that.
I am going to kill you.
But on my road to eventually talking about Elden Ring, I do need to touch on 3 crucial aspects that vastly improved on Demon Souls game design. Super Exploration DX Turbo Edition with circles. Estus Flask, I hardly know her, as best as I can. And Atmosphere, you've been seen. I feel you inside.
Bojano.
Sorry.
Život ovo sa randomima je, brate, baš pakao je.
Pa vidi.
Mislim, bude dobrih partija, ne mogu da kažem, ali...
Ne moraš sebe da podugavaš tome ako ti je mučenje. Uvijek možda zovneš Milana, na primjer.
My blood reserves run low.
Šta da ti treba već raditi? Paš moći.
Treba mi boca krvi. Umreću.
A?
Treba mi boca krvi.
Uzmi od pacova.
Pa mogu i to da pijem. Znaš, mogu da uzmem da isisam 2-3 pacova i to je to. Mrzim me idem da lovim ljude ili životinje okolo. Poješći pacove. Grešim. Ubio sam 3 bossa sa našao sam bio jednog vojnika i isisu sam u sukar.
Evo je plusak počeo kod nas. Stiglo to od vas kod nas.
Fino. A, 12 armingata, 61%. Znaš šta? Ako ćeš iskreno, meni odgovara kiša. Mogu i da objasnim.
O, dobro, neko voli, a meni iskreno ne smeta, nego korovčina, brate, raste, jebate, nema se onda...
Kad pada kiša,
samo kosim,
hladnije i kad mesimo te tortilje, znaš, niže je malo temperatura vazduha, znači ne goriš.
Lakše je raditi.
Jeste, lakše raditi. Zato što su nemoguće, znaš koliko bi struje potrošili da stvarno treba da ohlade s klima uređajima, kako treba.
Ma ne, ne spujeno da koji. A? Daj ti dačku, da. Samo je zamrz, da malo teško sjeći, ali... Nije frižider za kola. Evo, može se sjeći. Neći ne sad jesti nešto, onda probam. Bojane! Bojane! Eno, tamo sam ti isekao. Oni samo, to što, ako hoćeš vidjeti, još je ostalo staviti frižider da mačka ne skoči.
Died my screen. I also didn't like that. What I mean by Super Exploration DX Turbo Edition with Freckles is that Dark Souls fundamentally changed how level design and world design worked within this gameplay formula that Demon Souls established. While Demon Holes over here had a hub world that let you freely fast travel to different zones of varying locales and difficulty levels, Dark Souls over here took a lot of its zones and stacked them on top of each other like a stack of pancakes, and made sure that even if some pancakes have chocolate chips or some pancakes have bananas, that they all seamlessly flow into each other and make sense as one cohesive world in this beautiful interconnected short stack of pancakes. Blighttown is like a pancake made out of pigeons. During the first half of the game, you have no fast travel, and all of the areas are connected in multiple complex ways like a maze. So there's this palpable sense of danger and tension that slowly rises.
Ne, nisam znao. Hvala.
You venture deeper and deeper into this beautiful, mysterious world that is very clearly inspired by Berserk, which is amazing. That tension is brilliantly paired with the new addition of bonfires, resting points that let you catch your breath for a second and spend your hard-earned currency from fighting enemies and bosses on leveling up your stat points and refilling your much-needed Estus flask. I am of the pretty firm opinion that the healing mechanics found in Demon Souls and Bloodborne and kind of Dark Souls 2 are vastly inferior to the standard Estus flask system found in the other Souls games. The Estus has a specific amount of healing charges that you can increase throughout the course of the game, and the only way to refill your charges is by resting at a bonfire, which also respawns all enemies in the area. Not only does this provide an extra incentive to seek out and discover bonfires and push on while exploring, but it solves the dumbass problem those other games have where your healing items are a finite currency that you can run out of. Meaning that if you're struggling with the game and you keep dying, and you will likely have to halt progression just to go grind mobs of weaker enemies for healing items or currency that you can then spend on healing items and not leveling up, which feels so unnecessarily punishing in a game where enemies do this to you. With the Estus, you at least know that for the next bit you have a guaranteed specific amount of heals, and much like a survival horror game, the goal is to get to the next area using as little Estus as best as you can. I think one of the greatest single improvements over Demon Holes over here is the atmosphere. I will never forget how it felt to get lost in this world. Struggling my ass off through Undead Burg and Undead Parish, and finally being rewarded by finding that shortcut back to Firelink Shrine and hearing that comforting music creep in. That seriously changed the trajectory of my firstborn son's life. He's getting into Brown now. Journeying all the way down to first the depths, and then Blighttown, and then finding the entrance that's a secret to the Great Hollow, and making my way down that, and finally ending up at Ash Lake gave me a feeling that I will forever cherish. The inability to easily fast travel back up to Firelink Shrine after I journeyed all the way down there simultaneously had me terrified and also in complete awe of the vertical scope of this world. And there's so much of this game that you can just completely miss. From Software doesn't care if every player sees all of the content that they made for this game, and that makes finding the stuff that you do find feel that much more special and memorable. I know it's just all smoke and mirrors and code and textures, but the illusion that From Software sells here is a powerful one. Except for some clearly unfinished areas towards the end of the game, but those don't exist. You made Lost Izalith up. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. Unlike Demon Souls, Dark Souls was a pretty instant success. Critics loved it, and the game reached a much larger audience right off the bat, thanks to Bandai Namco publishing it all over the world on PS3 and Xbox 360 and PC, with one of the most janky PC ports to ever exist. Shout out Games for Windows Live, RIP. This also annoyingly led to so many industry heads resorting to the phrases, "It's like Dark Souls," or "This is the Dark Souls of blank," when In reality, all they're trying to say is that it's hard. Going to Arby's is like the Dark Souls of going to Carl's Jr. Hollow Knight is very clearly inspired by From Software's approach, and that game is undoubtedly the greatest Metroidvania ever made. I fucking love Hollow Knight, primarily because it perfected a design aspect from Dark Souls 1 that From Software themselves kind of started to abandon with subsequent Souls games. Non-linear exploration. Shut up already! Jesus, that guy loves to talk. Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law. Here at Jakey, and Jakey, we have a lot of expenses. And a lot of those expenses are monthly subscriptions that we totally forget we're even paying for. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. This personal finance app allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. We personally use it to identify and securely cancel recurring charges or unwanted subscriptions, all with the simple tap of a finger, which is a godsend for the social anxiety of having to actually call people on the phone to cancel stuff. What is this, fucking 1882? Columbus sailed the oceans 11? We also use it to track our monthly spending and set budgets. Rocket Money notifies us if we exceed that budget, along with showing our spend to earn ratio every month, quarter, or year. Also, if you're like us and gonna turn 29 this year, maybe you're starting to pay a little bit more attention to your credit score. Well, Rocket Money alerts you of important changes to your score and also offers you insights on ways you can improve your score as well. To save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money. We've got the hookup. Go to rocketmoney.com/NakedJakey or click the link in the description to get started for free or unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/NakedJakey to get started for free. Get your money right! Alright, now let's get on back to Naked Jake in the curious case of the floating rake. this guy never even beat Digimon World 2. That's a real Souls game. I'm out of here. Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3 all have much more straightforward progression paths than the first half of Dark Souls 1. And while a lot of areas in these games are technically connected and sometimes offer alternate paths, the general world design is far less interesting from an exploration point of view. And it doesn't mean that these games are bad. All of these games probably each deserve their own 40-minute feature presentation breaking them down, but for the sake of what I want to get into today, I'm just going to give you the SparkNotes version. Dark Souls 2 dropped in 2014 and was received well and sold well. It further grew the Souls game community and deepened combat systems while adding stuff like power stancing. Miyazaki didn't direct this one, and it does show. The atmosphere of each zone feels a bit random and unconnected from the overall world, but the boss fights and DLCs are great, and the game enjoyed a large online community for shit like PvP. Bloodborne was developed alongside Dark Souls 2 and was released exclusively for the PS4 in 2015, and I used money from a car accident to buy a PS4 and Bloodborne instead of paying my rent, and contrary to what my financial advisors might be saying, and Logan Roy looking ass, I'd say it was a wise investment. Directed by Miyazaki, Bloodborne felt like the true follow-up to Dark Souls 1. At least for people like me that just want to swing a big sword and fucking parry everything. Bye-bye magic, go back to fucking Waverly Place. Faster combat that rewards aggressive play, intricate and varied weapon movesets, an atmosphere that just drips out of your TV with such dedicated attention to detail and talent in the art design department, and rats. Dark Souls 3 dropped in 2016, and by this point the Souls series was popping and beloved by many people. Directed once again by Miyazaki, DS3...
Aj neće, Boris. To što je rekao, Psycho Ghost, to je interesantno, ali Psycho Ghost je sam sebe pobio. Dobiješ 2 metka kao pick-up, znaš? Koliko misliš da će ljudi da spamaju te vatrene metke? Kapiraš? Sve to što on rekao je okej, ali generalno će biti manje municije okolo. I to malo municije što imaš nećeš ono baš taktički da upotrebiš. To je neko moje mišljenje. Pogledao sam opet taj video i njegov i od onoga, kako se zove, Home Reel. I bit će mnogo manje metaka da se puca okolo.
Nema nasumičnog pucanja kroz teksture.
Pucanje Sparksom kroz zidove i uppercutom gde ti se digne kurac, zato što sljedeća kutija municija će trebati 5 do 10 metaka. a ne 1 metak. Tako bilo. Žuta kutija mala 1, kutija s municijom 2, nebitno da li ima šaperkat ili spart pištolj. Doduše, ono što meni nije bilo jasno, ti ako poneseš pištolj ili skraćenu pušku kao medium slot, ti stvarno imaćeš više municije, ali neš moći nakupiti toliko metaka. To je ono što jebe naše koke. Znači to, ide to, ide to.
Did everything right on paper. It kept some of the faster-paced combat and fucked up enemy designs and boss transformations from Bloodborne, while also returning an expansive armory of weapons and magic, lending to a buttload of different kinds of builds. It has a large amount of fan service and callbacks to Dark Souls 1 and some of the hardest bosses seen in a Souls game yet. It also just feels really, really good to play and looks beautiful, but also, something about this formula was starting to feel just a little bit stale. Don't get me wrong, playing through Dark Souls 3, especially doing co-op boss fights with my brother, was some of the most fun I've had in any of these games. But that strong sense of exploration felt in Dark Souls 1, that feeling of charting your way through a mysterious and dangerous world, I longed for that. The Dark Souls series had completely shaken the game industry and clearly inspired other developers to change how their games were designed and played. But playing Dark Souls 3 felt a bit like listening to From Software's greatest hits versus hearing the band's new album that would maybe take them someplace new. Little did I know, From Software was in the studio working on their In Rainbows, as in the album In Rainbows by Radiohead, as in Radiohead's best album, as in Elden Ring. Some of you might be wondering, Jacob Matthew, why did it take you so long to make a video on Elden Ring? And I have two answers for you. A, last year I was very busy working on an album called Romcom, shout out jakeymerch.com. And B, this game is just too damn big and felt too daunting to dissect and talk about, and I also just wanted to keep playing it, but I feel like I'm finally ready to get into it with my support group. That's you. This is all of you. Where do I even begin though? Elden Ring isn't perfect, but that's also what makes it so compelling. It's not properly balanced. I mean, none of these games are. They never have been. FromSoft has pretty clear favorites when it comes to certain weapons and buffs and spells. You can absolutely break these games in half if you really want to. But the sheer depth of content that Elden Ring slowly unveils to you during your 200 or so hours of playing it. The childhood fantasy of exploring a fantastical, magical world filled with swords and beasts and, you guessed it, rats, is fully manifested in a way that knows no contemporary. There is no other Elden Ring than Elden Ring. This isn't just the Dark Souls of Dark Souls. This is the Dark Souls of Breath of the Wild. This is the Dark Souls of Red Dead Redemption 2. If you took a time machine back to 2003 and showed my wooden sword in the backyard swinging ass that this is what was coming in the future, I would have shot you in the head and called the cops. Elden Ring is truly the adventure of a lifetime. But because I've already spent so much time talking about the core design pillars that all of these games share, I want to instead focus on certain pillars that Elden Ring innovates on or potentially fails to innovate on. Exploration and scale, dungeons and dragons, starring Chris Pine, and difficulty and accessibility. Where Dark Souls 1's world is like a short stack of pancakes, all connected, Elden Ring's world is like a giant stack of pancakes, and you took all those pancakes and you spread them out across a giant table. And most of the pancakes are touching each other, and some of the pancakes have other pancakes hiding underneath them, and other pancakes might transport you to far pancakes in f***ed up ways, and some of the pancakes are on fire and make you feel fear. I don't want to be in this Denny's anymore. Let me out! Miyazaki has stated that Elden Ring is the closest thing to his ideal game that he would personally like to play, and that going open world enriches this ideal experience that he's trying to achieve. A game where if you saw something over there, you could actually go over there. A game that isn't open world just to be in the same category as some bloated Ubisoft bullshit, but a game that's open world because it needs to be. In order to fully capture the fantasy of being an adventurer in a giant world, riding across a vast landscape on your trusty steed, you first need to have that vast landscape to really nail that feeling. Elden Ring was inspired by Breath of the Wild, and it very clearly shows, because like Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring knows and expects that your curiosity will naturally lead you to finding interesting things. There doesn't need to be an overwhelming list of things to check off or obvious map markers going, over here, it's fucking over here. Because that would totally rob the player of a true sense of mystery and discovery when exploring this massive world. Elden Ring is very okay with hiding its hand. This is what the map looks like when you start the game, and this is what it looks like when you finish the game. And these are the pancakes that are cooking underneath you the entire time. Having a chest throw a smoke grenade at you in the starting area and being transported and waking up in one of the most giant late game areas and checking the map and seeing it zoom out like that was an experience I will never forget. And the lore behind the lands between is so rich in detail and intrigue. Miyazaki's style of storytelling through gameplay, combined with the Bible of world history that George R.R. Martin developed for this game, will leave an MF feeling like goddamn Amy Adams, as in downright enchanted. I know I haven't mentioned Sekiro once in this video because it's technically not a Souls game, but it was a crucial stepping stone towards Elden Ring's development. The addition of a dedicated jump button may sound like a simple thing, but it completely changes combat and the way you navigate this world. Exploring the lands between over like 200 hours rivaled the experience I had exploring the first half of Dark Souls 1. They both hit really hard, but for different reasons. The first half of Dark Souls 1 hits hard because of a lack of a fast travel safety net, meaning you become very intimate with your surroundings and the world design nearly suffocates you with its complexity.
This one has
It suffocates
a little
in
bit of
a
light
good
on
way.
the
Elden Ring hits
weird
hard not only because
eccentricities
it
of
marks the
Mark
return
II
of
Ross.
multiple areas
Thanks for watching.
connecting to each other with a very non-linear path of progression, but because of just the sheer scale of the world. But because the sheer scale and intrigue of always wanting to see what's around the next corner is such a big part of this experience, much like Breath of the Wild, the game won't ever hit quite as hard on subsequent playthroughs because that main draw of discovery is no longer there. This doesn't mean you shouldn't play multiple playthroughs of this game because, oh my god, weapons and spells and armor sets and Ashes of War and summoning salt videos, quest lines that you can super easily miss, and you will because they're super convoluted and hard to follow. You should definitely play the game a second time. But I will say that on my second playthrough, I definitely wasn't as eager to revisit all of the content once I knew what was exactly around every corner.
Goodbye for now.
1,000 of these over. This was the replacement up with the Mark II. This to me is the button safety. You cannot open the issues on the Mark I.
But clearly, you know,
This Magnum cartridge.
and you can
Target shooters.
okay. And
Ross was an avid hunter target.
again, you know,
Started Union, Boxer primed, 180 grain. Kynoch, it's Verdan prime, that's 160.
us.
Close.
I want to go after that smaller one next. This thing is a laser beam.
Hitting them? Yep, hitting them.
Okay, I need 5 more rounds because I'm definitely gonna keep shooting this thing. My impressions, it's a laser beam. This thing's got a burnt out bore. The only ones that actually survived with nicer bores were part of some kind of honor guard or something.
The home guard units would be in better condition.
Yeah.
This one has been shot a lot.
Okay, yeah. So Black Powder Dave is notified.
Goodbye for now.
Yo, what's up, Dad?
You're welcome, son.
Snake. Bye for
I
now.
found you like a guy shooting on range to see how fast that thing can pull bullets. I kind of doubt the Crytek will do it, but maybe, you know.
Did you see the rain instead? The rain looks really cool.
Yeah, it looks so fucking cool.
I can't wait to play in the rain.
I hope they make it
You know what they
like
should
the
add?
event so that it's every
Snow.
game rain and
You
then,
want
like,
snow?
know.
They should add that they can slip because it's a mud everywhere in it.
Haha, that's funny.
They should add that.
But shut up.
I'm
What?
gonna.
Oh, bro, the sights and the scope are gonna look so cool in the rain.
You wanna shoot stuff in the rain?
Yeah.
How far do you think you can aim in the rain?
Who cares? It's gonna be cool as shit. I love the rain.
I wonder what these shades will do.
Immersion.
I already see people extracting, you know, people with scopes during the rain.
I'm gonna take scopes on purpose.
Mhm.
And camp a bush.
Yeah, and download Reshade.
Yes.
No, bro, they're fixing the problems with Risha. Didn't you see what?
Yeah, they're fixing already.
Bro, didn't you see, man? They said they're fixing it.
There's still gonna be hackers.
After people spam the living shit out of the developer stream.
I like the fire ammo change.
Yeah, but Solskin deletes it. So.
It's not
Yeah, I know.
it's not the fire ammo change. It's the general ammo change.
Too long ammo for one box? Mashallah.
No, one.
No, it's
No,
two.
you get two.
No. It's
You
two.
get
Wait.
two.
Yeah. On the big box. Yeah, I was thinking about the
and
small yellow
one
one.
from the small ones.
Yeah, but you don't get extra ammo if you bring the pistol.
Yeah, I know.
So you will always get two.
Yeah, I fixed the
Only-
mount, man. I mean,
So do you think you can spam those fire bullets?
If only our ADC had heal.
Listen, you don't have to use big ammo for it. You
I
can
don't
just
think it's that
Yeah,
bad.
you can
if
use
want,
that early.
If you really want to, you could take a Martini Ironside. No.
Yeah, you get starting 16 bullets to kill something. And you don't need 2 bullets for refill if you die. So
I mean, listen, I don't think it's that bad.
Hey, Josip, let him push.
At least this time people won't have like fucking 400 ammo to shoot, like to
big
fucking
guy.
wallbang your
behind.
compound, you know what I mean?
Well, I can't
Just
do
stay
anything about
outside
it.
of it.
Why are you pushing?
Because I can't do anything.
Hmm.
I can only push.
He's gonna take my gun.
How is it? What did you gank on level 3?
Yeah. I got spot, we got 2 kills.
He's taking this. He's not. He's taking this.
Where the fuck is he?
Ah,
Ah, you're dead.
He's dead.
Why did he? Why did he do that? Why did he sidestep me, Josip?
He flashed, man.
No, the fucking Krog, the thing, sidestepped my Q.
You got outplayed.
I got trolled.
It's kill issue.
Can you go kill him?
wait, are you
I
actually?
can't. I have a wave.
It doesn't matter.
Are you actually? Oh, you're playing League.
Cares
Oh
about
my
waves.
god! Please don't kill my brother if you see him.
What? What do you want?
Missed cannon, bro.
There was no cannon. What are you talking about?
You missed cannon, Josip.
Ah, yes, the cannon that doesn't exist.
There was a are you
There
okay?
was a cannon,
Are you okay, Joseph? What do
It's
you
the
mean you
Garen
can't
play,
do-
it happens, it happens
What
to
do you
Garen.
mean it really exists?
Okay, we kill him, we kill him.
You cannot really exist.
I'm gonna kill him. Villain. Why did he call him a villain, bro? Is this because he's short?
Probably.
Some.
Okay, bot lane.
Bro, this food is so good.
What did you make, bro?
He made
The
chicken.
usual.
He made chicken, that's all.
That moldy chicken from his fridge.
Well, I get the teleport and then I TP. Kill him. You can do it.
Why don't you
Insane?
do
Oh.
the double involving Q? The animation.
Hey, so
Yeah, I don't care.
why are you 1-2 and why are you 1-3?
And it's not E.
Getting camp.
No, it is W and Q. What do you mean?
Oh, you said E and Q.
No, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure you did. Well, it's not my fault. I can barely hear you far away from.
If you ear rip, I'm gonna ban you from the server.
That's sub on 200% and I can never hear him.
Bro, it's just because he's whispering, man. He's scared.
I'm not whispering.
Maybe his microphone is bad.
See? Even Snake agrees with me.
I kind
Buy me a new one, man.
Kinda.
Never gave me any fucking allowance, man.
He paid me to, you know, say stuff.
Man, shut the fuck
Wait,
up, man.
Now you can add for points on your channel, so we can 1v1 you in the battle thing. What is it called?
Yeah,
The
good.
shooting range. And then
Yeah,
I buy the
triple
the
kill?
shit. Easy.
Triple kill as well?
What is
I
it?
mean, you don't need points to do that.
I don't.
No, you can do that for free.
Insane.
Yo, that we can like 2v1 Yosep and like grape him.
Bro, I can buy his loadouts. I can buy loadout slots. The one where I pick his loadout.
No.
No. What
But
do you mean no?
that's for normal game. Thank you.
I'm just gonna pick an automat dude and fuck you. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna take a shotgun and hide behind the
Do
wall.
you know that on the live server, people are actually starting to use automats because they are starting
there's
to
a lot
see.
of them.
Yeah, it's pointless to use them after the patch.
I mean, we already found like 3 of
We,
them.
we saw
played
like
4 games.
3 in like 4
Yeah.
games, yeah.
And I've seen people like
Fuller smoke a lot.
shooting like 30
Welcome to
bullets
my
and not
channel.
killing my friend. So that's like absolute fucking noobs playing Hunt.
Where is he? We kill him.
I flash him.
Wow.
Oh, I thought we'd hook him.
Okay.
He flashed my hook.
He's insane. It's fine. Winnable.
He has no flash rounds. There's a cane.
I don't have my E.
That hit me. I love
Oh,
hitboxes in this game. Well, yeah, he said, look at our bot
Why
lane.
is Kane so fucking fat?
I don't know, look at our bot lane.
Stop.